You know I'd be loving you up. You know I'd be loving you up, loving you up. You know I'd be loving you up. You know I'd be loving you up, loving you up, loving you up. Loving you up. You know I'd be loving you up. You know I'd be loving you up, loving you up, loving you up.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement, bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went, laying on the floor again, again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, if you want this, yeah. Woo! One, I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids, and there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways
talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk your talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wake me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wake me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool.
It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling in on me. It's a peaceful protest, televised at home. Time to take your seat, enjoy the show. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. You've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel. If you've been paving your own way, are you trying to be the one who holds the gavel? If you've been sleeping your own bed, trying to get up, but your wings ain't able. If you've been locking your own chains, throw away the key with your mind unstable. Have you been to the cliffs of death? Have you? Whoa. Have you tried the forbidden fruit? Pull the trigger, but it wouldn't shoot. Whoa. Have you wandered very far? Have you seen the guiding star? If you betray your closest kin, well, child, lift up your chin. Rise up, come awake, oh sleeper, rise up, come out of the ground, rise up, come up from the bottom, rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, oh sleeper, rise up, come out of the ground, rise up, come up from the bottom, rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, oh sleeper, rise up, come out of the ground, rise up, come up from the bottom, rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, oh sleeper, rise up, come out of the ground, rise up, come up from the bottom, rise up, rise on high. You've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel.
Got some ice down, 6-pack sitting in the back of my truck. Gonna be a good time, hell yeah, things are starting to look up. Alright. Once we get started, yeah, we're never gonna stop. Break out the good times, let's take it to the top. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well, it ain't that hard. Just look for us, 'cause the party's always right where we are. Oh yeah. It's a full-blown knockdown tailgate kind of a night. Oh yeah. Got the cool chicks dancing on the hood and they're looking so fine. So fine. This fire's burning at 110. Don't need a ticket, honey, come on in. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well, it ain't
clock is ticking just a little too slow. I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started, I don't wanna miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, the finest champagne and drink every drop till it's gone. Think I'll float down a river, might even write me a song. Gonna do some living before I'm gone. I'll be climbing the tallest mountains, and I'll be riding the biggest horse I can find. Gonna do all the things I ain't done in my life. Gonna do some living before I die. Think I'll buy me an old car and ride like the wind.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of ESL One Raleigh. We are about to kick off here the continuation of our group stage portion of the tournament. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Seeking Strike, and of course, joining me, as always, is Winter. Winter, we're both in our nicest floral shirts today, aren't we?
Teamwork, team play. We're on the same page for once, just for one time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm excited here to get some more Dota underway. Now, Winter, we actually are only casting Group A. Have only casted Group A so far, which we are resuming with here straight away today. Let's skip the introductions and get straight to talking to Dota, Winter. Topping Group A is 4-0 with that unstoppable record currently. Nigma Galaxy, and then it's a two-way tie. Power Vision and Team Liquid both at 3-1. Team Spirit at 4th, 2-2. And finally, our match, tied at 5th. 0-4 is Shopify Rebellion versus Talon Esports. First, Winter, before we focus on our match, any big surprises for you with how day 1 went for Group A?
Not really. I think it's pretty straightforward, and it's too early to tell. There's a lot of random things happening in a BO2 series. I think in a BO3 series you get more of the real picture of how strong are the teams. In BO2, I think sometimes you could get lucky, get a 1-1 and get a couple of 1-1s, and you get away with it. So I feel like the data is not enough.
Interesting. Well, we'll by the end of today, or at least by the end of our shift today, we will have doubled the data for all of the teams here competing. Just to run through quickly the schedule on today's stream, we'll be starting here, as mentioned, with Shopify Rebellion versus Talon Esports. Then we continue to follow Talon Pardon, as we did yesterday. So will we today, as Power Division will be facing off versus them in the 4th of 5th BO2 group stage match that everyone here in Group A will play. Then we switch shifts here. It's going to be Avalos versus Team Tidebound with Math Magician and Handskin, and they wrap up the day with Heroic versus BetBoom here on the Storm stream. Thanks so much for joining us, guys. If you're looking for the Vision versus Liquid stream, that's on the Ember stream with Gareth and Waga. And if you want the Nigma versus Spirit match, check out the main stream where you have a lovely panel introducing that match for you. Winter, over to our match. Talon Esports now versus Shopify Rebellion. Like I said earlier, Winter, right now at the bottom of the group. Kind of a scary moment, right? A wake-up call for both of these two teams.
It's pretty close to do or die, right? I think if anyone loses 2 games here, it's gonna be pretty much done and dusted, for them, or they are gonna have very little chance of making out of the group stage, So it's do or die for Shopify Rebellion and Talon Esports here. So they really have to bring their A game at this point. All the hidden strats, all the secret strategies have to come. They need a win. I think even a 1-1 would be bad for both teams. I think probably
it would. A 2-0 is pretty destroys them basically, as you say, because as soon as you lose over half your games in a round robin, you're at best playing for 4th place in your group, which, to be clear, means you still get into that lower bracket. But because of the format of this tournament, you really want to be aiming for a top 3 finish, which is already pretty difficult with a team 4-0. But with still 6 more games to play, it is doable still at this stage. Winter, we've casted a lot of Talon Esports, even recently, last week, as they qualified to Dream League Season 26. What would be like your, and of course, even yesterday throughout this tournament, what would be your kind of review of them so far, or your preview of them so far, for maybe someone who's tuning in and hasn't seen this team yet? What can we expect to see? How would you kind of rate them, and that kind of stuff?
3 boxes: early game, mid game, late game. I would take the box for the early game and maybe the late game, but mid game, when we are comparing them to the top teams, I think mid game is the part where is their biggest weakness right now. They seem to struggle to convert whenever they do well in the early game, and they don't really play the mid game, like how you're moving on the map, who are you placing on the dead lane, who's pushing out the lanes, who's supposed to be doing all the small little things, and in the team fights, who to go on. I think in SCA, in their local region, they seem to just be a class above everyone else. But when it comes down to the big boys here at the LAN events, they still lack a lot of finesse, when it comes down to the team coordination. And they have to play more games like this to work it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's actually really well stated. The amount of times we've seen Talon kind of get the better of their opponents in the draft, and even out of that early laning stage, and then very quickly it falls apart. Sometimes as quickly, sorry, Winter, as like the 6 or 8 minute rune. It is kind of a shame to see this team kind of
Yes,
falter like that.
sometimes it's also itemizations. I think in the game yesterday when Mikoto was playing Monkey King and he went Echo Saber into the meta, I think that was a bad choice, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, we'll see here how an additional day of rest in that Eastern time zone will treat them, as Talon Esports and Shopify are building our first draft now underway. Winter, we can go ahead and catch up with the first stage of bans, which is about to wrap up. We do have Talon with last pick on the Radiant side, so Shopify about to first pick here after this last ban.
Yeah, so let's see what do they go for. I mean, the usual suspects are already removed. The Keeper, I think the Keeper, Nature's Prophet, Beastmaster, these are like, and Monkey, these are like the 4 really, really top heroes of the current meta in the pro scene right now. Heroes that are very, very valuable because of how niche they are. They are able to do certain things, like for example, the Keeper with the recall facet, or you're just really dominant in the lane and you're flexible, like a Nature's Prophet or Monkey King, or you're like a Beastmaster. People can't really stop you from farming in the lane, and you transition from an off laner to be a carry, or you're already a carry from the off lane. You create too much pressure on the map. It's just like a very valuable hero. So SR decides to open up with a Tiny, which could be a flex pick here, a very popular support nowadays. And Talon goes for the Jakiro, the all and solid Jakiro. If you do play a position for Tiny, Jakiro is gonna eat you alive in the lane, so you're gonna have to resort into pulling and running around, just not play the lane in general.
Yeah, certainly. Just to comment on the tiny pickup from Shopify, I'm a really big fan of the tinies we've seen so far, particularly on Nigma Galaxy, right? I think it was who Noob, right? No, sorry, not Noob.
Omar. Is it Omar?
Omar, thank you very much. Kind of really shined on that hero. I'm liking him a lot more as a support. Then again, those were really good support tiny games. That's what they turned into.
I mean,
Do
Tiny
do you have a
I think he's just a good support hero right now. When after they buff the crash landing again, so it's a lot of slow, long range, low commitment. I name like another position 4 that can initiate without committing, right? It's not many. Like if you look at something like a Tusk, Spirit Breaker, or the range heroes, Wind Ranger, Muerta, they have to go near to try to start the fight, right? Tiny just needs to toss slow. Okay, do we want to go? He's slowed. No. Okay, we back. Oh, do you
Right.
want to go? You want to go? Go. Okay, you start from far, So you're relatively in a very safe position in most cases.
Right. The low commitment, the pokes, right, is kind of what you're getting at here. That can
Yeah.
really,
Poking and prodding is very, very valuable when it comes to like high tier Dota. Because whenever you look at how the team fights play out, usually both teams are not very sure about whether it's a good fight for me or you. So they tend to try to test the waters. And heroes that can do that really well tend to give you a lot of leeway when it comes to the team fight.
right. Yeah, I think in China they call it like pulling the fight, kind of like how when you go to Hai Di Lao and they do the little noodle dance, right? They pull the noodles.
Is that
Kind of
like
like
some
that, right?
direct translation?
Yeah, it is actually. But I
Pulling
think
the
that's what
fight.
Bonlo told me when I casted with him.
Okay, so in the second phase, SR decides to remove the Tusk, remove the Terrorblade. So it leads me to think that this Tiny is actually going to be a core because they removed Terrorblade. So we're probably not going to see support Tiny as much because TB has high armor. And if they remove TB when they pick Tiny, usually it tells me that they want to put Tiny as a carry. So Talent bans the AA and they pick up the DK. AA, once again, very good with the Tiny and very good into the DK. So it's a very sensible ban here. And DK is just also another top tier hero. I think I forgot to mention DK when I was talking about the strongest heroes, the 4 heroes. I
Right?
talked about
Yeah,
MP, Kotal, Monkey, and Beast. So DK has to
MPA.
be like somewhere up there too.
Right. I agree, especially because the flexibility. I think yesterday, Winter, we saw our first instance in a while of the Frost Dragon, right? In a pro game, we've seen a lot of Venom Dragon after the nerfs to the Fire Worm.
Yeah, it depends on the lane. If you're going mid, mostly you will see the green dragon, and then safe lane you go to frost dragon. Just better scaling late game, and usually also matchup dependent. The blue dragon is
Right.
very good into say something like a morphling.
Exactly. But it's that flexibility, right? That is especially
Yeah,
useful for this hero in the
he's also
draft, right?
similar to PA, very solid in the lane because of the innate right here. PA has evasion, DK
Oh,
has armor and regen. So SR goes for the Tinker. So the Tiny already locked in as a core here. Unless Tinker's a core, I don't know, but most likely we're gonna see a support Tinker. And Snapfire is also one of the heroes that got buffed a lot. I see a lot of
sure.
Snap in my games today and yesterday. Core Snaps maybe coming back, maybe, just maybe, but probably not this game.
Yeah. This Tinker is the fourth most banned hero of the tournament, and the fourth most contested. Actually,
Yeah,
he
this Tiny is
is
very strong with the Tinker. In the lane, it's a very good duo. Tinker ensures Tiny can farm, and in the team fight, the barrier and status resist on the Tiny with insurmountable facet. You just run in and you're not really getting stunned much. It's a lot of status
well,
resist. Okay, and they
especially with the
have the
shields, the
Snapfire as
barriers.
the
Mhm.
Snapfire is a very good answer to DK because you want
How
something
so?
that can kill him when he's pushing your tower, like Venor when he's level 6 or Snap. Snap is actually even more reliable because of the long range.
Oh,
And they go for the Sand King here. So they know that the Tiny is most likely going to be a carry. So they pick their offlaner right away. Here, Sand King kind of, I feel like a little bit similar to Tinker in the team fights where you try to take an area, you put Sandstorm and you sit there. Tinker puts the march down and you see who dies first.
see
It's very
who
good. Yeah,
dies
it's very good.
first.
Yeah, it's very good setup for the Jakiro. But then again, Sand King's lane is not that great. But I guess in this game against the Tiny and Tinker, he should be able to get a decent amount of farm and XP. Oh,
Oh, the
the ring master
clown.
is back. The circus master.
Carney Classics, as always, I suspect with him.
Yeah.
What's the benefit here? Is it good at kind of scouting the Tinker in fights with the Wheel of Wonder sort of a
It's
thing?
just he's just a good hero. I think he's a very strong
Okay.
hero. And the lane with Sun King, I think Sun King needs a good laner, a good pos 4 that can help you in the lane. The ringmaster is one of the position 4 heroes that can do that. Get your impaling arts at level 1. It's very difficult to trade into that. This is interesting. So the Lycan here, they're running the Lycan plus Tiny combo. Or everything is to buff the Tiny. Yeah, put the shield from the Tinker, put the Lycan with the Wolf Bite. This Tiny is a boss here. So the last thing they need is Invoker with Alacrity.
Give him the steroids, right? Yeah, I guess that's really all you can do. Quickly, we're already running out of buffs, but looks like it's shaping up to be a pretty scary Tiny game. Like you're saying, if you're Talon Esports, you do have the box. You've got a little bit of save, some pretty tanky heroes, and long range stuns from Talon. So may not be the easiest. What do you think about this Lycan hero at the moment, though, outside of the buffing potential?
Not sure though. The Wolf Facet got nerfed a lot. Haven't really seen this hero much, so can't really say how I feel about the hero at the moment. Doesn't really feel that strong. But in this game, I think they have a purpose because of buffing the Tiny. They want him to just buff the Tiny. So we'll see how it plays out because I'm not really sure about how strong the hero is at the moment. And if you're talking about bullying the supports with the wolves, even like Jakiro is like okay, Jakiro can do it with the dual breath and your liquid fire. Ringmaster, I think you have the fear to kind of protect yourself as well. So I wouldn't say they are the most susceptible supports to be bullied by the wolves. Right now, to finish off their draft, like I said, Invoker doesn't really feel too crazy with this type of strategy. They just need someone that have that can start the fight. Some Puck, some Invoker. I guess Invoker's more on the greedy side. Then you have Invoker, Tiny Lycan cost. I think something like a Puck, something like Storm, Ember would be more reasonable to enable the whole lineup. I think Puck's probably my favorite here for Shopify. Cheap CC.
Yeah, I mean that's cool and all, but how about a Storm Spirit?
A little bit more on the greedy side, but can work. A Storm needs more resource compared to Puck.
Yep, that's fair. Can be a little bit more vulnerable as well, especially in those early levels on the Ball Lightning. But yeah, I think it's either one we can see equally likely. Although Talon are banning hard carries here, so they suspect that this is end up going to be like a Tiny or a Tinker mid.
Tiny mid, most likely. They think it could be Tiny mid.
And they're right.
Okay, so they know this Tiny is just a dedicated mid hero, yeah, for your patch. Okay, so Gyro here into the Sanking. I mean, it's still a tough lane for Sanking, you're just trying to survive here. So for Talon, the question is, do we have the DK mid against Tiny, or we pick something else here? Yeah, I feel like DK as carries okay this game. Lane's good. You're scaling against Gyro is like a little bit slow. You need more farm, but as you get there, Gyro can't really fight you. So I would be leaning more towards picking a mid hero. They are not going to put Sanking mid. I think it's very unlikely because Mikoto doesn't play that hero much. So
Against
I think
Tiny,
they're gonna pick another mid hero against Tiny here. I feel to win the lane because that's what they usually do. They prioritize the lane a lot.
for Makoto. Any heroes that come to mind? The Monkey King banned out. This TA banned out.
Well, Timber can kind of be decent, I think.
Okay.
Decent. But yeah. Bristol back? Okay, so who's mid here? Are they gonna put Bristol against Lycan? Yeah, Bristol against Lycan. So they want DK mid into the Tiny. Natsumi loves his carry Bristol back. And they have a pretty strong lane. Bristol plus Jakiro. Very, very high damage, a lot of kill potential. With Twin Terror and your Ghoul, a lot of minus armor. You have a lot of physical plus magical damage. I think it makes a lot of sense. So DK can kind of maybe be greedy from the mid lane with this type of setup. You might not have to rush the dagger on this type of DK. Maybe you can get away with getting some scaling item first before you get the dagger on the Dragonite. But overall, I feel like both sides has quite interesting lineups. On the side of Talon, you have this like Tricore, Sanking, Bristleback, DK. Like classic SEA. All the cores are going to take some farm on the map. Whereas for Shopify, it's like a lot more simple for them. Lycan's going to get some aura items, and then your Tiny with the dagger is going to be running around. He has the Tinker to back him up and the Snapfire from far range. And Gyro is the one doing all the farming, or most of the farming. So a lot more simple from SR.
I'm wondering which facet that Picasso's going to go
Yeah,
for here.
he's jumping. He's distracting me.
Yeah, he's distracting me as well. I can't imagine it'll be Spirit Wolves, but anything else can seem a little bit more realistic to me. Are you seeing any favorite facet here for the Lycan that you prefer at the moment?
Probably Spirit Wolves. Spirit Wolves. You play around. You play around your helm. I don't know if it's still a good idea to get helm now. I guess you probably have to. I'm not sure what's the most optimal build with this hero at the moment. For me, I would try to build a helm because you don't really want to be too greedy. You want to be able to abuse the Tinker with his auras. Tinker's gonna have like Locket and maybe a mag, Solar Crest, whatever. and then you try to play around the Tinker's timing. So I think as the Lycan this game, you don't want to be too greedy.
Sure. Well, we'll see how things get going here. What Lycan will end up building and which team will end up with the victory here. Again, battle currently of the two teams sitting in 5th place as your Pasha's classmate. Good luck.
Classmate?
But it wasn't. I'm not sure. He said it wasn't his classmate.
Who's the classmate? Who is he calling
Have
classmate?
fun, classmate. But who said it first? Classmate. I don't know.
Yeah, probably like just
Classmate.
some reference to because they started around the same time, so they are classmates.
Do you think so? They're like class of the same team? Maybe class of Coach Mark or something?
Possibly. They all started in the deep seas of the Mariana Trench in the SEA region.
I'm just glad that Cuckoo didn't say good luck, seatmates. You know, he's like, you guys pick 37A. See you there. It's not that desperate yet for either of these two teams. But Winter, we should say a 1-1 would be pretty bad. A draw here, both teams sitting at what, 1 and 4 would be
Yeah,
pretty
it basically
troublesome.
means they are holding each other's hand and sinking down the Mariana Trench.
Back down deep into the sea. That's not what they want to see here. Neither is it for the fans of the SEA region. They want to see Talon here rise above and finally deliver a much-needed win here for the region, right? Winter, talking about sea as a whole, it is a region that has not seen a lot of success. And for C, that means we'll only end up seeing one team at EWC.
They're all behind Tundra right now, if you ask the SEA fans.
That's true. Well, you know, Team Tidebound is Malaysian, technically. That's a C team.
Yeah, but because Tundra is doing better, so you know the fans. Okay, let's just back to the game right now. Tiny against DK. Kind of I guess the most boring lane in this game right now. The double melee brothers trying to just out CS and outlast each other. Can't really kill each other, so it's all about the last hitting. DK is just gonna use Breathe Fire, try to take away the damage from Tiny. Last hit, deny. And Tiny's gonna do the same.
Yeah, they're really going at it here. But so far, even. Top lane, you can see Scam getting some good work done with the laser level 1. Able to really use that to his advantage, giving vision for these early flat cannons. Looks like the strat is just push these early waves top to secure levels.
Yeah, I mean, just gyro things, right? When you get a flag at level 1, you just basically push out. They can't really pressure you because the wave is always bad on their side. And then you try to make the most of stacking and pulling the wave to deny creeps. But at the same time, I just feel like Sanking doesn't really mind this, you know, because Sanking is like a weak laner. So when you do this, it means that you kind of guarantee Sanking to get creeps and
Bottom.
levels.
First blood here for Hellscream. Pakaz here, he got fairly low, but he's still looking fairly healthy. Cuckoo missed on the dual breath here onto the Lycan,
Yeah,
who will
that
run
was-
back into
he's
the
still gonna get a
camp,
kill.
and that'll be the death of him, but Cuckoo will die for it in the end. Kill does go back towards Pakaz.
Yeah, this lane I did not expect the Bristol to die first, you know. So well played, you know, from the Snapfire and the Lycan. Yeah, I guess with the buffs to Shredder, Snapfire kinda is a lot more stronger with the level 1 Shredder right now. That
Yeah,
5
you're right
damage is
here.
a lot. And what, extra 5% attack damage to it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on the 730
So
8
overall,
buff
how
change.
much do you get? So you get an extra 25 damage at level 1 plus the 5% base damage, which
Well, you
should be
get- yeah.
around 5%.
It's like an
It's
extra 3
around
damage
5,
right now.
6, 5, 6. So actually around. So you should get approximately around 125 extra damage right now. It's
What?
actually a
How are
lot.
you? Oh, I see. Over the
Compared to
course of
before,
every yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
you add everything together.
Yep,
So
yep,
around
yep, yep.
100.
Times
give or
5,
take,
yeah. No, it's
So it's a lot.
pretty decent.
It's actually pretty big for the lane.
I remember like Puppy and oh my goodness, Malady, who was at one point one of the highest ranked players in the world as a position 5, was always taking Little Shredder, like kind of maxing it in lane. We might
That
start to
was
see a little bit of a return to
More
that.
than those, I think. When he was like
It was a while ago.
6 hits, right? I think when it was 6. They nerfed it to 5 attacks.
Yeah, and then I think they adjusted the armor stack or something like this, but you know, that's because the hero started getting played as a core, and Ice Frog didn't
Oh,
really
yeah.
appreciate that.
I remember that, you know, the Daedalus mid Snapfire.
Mhm.
Killing
Yeah, oh no,
everything,
watch
making-
out. Hide behind a tree. Snapfire's about to massacre the enemy team. And we don't really see too much of that anymore. But like you said, a death down bottom. Natsumi, he's back to CSing comfortably as we check in on our mid lane. How's it looking here? Fairly even, isn't it? In fact, dead even at the very moment.
Yeah, I mean, just what you expect.
Scam.
Top lane Scam is
Just
the one
gonna-
having fun here.
Yeah, he is. In fact, he has a laser.
Not too much.
Okay. Yeah, was maybe waiting for the level 2 march, but
Stealing his
deciding
stack.
to just
Well
harass.
done.
Oh, yeah.
It is so
Blocks the
annoying for the
camp.
Sanking. Every time we see a Sanking player so far this tournament, they're always struggling. In the
They
early game, at
are,
least.
but again, I think it's almost by design. This hero, to me, has always been one of the best heroes at recovery, and I think this is the way that you really have to shut him down. Because look at what it forces Jokum to do now. Jokum's like, I have to unblock this camp. I have to basically give Tomato this free top lane right now. You know? It's not enough to just kind of, you know, stack the camp and win your lanes. I think you have to do this kind of shenanigans here if you're playing into the Sanking, because he just recovers too easily. He just recovers too well.
Yeah, but what do you think of a man who steals someone else's stack, you know? It's runs
Listen,
over
if he's...
and does the deed, you know, does not care. Where are the morals? Where are the moral values, you know? 3 minutes, you know?
I don't
Have
know,
you seen
man.
like a support stealing an enemy stack minute 3?
Look, all I'm saying is that the names on the Aegis, they don't get written up there for best morals, all right? They get written for winning games, and sometimes if stealing stacks gets you the job, then that's what you got to do here, as there's an early rotation by Hellscream. We're just shy of the 6-minute point here for the Power Runes. That's forced Pakaz to TP out top, or bottom, sorry. He's got the Helm of the Iron Will. But even still, it's just too much damage.
So he'll be going the helm. They'll be like grouping up very early with the helm plus the Tinker with his aura
Mhm.
items. So
Good
it's going to be
sustain.
very scary if they get to that timing relatively quickly. Yeah, on the other hand, you have Brister and Sanking, right? I think these two heroes are very good at dealing with pressure, defending towers. They both kind of function in a very similar way. So DK is like the true carry here. He's going to be getting a lot of farm priority.
I agree. And I think Sanking especially can excel at defending towers early on, but this is a very difficult lineup, I think, for him to try and defend into, particularly with the Snapfire and the Tinker to just kind of spam spells at him. He may end up struggling here a little bit. You can
And
see
it could be
Shopify
a
very keen.
good game to get a pipe, you know? So when they spam him, he has that barrier.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you'd be right about that. Right now, he's seemingly going for the Vanguard into the phase boots as Yopaj activates that haste rune. I think it's just for the regen. He will not be ganking one of these side lanes at the moment. Oh, maybe I'm wrong, though. Seems like he'll be taking a trip into this left part of the
Is
map.
he on time with 10 seconds? Let's see. Oh,
With
with
the haste, he
it seems
certainly
like he
is.
should be.
Well, US sees his man. There's no longer a sentry here for Shopify. Yopaj is going to have to let it go. I think
Yeah,
they saw
they
the
see
TP,
the
there
TP.
with the lane ward.
Very nice. They baited out 2 TPs, or they forced out 2 TPs, and they backed off. And these are things where I always tell you, you know, it's really difficult sometimes to run away when you think that you're in a strong position, but sometimes you just have to do it. Because they had a
Still maybe
haste.
able to find a kill up here as in trouble and just
Nice
dead is
burst.
Jokum.
Can't get the box off. Can't escape.
Oh wow, yeah, he's got box at 4. Sometimes you don't see that too much. Am I wrong? This clown build?
I think it's quite common. Like you have 2-1-1 or sometimes 1-1-2. You know, sometimes you see in certain lanes you want second point in your dagger or your impalement arts. Really depends on the lane. So that good gank there. At least the Tiny didn't really waste his time. Gets a kill. Runs back to mid lane. Goes for the 8-minute rune. Wants to get his bottle refilled. And Cuckoo's here
Shield
to
rune.
ruin his day.
Oh, it's gonna go for Makoto this time around. Last time Shopify got lucky and spawned the rune spawned. Sorry, right in front of him. Let's see if Makoto can have any more luck now with this shield rune starting to push this tier 1 tower mid lane slightly more. This is a team that also pushes pretty well, right? Between Cuckoo, the Liquid Fire, and of course Makoto.
The flying creatures taking down the buildings. Why not?
Despite being a blue dragon, is shooting poison. Doesn't look like Shopify will be able to defend this.
He has green wings.
What are you talking about?
Look at
It
his
looks like
wings
Winter
when he's
Wyvern.
flapping.
It's literally
No,
Winter
it's green.
Wyvern, dude. What are you talking about? Are you colorblind?
No.
I'm not seeing the
I
green
can tell you
there,
that's
my
a green.
friend.
Am I looking at
Oh
a
my
different color on my screen?
You must be. That's literally Winter Wyvern, man. Is Winter Wyvern green?
Okay, I'm looking at the PGM.
Unbelievable. He's blaming the PGM. I won't stand for it. I won't stand for it.
No, I'm
that's,
not
that's
blaming the PGM. I'm just trying to look at the PGM if it looks the same on my
Unbelievable.
Dota.
Shopify Rebellion. They're looking for some green, and they might find it. Here's some more stacks. They can steal those away, out from away the Sand King, away from this Dragon Knight. Maybe even find a kill on Natsumi. He's level 8, but they brought the numbers. Tomato through the Twin Gate here, setting up for the call down. It's great damage.
Oh, big
Cuckoo
one.
dies before he can barely get off a spell, but WS finds a 2-man stun, trying to get this call down. A very nice Tame the Beast from Jokin before he dies. Is not going to be able to set up for anything, actually. They're all still alive. Pakaz still nipping at the heels of this Scorpion as that last stun comes through. Yopaj secures the kill. WS does take down Timata before he dies, but it's a triple kill for the mid-tiny.
Yeah, that was very, very good engage, for SL. But at the same time, I feel like Talon didn't really prepare for that move well. I think they kind of know something was happening because the Bristol was standing behind the tower. He was really defensive, kind of anticipating a move to come along his way. But they needed one more hero to TP to be ready, because they can't afford to have 3 heroes TPing now. Sure, the gang's coming, but you can't afford for everyone to just TP instead of one hero already ready, behind the Bristol. I think if they had one hero ready, that would have been an entirely different fight. Because they just did like the Power Rangers, all TP down one by one, and they all died.
Yep. Just a bit of a chain feed. They will at least still hear Talon be able to farm this small triple stack. It's pretty decent. Yopaj trying to run in here towards the tail end of it. Will be too late to steal the majority of them. Does get a few. 2 of the big ones.
That'll be annoying. Because the dagger was coming, for the Dragon Knight. But I said that I felt like maybe the DK could be more greedy this game. Maybe play more like a carry. But
Like a Mask of Madness first kind of a thing?
Nah, just go Meal Storm. But the more I look at the state of the game right now, because of what just happened, he needs to be getting a dagger so he can play with the support. So the Sand King TP down and died, so his game kind of got halted. Bristleback already died twice, so he doesn't really have the best start yet. But I mean, he's quite rich, in terms of net worth. Top of the net worth chart for the Radiant side for Talon.
It did take, kind of make that 4 heroes come into his lane to kind of kick him out, right? He is this sort of a safe laner,
but
right?
he died, so it kind of did its job at the end. If he
you're
didn't
right,
die, then I
you're
would say that, it's fine,
No, I mean, it's not fine, right? But he is at least, I don't know. He is one of those heroes, right? He's been enjoying the space up until that moment of time, which, as you say now, is ending. And the DK will need to start playing with some of these supports heavy around the Sand King, who also has his own Blink Dagger. WS trying to find an opportunity as they will try for Yopaj now. Activates the Invis Room, but they have a Sentry Ward down. Good Cookie gets Yopaj out of the Macropire. This small barrier out from Scam is not enough to save him. There's simply too much damage with Pakaz joining the fight with the kisses raining down. Tomato giving chase. There's the escape axe. Makoto TPing away. There's not a stun for him, but they eventually get their hands on that clown, and Natsumi, he's ran into this fight. Has a full Vanguard, though, so fairly tanky, actually, against all this physical damage. Will be able to survive. 2-for-1 exchange, then, at the end of the day, with 2 supports dying for the enemy mid. WS finding an opportunity earlier. Now goes in for the blink, as he's going to try and punish Hellscream, who tried to stick around for a little more damage onto the tower.
Just like what you would try to do as Jakiro. You think the fight's over, you try to get a hit onto the tower, and then you die, because the opponent is still ready there.
Here we go back the other way now. Small blink forward there from Makoto. Scam running on through. 1-3-1 build right now on the Tinker, but he's got his Holy Locket ready, so these healing bots are...
attempt, to go back in. The Bristol didn't really want to fight there anyway, but they're going to smoke up with the dagger. Still a couple, 10 seconds more, 15 seconds more on the DK farm.
Yeah, again, we still have that epicenter ready to use. There's going to be a stun onto the Tinker, tame the beast, ensures that they have the lockdown necessary for the kill. And down goes that tower. First tower that's Talon managed to get.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I guess for them right now, after getting this tower, they're going to be going back to focus on getting their items. I think there's going to be a couple of minutes of farming. You want to fight after you get the Aghanim's on the Bristle. I think that's your key timing. And DK is probably going to also be more focused on the scaling. He's going actually for Mage Slayer, so he actually still wants to play around their timing instead of like what I suggested, like you go to the Maelstrom and you farm until late game. So Talon wants to just keep the ball rolling. Here they have the timing with the Sand the double daggers with Sand and DK, and the Mage Slayer plus the Aghanim's on Bristle, just trying to take the fight towards the Rebellion side. Which they are also quite strong, you know, with the auras, with the Tinker, March, the Helm of the Overlord and the Lycan, and then you have the Locket already done on the Tinker. They are all pretty durable.
They are. But so are Talon here. I want to highlight that we're going to see a second Vanguard here now. WS, he's about to get his completed. And of course, Natsumi has one already. So there'll be 2 Vanguards early on.
Yeah, Crimson Guard, very nice against the Lycan and the Gyro. This one. And 15 minutes, guess what? The Rebellion side already setting up for the Tormentor that's coming in. About to get tormented by SR.
It'll be killed pretty quickly here.
Just 1 point. Expected to see more points on the Shredders, but just 1 point.
Me too.
Yeah,
me too.
One single point.
I think you want to end up maxing your full bore this game. Oh, hold on. We might have a little bit of a fight. WS is going to be scouted by the Observer Ward, but he's too fast on the draw. Shapeshift, tame the beast. He's looking at the Wheel of Wonder. The Snapfire Kisses, able to bail him out. As WS gets the escape act here to stay alive for a second longer. Another bow strike to get back to safety, but that's going to be the Ancient Thunderhype giving him chase. And Pakaz, low on HP, able to just sick the beast on him. And sure, he gets 1 kill. Looking for a second now onto Jokum. The fear, not enough though, as they toss in the Snapfire to secure the kill. 2 kills for none as Shopify, they were ready. We're ready for Talon to fight.
Way too tanky on the Lycan. I mean, I feel like their jump in, if the Sand King doesn't epi and burrow in, they're not going to have enough damage to take down the Lycan. Maybe they just overestimated how much damage they had there. They thought that with the wheel and just a stun from the Sand King, they were able to kill the Lycan. But I mean, that guy is pretty tanky, you know, 2k HP. With the March and with the Locket, he is very hard to kill, you know.
Yeah, kind of, it's easy to underestimate that, right? You see his items. Oh, you know, he's got 3.
Yeah, but you have to look at his team, right? Whenever you see a Tinker in the game, you're like, whenever you go for a kill, you have to just commit your spells, you know, all in, you know, you don't care.
Definitely.
You can't afford to be greedy.
No, yeah, it's tough. It's tough to try and measure that amount, but
and because they lost this fight and the DK is going Mage Slayer, so this is going to hurt their timing a lot. And now Natsumi.
Oh no.
They found
catch Natsumi. Should be fine. They do have a full vessel online. Yopaj, he might have gone a bit too deep. Makoto, he's going to actually find a Hell Scream, but that allows Yopaj to TP away because the stun was reserved for the snap. Could have maybe been a kill there, I think, on the Tiny.
Probably should have gone for the core there instead of the support there. But yeah, I mean, Talon, they got 1 kill regardless, and they have to really rethink how they're going to approach this game. I think with the Mage Slayer and the Bristol going for Blade Mail, it means it's like kind of like all in. I think you get the shot on the Bristol, and you have to just go fight right now.
Even without the Ags? Just with the Hairball on Bristol?
Yeah, just with the Hairball.
Okay.
I don't think you can wait for the Ags. It's just way too long. They have to find a move very, very soon. I mean, the more items that the Tinker's going to get, the fights are just going to get harder and harder, you know. Because they don't really have like a very high amount of burst damage.
Yeah, no, I hear you. You're going to have this Ag Scepter online pretty quickly for the Gyro. Pakaz almost, I say almost, he still needs the Relic, but he's actually going for this very early Nullifier. Like, these items are getting pretty scary.
Nullifier,
I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just ready for the Crimson and the Solar Crest. I guess mostly those 2.
Yeah,
get rid of it.
You can dispel box as well.
Oh yeah, and the box. Yeah, forgot about that.
Shopify, they will start up this Roche here. Minute and a half till he moves. Nope, just kidding. They're going to go for a fight. There's going to be the jump in. Nice initiation
big
from
call down.
Yopaj. The cookie out is now the call down, giving chase on a Natsumi. He gets thrown into the box, but with the cover of the BKB, Yamato just running them down. Kiss is not doing nearly enough as WS missed the stun onto Hellscream. Doesn't really matter though, still has enough damage with that epicenter active, but the team fight's falling apart behind him. A really good Wheel of Wonder. Can Makoto pump out the damage in time? He cannot. Nobody is dying. Tomato's still alive, fighting through them as Yopaj throws a tree at WS. Mikoto and Joe come running for their lives as Yopaj dives the tower, crash landing, picks up the kill onto the DK, and it's only the Snapfire who dies, Winter.
Yeah, this is really, really bad, you know, because they went for all fighting items and they lost the fight. I mean, you see how much the Tinker's doing, you know, he's keeping everyone alive with the defense matrix, lockets, you know, just keeping
Lasers.
the important heroes
that fight
alive, you
again?
know. It's very hard, you know. They don't have like a lot of bursts outside the Sand King epicenter, and everything is like you do damage slowly, right? And Tinker likes it when you're playing into fights and you're doing damage slowly. He just heals everything up, puts the barrier up, and yeah, guess what? You're going to have to commit so much that you're going to lose a lot of heroes, you know, just to even kill one guy. I mean, they got the kill on the Snapfire just because the Sand King had AD road, you know, so he could just solo kill the Snapfire. But outside of that, they just didn't really do enough damage to kill any of the other heroes here.
Yeah. No, they didn't. They're just shy.
Now
That's
you
always-
see why I was kind of expecting the DK to go greedy, because I think that even with the Mage Slayer, they don't really have a very good early game, like a lot of damage timing, you know. And even if you go Maelstrom, you can still fight, because once you get to the stage where you committed for the Mage Slayer and you don't win the fight, you're gonna affect your own farming a lot, because you don't really farm fast on Mage Slayer. Sure, you can pop your dragon to clear some stacks, but this is going to hurt your scaling a lot. And SR, they smell blood in the water. They are coming with the smoke. They know that if they get another ball kill, 1 or 2 more kills on the talent side, they're going to be able to push for a high ground.
And Makoto's just such a great catch, isn't he? Because running on in, Yopaj has more than enough control.
Yeah.
Another kill here for the Tiny, 7-1-5 right now in this game. Winter, speaking about this Dragon Knight, I'm wondering if, you know, considering the Tinker in this game, if maybe the Frost Dragon for the healing reduction was a viable choice instead, or do you think that
Yeah.
Poison Dragon's too good mid?
For me, I think Poison Dragon is just, in most cases, I think, the better one.
Okay.
So
Right.
you can take towers. I mean, talking about taking towers, they have only killed 1 tower, you know. You don't
Yeah,
have-
exactly. I know, exactly. Oh, hold on. We are fighting
Oh.
WS. He's going to get tossed out of the base.
So
A
nice
pretty
crowd.
good Macropire finds 2, and the stun's even better as he gets thrown into the box. Crimson Guard
one's
down,
dying, Richie.
trying to keep him alive. The Kisses chasing after WS will finally pick him off. But a familiar sight here, Winter, as nobody gets any kills. Natsumi, maybe now he's got to adjust a hotkey here on Bristleback. Maybe that would have made a difference. Unfortunately, Shopify Rebellion, they won't even lose the Aegis, Winter. They won't even stop pushing. What do they have left to
another
fight with?
prospect.
Yopaj continuing the
Nice
fight.
fire.
That's the nullifier already on Natsumi. Terrifying here. Call down, giving them space to retreat. And look, the Tinker and the March of the Machines keeping them healed up. It is
Yeah, he's
so
gonna have
difficult right
Solar
now
Crest for the
Talon.
next one. This Tinker is just like a heal bot, and insane heal bot. I mean, they're just not
Yeah,
doing
it's-
enough damage to get past all the barriers and the locket heals. It's just too difficult to kill a hero right now. And all they can do is try to go for pickoffs, but SR, they're not doing it. They're not splitting up. They're just grouping up together all the time and just sending the Tinker to the dangerous side.
Right. Yeah. And that makes it very difficult, right? Because that's kind of what these global heroes do when you're winning. They make the map feel oppressive. Tinker, not the worst one probably to play against compared to like an NP or something, but you know, he keeps the waves pushed out.
Oh, Keeper
right?
of
So
the
it-
Light is the worst, I tell you, right now. The recall passer.
But
It's like, no way
the
you
effect
play
is still the same, right? Shopify, they can just keep pushing. Right, Talon are getting Shopifyed as there's going to be another Avatos. Nearly gets the kill here onto Cuckoo. Still alive thanks to, I guess, the wand, basically.
I mean,
The glyph
thanks to the
fortification
Tiny not
forced.
tossing him forward, they toss him on the same place. I think if he got tossed forward, that was an easy kill. No way he gets
Still
out.
alive for now, for Cuckoo. Lives to fight another day.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they
Tier
finished
twos
the
indeed.
axe on the Bristleback, so maybe they can use it to turn this fight around. Yeah, smoke.
Definitely.
They're waiting. They're
The last
baiting
fight.
Natsumi.
WS would love to find more heroes. Maybe this Gyro's not the greatest hero to go on. He still has a minute left of this Aegis and a BKB, but the amplified damage rune running out. Yopaj finds the toss he's looking for. He's going to be stunned in return. They're going to focus their efforts onto the Tiny, but the Cookie allows him to avoid the Wheel of Wonder. And meanwhile, Pakaz, he's just in. He's 1v5 mode right now. Crimson Guard or not, he feels like he can just run into the enemy base. And perhaps, Winter, that was a mistake. He will finally be taken down. Makoto lands the killing blow and leaps ahead in net worth of Skem, who is getting dangerously close to overtaking the enemy mid.
Yeah, that was indeed a step too far, you know, to put it mildly. But like, just like some kid, you know, running away from the parent when they're in the circus. And they're gonna get a serious
Yopaj,
talking.
speaking of the circus, finds a clown and can't get him though. Can't get him, and all of a sudden, Yopaj finds himself in a little bit too deep. He doesn't have the BKB, he does have a Cookie, but still finds himself stunned by the Ice Path as Natsumi gives
Well, 20
chase.
seconds.
They're taking down the Tiny. They want to
They can
try
wait
and
for the
find
Aegis.
something more. Can we get anything left? Tomato, this Aegis expiring in 15 seconds. He might not be the best target. Instead,
They're letting
WS
him live.
looks for the stun onto Hellscream. It's pretty good, but look at all these barriers. The Glimmer Cape as well, just keeping Hellscream alive. They can't do any actual HP as damage.
Wow, that was a couple of sloppy plays there by SR, giving up those kills. I mean, the kill on the Lycan and the kill on the Tiny, it is huge, you know, still, you know. You don't want to give your opponents too much here, so they have to reset, get back into formation and get ready to push again. They are still way stronger than Talon. Now Talon needs time before they are crystal back, and especially the DK, you know, they need to wait for the DK to get his level 18.
Right.
He needs the talents at 20. He's gonna need a Mjolnir at some point. There's so many items, you know, he needs. When he gets to that stage, I would say yes, Talon's gonna have enough damage.
Tell you what, though, Winter, this is a dangerous path for Shopify to go down, right? Not only is there a website, you know, dedicated to this team's former honor, but there is also their opponent here, SCA. They thrive in these kinds of crazy games, don't they? And not only because they have a clown on their team, they are being Jokum, right, the ringmaster. They're just, this is what SCA is great at.
Long battles, a lot of mistakes, and a lot of GGM please, but they still fight to the end. You know, that's the classic SCA.
Late game Dota. You know, earlier you said Talon that they can actually kind of get there. It's always the early to mid game transition that, you know, they kind of fall off in a little bit. But if they can get these items online, you know, more and more of them, and give themselves a better fighting chance. I don't know, Winter. I'm just saying, there's a chance here for Talon.
It's just the DK items. I think Crystalback is already kind of like gotten everything he needs for the most part. He has the shot, he has the Agalims, the Blade Mail, the Halberd. I mean, the Sand King has Crimson and Shivas soon. I think that's as much as you get from those heroes, right? So the DK is the one that's going to be able to make a difference if he is allowed to get more farm. And SR, they're not going to sit down and just wait for the DK to farm, right? They are going to be able to pressure the high ground soon.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Actually, no, they're going to back off. Wait for, what are they waiting for?
Wait for Roche, right?
Okay, they're going to wait for Roche, but it's quite a long time. It could be a long time. It could be a couple of minutes for them to farm still, you know. I think they don't really need the Aegis to fight, you know. They can just smoke and just group up, let the Tinker clear out the rubbish farm and just go S4 and go fight. I don't think they're weak, you know, without the Aegis. In Gyro
Yeah,
has
I mean, look-
Satanic BKB. He is very, very strong.
I hear you, but I don't know. This is typically not how this team plays. I think they're going to try and play a little bit more safe. You know, both these two teams, especially at this stage of the tournament, Winter 0 and 4, trying to get their
Yeah.
first win.
That is actually a very good point because the state of the situation for them is like they can't afford to lose even one game right now, for the most part. So things like they tend to affect the players' mentality a lot. So they are very stressed out. They know they can't lose the game, so they tend to
Yeah.
play a little bit more safe. So you get a lot of safer decisions like this.
No, agreed. I mean, and it adds up, right? When you are starting your second day, right, after going completely winless in your first day, like you just want to start off on the right foot. I mean, Winter, could you imagine not winning a single game in an entire tournament?
I mean, ask me about it. You can always ask me about it. I know you want to.
Listen, I was just saying, you know, it's relevant to the conversation, okay? It's not Flav.
I'd rather get it over with. I know you really want to get there, you know. So how
It's
does
okay.
it feel to go 0 wins?
All I'm saying, Winter, is that I think I'm bringing it up in more clever ways now. Okay.
Well, clever doesn't make you nice, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, Winter. I'm sorry. I won't bring it up again.
Always complaining that I'm mean to you, and you do this to me, and then you ask, why? Why did I be so mean to you?
No, usually I ask you why Omni Knight.
No, Omni Knight's not in the meta.
No, I know. And he wasn't back when you picked it either.
I'll tell you the real reason. Because someone wanted to play that hero, and they kind of lost all hope.
Deep cut, man. Deep cut
Yeah.
for the true SCA fans right now is Talon. Kind of on their last leg, seemingly, in this first game, but Shopify Rebellion playing it oh so carefully, really slow sieging. At this point, Winter, we're halfway into this Roche guaranteed window. Shopify realizing that will go back and probably just focus on collecting this Aegis. But Talon have gotten basically 4 or 5 minutes of free farm at the moment, haven't they, Winter? There's now a 9-second BKB online for the Dragon Knight. There's a full Crimson Shiva's finished on the Sand King, and Natsumi basically kind of the same, but he's sitting on almost 3,000 gold with a fresh Heaven's Halberd. Here we go, though. Cuckoo trying to go for the D ward. He is going to get caught out and instantly killed off. Dead for just 45 seconds. That ought to be any contest at Roshan.
And Roshan's is already spawning. He's here.
Yep.
They just need to check.
Maybe looking for more pickoffs here at the moment. Is Yopaj. He does find one. The BKB early out from Makoto. WS blinks in immediately. Has Burrow Strike. Has Epicenter ready to go. But who's going to be the first target? Talon, they might have just kited themselves out of the base
Natsumi.
here as the stuns.
Can the box save him?
Good on Natsumi. The box gets Natsumi away to safety. And that's Kisses down. But they've left the Ringmaster behind. WS letting loose here on the
Double
Epicenter.
buyback.
But there's just no follow-up. Double buybacks from the supports of Talon Esports. But they're just not going to find anything, Winter. They didn't even force the BKB of Tomato.
Nope. They are free to walk down the river and claim the prize, which is the big man, the Roshan. And this is not looking good for Talon. They have to all in now, I think. They have to go to the Roshan. Let's try and fight without the form, the dragon form. I mean, I don't know what else they can
Feels
do
so
here.
bad
I mean,
here.
if they're just sitting in the base, they're just eventually going to lose.
Natsumi, he does see Scam. Could be a nice jump here, but he just doesn't have the stuns nearby. And Roshan, in the meantime, will fall here to Shopify Rebellion. Second Aegis now for Tomato. As this time they will go pushing again. No tier 2 towers left for Talon Esports.
Is there anything left still, you know, in the Talon barracks at home right now? That is the question. They need to show some desire to fight still.
I don't know where it's going to come from here. I mean, I will say Natsumi's got a lot of money saved up at the moment. Okay, he can buy out for BKB now on the Bristleback. Whether that'll be make or break, I'm not sure, but that is something.
BKB on the Bristol, so what can he do? Can he actually just BKB and run in and kill someone? I feel like probably not.
No, it's going to be tough, right? They also caught Cuckoo outside the base. Tier 3 tower, barracks are
If you don't
falling now
have
down bottom.
a nullifier, I don't think you're killing anyone on the Talon side.
Makoto's building one, but he's so far away. Actually, he's like only 2,000 away, but that's really far at the moment.
Yep, 2,000
There
is
we go.
definitely very far when the opponent is
Dragon
taking your high
form.
ground.
Yamato being hit back a little bit, but I mean, just look at all the barriers, man, and Scam to heal him right back up while the barriers providing the protection, just beating on these barracks. Talon finding it very difficult to find the opening that they are looking for. WS thinking about the epicenter, thinking about it as Natsumi trying
They're
to
going
scare
for
them off.
Tinker.
They look for the Tinker first. That's a good jump. Double BKB's committed. The Cookie to try and get him out of harm's way. WS is being absolutely bursted. The Wheel of Wonder does nothing as Tinker just Cookie to safety, essentially, and Talon once again being routed back into their base. Kisses coming on down. They're trying to find Natsumi with them. He's alive by 3 HP. The box saved him,
Flack.
but only for
Oh,
a second,
no.
and he will live. But they've
They almost
still
got him.
lost WS, Winter. And they
They
did
almost
not get
got
the
him with the
Tinker.
flag. Yeah, it was like saving Private Tinker. I think he got what, double 4-star?
Yeah,
Everything, you know.
Cookie, and just everything to toss back. Oh, Cuckoo down for the count. They did use Nullifier on him, though, as out comes the Glyph of Fortification. The multi-shot on the towers might be their best DPS. The best hope now for Talon, as they hopelessly tried to defend against Shopify. The net worth lead is the item advantage, the heroes. It's just adding up to be too much now, Winter, as Tier 4 towers going down. There's the first. Second will soon follow, and Shopify moments away from securing this first game. Natsume tossed out of position here, but once again, back safe in the fountain. The call down out from Yamato just to give them cover. They've killed Jokum with the flak and just the call down. GG, it's over, Winter Talon. It will fall in game 1 to Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, very, very overall nicely executed timing lineup from SR with the auras from the Lycan and the Tinker, of course, and you have the magic damage from the Gyro, the Snapfire, and the Tiny, just coming all together. You know, not the most cleanest game, but they got there. You know, in the end, they were able to dominate Talon for the most part. They kept them in their base because they couldn't fight at all. They couldn't do enough damage to break past the Tinker barriers, the heals and everything, the Solar Crest, and Talon just I feel like not really sure what they wanted to do in this game. You know, with the items, I kind of felt like after a certain point they should have realized that they needed to try to go late, try to go scaling, try to go for more farming item. DK is the carry, but he actually went for fighting items when they couldn't really fight. You know, I felt like they, no matter what he went in the early game there, they were not going to get through the Tinker barriers and the Solar Crest and everything else. You know, the heals were just way too much. So they had to actually just try to play a slower game, let the Bristol and the Sand King delay, defend the towers, and the DK needs to go greed and farm it out. You know, a little bit of like identity crisis for Mikoto, because yesterday I criticized his Monkey King for going too greedy without getting an early BKB when he went Echo Saber into the Manta, and today he kind of tried to overcorrect himself, and he's supposed to be greedy in this game, I think, if they want to have a chance to win, and he played for his team more, you know, when they can't really do much already.
Sure. That first replay here, as we look at the highlight package, kind of where things started to really go wrong, right? I mean, as soon as WSTPs, they still lose the hard carry.
Yeah,
Bristol,
I
they
mean,
lose
this one is
WS.
the one where they needed to have one hero behind the Bristol back early, right? They can't afford to
Yeah.
just say, okay, we know they're coming, but everyone just wants to TP last moment, right? Somebody has to already be there to cast some spells, you know, to save the
Right.
Bristol back.
And in the end, it was just Shopify, again, kind of just doing Shopify things, right? Winning the lanes. And, well, they find their first win here in the tournament as Talon Esports will fall to 0-5. Shopify with their first win, now 1-4. That is going to wrap up here our first game, guys. But do stay tuned here. It's only going to be a matter of about 5 to 10 minutes. And by then, we'll be back here with our second game between Talon and Shopify Rebellion. We'll catch you soon.
been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel. If you've been paving your own way, are you trying to be the one who holds the gavel? If you've been sleeping your own bed, trying to get up, but your wings ain't able. If you've been locking your own chains, throw away the key with your mind unstable. Have you been to the cliffs of death? Have you? Whoa. Have you tried the forbidden fruit? Pull the trigger, but it wouldn't shoot. Whoa. Have you wandered very far? Have you seen the guiding star? If you betray your closest kin, well, child, lift up your chin. Rise up, come awake, oh sleeper, rise up, come out of the ground, rise up, come up from the bottom, rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, oh sleeper, rise up, come out of the ground, rise up, come up from the bottom, rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, oh sleeper, rise up, come out of the ground, rise up, come up from the bottom, rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, oh sleeper, rise up, come out of the ground, rise up, come up from the bottom, rise up, rise on high. You've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel.
Got some ice down six pack sitting in the back of my truck. Gonna be a good time, hell yeah, things are starting to look up. Alright. Once we get started, yeah, we're never gonna stop. Break out the good times, let's take it to the top. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well, it ain't
clock is ticking just a little too slow. I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started, I don't wanna miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift.
Somewhere out in South Alabama, down at the end of an old dirt road. Mama's all alone and dad is in the slammer. Time took its toll and she's growing old. Hey, some things never change. Hard times just a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times. Live off the land and drink from the holler. Plow the fields come rain or shine. Putting in the time, gotta make another dollar. May not be rich, but I'm doing fine. Hey.
Welcome back to ESL One Raleigh 2025, everyone. I'm Segan Shark, and joining us is Winter. We have just seen Talon Esports here. Winter, I hate to say it again, but more of the same from them, right? Kind of a stranger build, or a build that you didn't really prefer for the game. Kind of a failure to convert anything out from the lanes, and it results in Shopify picking up their first victory here in the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same problem from yesterday. I think Talent again, once again showcasing same issues, the same, I guess, itemization issues, decision making, when to fight, when not to fight. They were not really on the same page, you know. I guess they were on the same page because the Bristol went fighting items. Then the DK is like, okay, the hell, you know, I'm gonna go fighting items too. But in this particular situation, it wasn't good because the enemy lineup has a sharper timing in them. They came online quicker because of the Tinker. With all the auras, they couldn't kill anyone. So they actually needed to play the dodge game and try to go for pickoffs with Sand King on the map and the DK. So the DK going greedy this game is actually completely okay because he's the one that needs to be the damage, right? He needs to scale. He needs to be the king of the game. With a mage slayer, you don't really get to be greedy and pushing out the lanes fast. You're just a lot slower. So again, I like to go back to the mindset of the players because yesterday he went too greedy. So today he's like, okay, I need to make sure I don't go too greedy because yesterday we lost because I was too greedy. Coach say or whoever my teammates say I was too greedy. And then in this instant, it was wrong again.
Not
So
greedy enough.
situations like this could end up making the player super confused about when should I be greedy and when I shouldn't be greedy because every time I do it, I'm wrong.
Definitely. Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a hard thing for them to find balance on, but for Talon, it's kind of now or never here, Winter. Let's go ahead and jump straight into our second draft of the series. It's just begun, but for them, it's getting scary because another loss here means that I don't know about impossible mathematically, but it will be looking very difficult for them to move on into the playoffs.
They'll be stuck 100 meters below surface level.
5 seconds.
Yeah, that's not good enough, is it? Let me just see how the rest of the first round has gone so far. Let me hit this page with a quick refresh. Spirit defeated Nigma. Perivision defeated Liquid. So that means that's pretty bad, actually, because Spirit were the other team with 2 losses. They will now advance to 3 and 2. So these teams got to start catching up, man. And if Shopify Rebellion has to get a 2-0 to get out of here, then unfortunately for Talon, that means their tournaments will be looking very difficult from here. But no matter, let's see what they will draft. They've got first pick. They open up the draft with the Ancient Apparition. What's wrong, Winter? What's wrong?
It's not the Kukumancer.
Oh, I know. We still have more games, though. They'll still have at least, 2 games after this, right?
Turn to ban.
Well, those games might not matter in Richie because Kotal is here. Oh no.
Is this hero
Why
a little
did
bit of a
they let
death
Kotal
sentence?
through? What is the idea? Why is the trade A
10 seconds.
for Kotal?
remaining. Talon's turn to ban.
Oh no.
Well, okay, hear me out,
Radiant
right?
team
Coddle's a very bad laner. AA is an okay laner. At least you can get away with that lane versus a
Do you
Coddle.
know it's not about the lane, right?
I know the Coddle's not about the lane, but at least you're starting to build a foundation here for
AA
Talon
is also kind of
Esports.
not about the lane. The hero is just useful
No,
in the game.
he's not. I agree with you, but oh boy, they get the Storm with the Coddle. That's quite the combo here.
You like that more than the Kotal Ember? I prefer Kotal Ember.
I think Coddle Ember is also better because you don't have to hard commit. The positioning is much easier for the Coddle and the Ember. Ember's a much better poker. I don't know if I actually the same reason I like Ember AA, right? Because you can Syrian chains and set up for an easier Ice Blast.
Don't forget, buff the magic damage with the Vortex. That is
Very
the
true.
strongest part about the combo.
Remaining.
From far range, Sleight of Fist, Chains, Ice Vortex, and a Power Shot, someone is dying. Executed. Well, let's see. What does SR do about this? I still think with the Kotal, they should be able to solve whatever talent throws at them because Kotal is just that good of a hero,
10
especially in
seconds
Pro Dota.
remaining.
In pubs, probably not because this hero is very hard to coordinate in pubs, but at this level, Kotal is just insane. The amount of work you can do with the shard, with the recall, the double recall, and you have the Will of Wisps. Oh my god, he is the master of team fights.
Team pick.
Kotal plus Silencer. How are you going to win a team fight, Richie?
With
Maybe there will not
stuns.
be any team fights. Your talent's like, let's just avoid them forever.
No, Winter, it's not that bad yet. Look at these cameras. I don't think Talon are pure despair
10
mode.
seconds remaining.
They're still in this. That's not Talon, of course.
It's
that's the COD.
decent, but just not so easy to deal with. Like this Silencer Kotal. Let me ask you a very simple question, right? Do you think
Okay.
having the stronger team fight is easier, or you rather be on the side that is playing against the stronger team fight and you have to dodge, juke everywhere, hide from the enemy? Which one would you prefer to play? Tell me. Be honest.
Do I think I'm better than my opponents, or do I think
No,
my
no,
opponents
no.
are?
Which one is easier to play?
I would
Juking and
rather have the
driving?
stronger team fight.
Yeah, of course. That's what
10
I'm trying
seconds remaining.
to go to. If you have the stronger team
Okay,
fight, it's
well, I'll
just
be your
easier
straw
to
man.
play with the game.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, so there's
Okay.
a Centaur with Global to back him up. They can run in at a moment's notice, ball lightning in, and Talon. I feel like no matter what they go for here, they're going to be playing the dodging game right now. So they have Sven with AA, so they can have a very solid lane. The Sven enables the AA in the lane, proc the cold feet, and in the game you can kind of go for a lot of like solo pickoffs around the map with the AA. This is a very difficult
10 seconds
draft to
remaining.
execute, but it's still possible to win. And they need an anchor
5
right now. The last
seconds
piece is an
remaining.
anchor. They can waste the enemy time. A tower defender. Because the Amber and Sven, they're going to be playing around the map with the kill shot and the ice blast to pick heroes off. So someone else needs to, I would say, do the most difficult job of them all, which is to defend the towers against the Kotal, the Centaur, the Storm, and the Global.
Yeah. What comes to
So
mind
what?
for you here? Some Tide
Pit
hero,
Lord?
maybe?
Tower defender. Sand King, Pit Lord, Underlord,
Tide?
Bristleback,
Tide
Tide.
Hunter?
Yeah, Tide's fine too.
Okay.
But the thing with Tide is like, I think you're more vulnerable compared to the Sand King, Underlord, Tower hero because you have to be in
Really?
front. Sand
Yeah,
King,
okay.
Underlord, you can cast your spell and just hide behind, or
Okay,
the
I see what
Bristol,
you're saying. The
Yeah.
the wave clear is less commitment. I see what you're
Yes.
saying than an anchor
Tide,
smash.
you have
yeah,
to walk
okay.
in, and you're so big.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. You are very big. Not as big as an Underlord, but of course, Underlord's pretty small, hiding behind the trees. Well, they'll ban
Yeah.
the Tide anyway,
Turn to ban.
and the Mars.
Okay, the Mars was also actually a decent pick set up for the A. But I feel like if they pick Mars, they are still not going to be able to win the team fight against this Kotal and Silencer. But you have Centaur, so it still makes sense, The arena counters the Stampede.
10 seconds remaining.
So let's see. What is WS? He is the boss here. Do you like Amber offlane? I've been running into a lot of Amber offlanes.
Really, you have what
Yeah.
what are the strengths of it in your opinion? I could be bought. I could be sold on this.
Especially with Kotal, as a position for.
Talon's turn to
Okay,
ban.
but if
Probably
you don't
not
have a coddle,
WS's,
no.
go
It'll be
to.
mine.
He's gonna go for Magnus, which not exactly a tower defender. He's just, I mean, if their lineup doesn't win the lanes, they're just going to have a very hard time playing because Magnus is it's hard countered by global silence. It's very difficult to play into silencer. And later
Sure.
in the game, there is the will or wisp, which is going to make it more difficult. Okay, I love this pick a lot here because if you look at what Talon's trying to do, they're trying to poke you and kill you with one round of spell combo. And if you don't die, or in this case, you're a Wraith King, you come back up alive. What does Talon have in second round? In round 2, they're all gassed. They have nothing. So Wraith King is the perfect pick here for Shopify.
Yeah, I
Why
mean,
are
it
you
looks
stunned
pretty
to
good to
silence
me. You
that
got
I'm agreeing with a Wraith King?
it's no, but you make sense, right? I mean, you pick this guy into your enigmas, you pick him into your faceless voids, you pick him into an RP, right? I mean, he's not going to care too much, especially when he has a global to back him up. He'll have a storm to back him up. You have a centaur stampede and stuns, and not to mention, Hellscream is going to be dragging Shopify Rebellion around the entire map, refreshing them constantly with the chakra magics. I can't disagree with you, my friend. I think it looks good.
No, you
I think
can.
it's
You just have to, give me a couple of good points where you're disagreeing. Am I that scary
Okay.
that I force you to agree with me every single
No,
time?
but I think it just makes sense, especially because I mean, look, this is going to be our 4th Talon game we've casted in a row. We just casted Talon as they come off of Dream League Season 26, and it seems like when Talon have to kind of, are pressed more difficultly than they are in. I mean, even in the Dream League Season 26 qualifiers, they lost the upper bracket match
Let's
to like
have half boy eggs,
Ivory.
Richie, later.
You know, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, this team,
You're
I think the
supposed to
confidence is
agree
a
with
bit
me.
shattered.
Okay, let's go. Half boy eggs.
I don't look. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far, but I think Talon. Look, what I think what this team needs they need to settle on like some kind of cheese, some like really hardcore timing, some like Chen, Bristle, some mid DK, some Cuckoo Mancer, something like disgusting to just give them a clear window, a clear timing where they go and they win a game and they get that confidence back. And like you're saying, this like try and dodge a team fight stuff, I think. And it's painful because I want to see talent succeed as, someone who's now lived in the SEA region for a long time. I want to see this region succeed and rise above, but we'll see here. I don't believe in the draft. I don't believe in the draft very much here,
And
Winter.
there's still ways for them to win. They can run them over on the lane. They have a Sven A solid lane. The side lanes are good. Sven A plus Magnus Green Ranger. I think they are
No,
both very
you're just trying to
strong
make me
side
feel
lanes.
better.
No. I mean, this is. I think these are just facts about their draft, right? They have very good side lanes. I think mid lane is probably gonna be not as good against.
Did you see what
the
Cuckoo
Storm.
says?
Beef with apple juice.
No,
Chicken or
Cuckoo
beef?
says chicken or beef. So, that's what they say on the plane.
Oh,
Oh,
beef with
man.
apple juice.
Yeah.
I always go for the chicken. If I get, I guess it depends on the airlines.
Mm-hmm.
Certain airlines have better chicken or better beef. You need to do your research beforehand.
I hear you. Well, what's nice at least, Winter, is that there's no beef between these two teams. At least they're playing a nice hard game. They're playing their best. And well, let's see here now how Talon will be able to perform in a game 2. I don't want to cast it like they're facing elimination here, basically, Winter. But if they lose this game, they are fighting at best for 4th place. And things will be looking very difficult now with only 2 more series.
I mean, you'll be
to
happy
play.
with 4th place if you started the first day 0-4.
100%. And we'll see here how they start the second game. Ajokami doesn't.
Oh,
he
plus
does
one.
not
Scam
get
wants
the
his plus one.
ward. He
blood
does.
grenade.
Scam really wants it. Blood grenade thrown.
Brain
They have
drain.
another static slide, but they can't catch him. They can't catch him.
Alright, he got out with his life somehow. So runes will be 2 apiece.
Chicken.
Alright,
or
so the
beef
laning phase is going to be
brutal.
very, very important for Talon here, since they have the weaker team fight and they're going to be relying on winning the lanes and dodging around the map to get pickoffs. And we'll see how it plays out. Which lane are they going to be able to do well in, which of the side lanes, or even both of them, potentially. Bot lane is probably harder for them to do well, The Magnus Wind Ranger, even though they're strong, but the Silencer and Wraith King, they can kind of hold their own in this lane. Yeah, as long
I
as
think
you get the double arcane curse in this lane.
Yeah. I was just thinking about the strength of the Silencer. I mean, he just famously does a ton of damage, right? But he's also one of those heroes where you can get on top of him, or sometimes just, a good positioning. You might be able to outplay him here. I'm wondering if this Windrunner is that kind of a hero. Although Jokum was kind of forced into taking Windrun at level 1. I'm sure that doesn't really help him here in this kind of a start.
It's not too bad. But yeah, most of the time I think you would prefer the power shot. 170 damage nuke. I always like to call it the best level 1 spell. But if you're a Pudge fan, you would always argue that the hook is the better level 1 spell.
Hook is pretty good, though. Hook is pretty good. Illuminate's also pretty good, too, though, I have to say. Not as good as a recall,
you
but
must
that's not
consider
exactly.
the whole package, right? The range and how committal are some of the spells that you just mentioned.
Yeah,
Power shot
I
is
mean,
just
look,
nice,
185 damage AoE nuke compared to, what did you say, 180? 170 for
170.
a 1 second, channel. I hear you. As you can see, it get put to use down bottom.
Don't forget
again,
the
Scam.
slow, Richie. The slow
That's
is
right.
insane.
That's right. It has a slow. Oh, and Hellscream. Okay, so this is something we've always talked about, right? This kind of coddle. What do you do against when they stack and pull? And well, Hellscream, he decides he's just going to nuke the entire camp up here.
Yeah, even as blinding light and illuminate, so no chakra.
No chakra. Yeah, interesting.
Gonna get it at level 3, I presume. You want to play very aggressive with this skill build. The thing is, if you use your mana and you don't get the kill, it's gonna be very taxing for the Koto.
It is. Okay, well, What else will we have here across our lanes? I'm eager to see how like the safe lane Bone Guard is going to end up working now for Tomato. Just seems like he's going to be able to push extremely early on, especially with the damage that Skem can output here. Just absolutely bullying these guys.
Yeah, Silencer's a pretty solid laner nowadays, you know. Ever since they buffed the Arcane Curse. Arcane Curse is just like such a broken spell now. Especially when you get your talents at 10 and 15, you get the curse multiplier, especially the 15, the base duration increase and the penalty duration increase. You get to torment your enemies from global range, right? When you get your Aghanim's.
Right.
That's my favorite part about Silencer. And obviously the refresher. Every Silencer's dream to get the green orb plus the blue scepter.
At that point, the game becomes pretty fun, right? Because you just sit in the fountain and kind of move your camera to follow your team.
Sit in the fountain.
I mean, what else?
Okay,
You don't
I
need to
would-
be there. Oh, are you going to be a tourist or are you going to win the game?
I want to kill heroes, bro.
Sometimes
You
the
know,
safest
it,
place
you
to
know
be.
it was a thing a very long time ago when you're playing Silencer into Spectre. A very long time ago. You would just sit in your base and cast your ulti.
That's what I'm saying.
Not anymore. Gone
Against
are
it.
those days. You keep calling me old, you know, but you're actually always looking back and thinking about Dota history, you know.
That's
So
true.
I feel like you're older than me. You're more ancient
Well, that's
than
true. What do you mean? I'm not that old, dude. Wasn't it just like last year that Sumail and EG won TI? It wasn't that long ago, right? 10 years ago? Huh? Oh, God.
me. Yeah, which universe are you in? Earth 818?
No, I'm in AOE 2000's universe, man.
Which one?
The offlaner universe. That one.
Wow.
When Faceless Void and Clockwork, you know? Well, we're offlaners. That's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
those were the times, yeah. Faces Void off me.
The universe Chronos catching everyone just on the edge. Careful here. WS. Yeah, he's gonna have to arcane or trigger the arcane curse. As he will skewer away to safety.
Yeah, I mean, things are not looking so good for WS in the bot lane. You know, Wraith King is free farming. He's not really getting pressure, and he has a lot more CS than the Magnus. He's gonna have to recover later, but Mikoto meanwhile getting pressured.
Yep. Another zip there to
Storm is
safety.
really
Gets
level
out of
6.
range of the blood grenade. Well timed there. Makoto not quite at level 6 himself though.
He's praying for the green rune. Please, Gaben. Nope, not gonna take his chance. Walks back to base.
So it's up to the supports then. Shopify, they will be outnumbered here briefly. Makoto still not up to level 6 as the illusion rune spawns down bottom. Skem was about to deny it, so force Joachim to pick it up. But there's going to be level 6 for Makoto. He leaves a remnant in the lane, and he'll be right back full HP and bottle charges. Mid lane then, Winter, how would we kind of wrap this up? I know it's still kind of ongoing. 33 and 8 to the 28 and 2, so a small lead for Yopaj. He got level 6 earlier as well, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. A little bit more denies, I guess. 8 denies on Storm. Ember has 2. So that's the main reason why. I mean, both of them are more focused on the economy game. Storm has 3 points in Remnant now, so just wants to farm some stacks. Koto also wants some levels, so they're both gonna benefit. And 7 minutes gonna come, they're gonna pick up their shrines.
That's right.
So it's gonna
Shrine
be
time.
a quiet couple of minutes.
Yeah, so far lanes haven't really broken down all too much, have they?
Yeah, that is going to, I guess, benefit. Who does it benefit more? Actually, it benefits SR more because they have the stronger team fight. And arguably, Talon has more to lose if they don't do well in the lanes. So I think this is
Right.
better for SR right now. A quiet night is always nice when you have the bigger team fight.
That's true. Natsumi off into the jungle here already. He's got level 6 and the, pardon me, the God's Strength here to get active and start farming some stacks. You think we'll start seeing more Sven? You know, like you say, these heroes that can actually farm the Ancients now that they've moved a bit around.
Yeah, possibly. I think Span is useful to enable a hero like AA, because when you talk about the carry pool, you also have to consider what is in the position 5 hero pool, right? Because they interact with each other a lot in the lane and in the game. So those are the things that you have to consider. When you have AA, it's always going to come down to CK, Span, Wraith King, Those are the classic ones. And the modern ones that have a stun will be Monkey King. I don't think I'm missing anyone else, right? I said everybody pretty much. Anyone with a stun to set up cold feet is just the best friend of AA.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I like CK a lot as well, just for the relocation,
Yeah,
right?
because you pull them in.
Mm-hmm.
If your AA and your lane partner is like something like a Medusa, you're gonna be like crying or morphling.
What do you mean?
You can't do anything in the lane.
Gorgon's grasp.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I
Grasp
hear what
of
you're
nothing,
saying.
you know.
I think you fail to grasp the concept.
Okay.
WS is he's getting his butt kicked by these skeletons down here, actually.
What did I do
Just
to deserve all this fire from you, Richie, today? Have I not treated you well? I bought you 2 soft-boiled eggs.
No, I know, but I wanted chicken rice, and I didn't get it, therefore...
Yeah, but the eggs came from the chicken, you know.
That's not the same. What are you talking about? Oh, goodness. We are
Sometimes I
still
feel like
basically...
you're more Malaysian than me, you know.
What are you talking about, bro? Just because I eat kaya toast every
Talking about
morning?
chicken
Hold on.
rice.
Shopify Rebellion. They're running straight to nuts and we finally have some action. 9 minutes into the game. Thank goodness. It's going to be first blood. 9 minutes and 19 seconds. That's got to be one of the latest first bloods
Yeah.
I have ever seen.
They're done waiting, you know. The patience has run out, and Mikoto, he's running in with a haste. I want one more. Oh,
Oh, he's almost
nice
dead. I
blast.
think they got him.
Can't eat the
Makoto,
lotus.
yeah. He will take him down. A very, very good counter initiation. They actually ended up using Stampede for that. Shopify Rebellion, their smoke gank does not work out as they ran face first into a Sven who was basically just all too eager to fight them briefly with the God Strength active.
Yep,
Nice
WS,
move there
RP.
on the Hasterun.
He's going to get
Indeed,
a
he's,
pick
he's got Scam.
Oh.
That is if he doesn't
Can he
die
run?
here. He's triggered the Arcane Curse. Oh no, Scam, he's still alive. The damage over time onto WS isn't enough to take him down as Makoto completes his TP to take the life out of Scam.
Yep. All of a sudden, 3-0 for Talent. Just what the Talent doctors ordered for them. This
The,
is going
the
to...
Talon Doctors, yes.
So this is going to put the supports at their level 6. So AA already has Ice Blast. Wind Ranger is level 5 still. So, I mean, not really the most impactful level 6 on a support like Wind Ranger, but it's still nice to have it.
Max Bone Guard for Timato here, by the way, so he is really starting to do a number to these towers. Just on cooldown now, recollecting, harvesting those bones. And he will quickly get back to work, but up top lane, there's another attempt here onto Pakaz. Ice Blast does connect. Cold Feet don't. Are they going to get him below this
One
threshold?
more.
He's a very
One more,
tanky
he's dead.
hero. Last auto
Oh.
attack, and he shatters. Cuckoo. We'll get that second kill then.
Yeah, a little too slow on the horse there with no boots. Sven just chase and run him down.
It
Things are
will
looking
be.
pretty decent, you know, last couple minutes if you're a Talent fan. And SR, they're trying to steal some stacks here, so Storm clear the stack. And he has Chakra, he has Recall. Let's see how SR plays around this Koto. We saw a very, very insane, really good Koto performance from was it Boxy yesterday? Yeah, it must have been him, you know. Like how they abused the
Yeah,
map
it
and
was.
Recall, spam the Chakra.
It was Darth Boxy on the Keeper of the Life. Good damage here into the Global Silence, catching Makoto off guard. Down he
Plus
goes.
one.
An easy pick off there.
That was
There's
the first one for the
brain
silencer. He broke his egg.
drain. What? It broke his egg?
Yeah, it was 0.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, you haven't heard that before? After all your
No,
years in
bro.
Malaysia?
Broke the egg. No, again, I don't like the soft-boiled eggs. I'm not a fan, right? I never break them. I say no thank you. I send them back to the kitchen. I say, I didn't
Can you
order
please-
this.
Can you please cook it more, just like how you want your steak well done?
Oh,
Send
don't
the
say
steak
that.
back.
That's blasphemy. That's blasphemy.
Could you please finish cooking my meat, you know? I can't eat this when it's red.
Absolutely not. The only thing I like well done is my Phoenix Supernova eggs.
You don't even play that hero. Don't lie.
What are you talking about? Again, blasphemous. This is a mega stack being farmed up here by Shopify Rebellion. Would have been an opportune time here for Talon to invade the triangle. Instead, the smoke kind of aimlessly walking around. They still have a little
They're
bit
gonna
left of this
hit on the
amplified
centaur
damage.
though, here it looks like.
Okay, they still find
never mind.
something. The focus onto Scam. He gets absolutely blasted.
Deleted. Kill shotted.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And it looks like for Talon, it'll turn into a tier 1 tower then, even if they're unable to find some bigger
Before
kills
you
in the
go
triangle.
any further, I need to ask you an all-important question. Do you think Wind Ranger should have a stat how many kill shots
Hold
he
on,
has?
there's
Okay,
an
wait a
RP.
minute.
They've
Wait
caught the
a
coddle.
minute. Kill shot,
Hellscream, he
okay, second
falls.
kill shot. So do you think that Wind Ranger should have a stat on how many kill shots she's gotten per game?
Oh, you mean like a lion finger of death, like it gives a charge or something like that?
No, just like on the stats or whatever, you know. I mean, sure, you can give it a buff, you know. Make the hero even more imba.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? I mean, but who knows if it's going to keep being a thing in Dota, right? But why not? She's at 1 this game. We can keep count, surely, unless
she's
Joker
I
gets...
said she's at 2.
Is she? But she only has
Yeah, I
one
was
kill. How can she?
counting 2.
But how can she have?
Oh,
How can two
yeah.
kill shots with
Yeah,
only
yeah,
one
right.
kill? Isn't that
An
assist
idiot.
shot? Is it called assist shot?
damn it, you got me.
Oh, I mean, come on, dude. He will be the target here of the scan because Yopaj snags up that invis rune. It was a smoke,
another
though.
plus
So
one.
Cuckoo breaking the smoke, and that is going to be the second brain drain in favor of Scam.
It's all about the +1s, right? And the +3 later when you have your shot.
That's right.
A lot of things to keep check on, you know, this game. Brain drain, kill shots,
Kill shots.
the galvanize.
The galvanize. That there you go. The Centaur Eggs. How many people he saves
Oh,
with the
nice
card.
dodge.
Careful here. Careful here. Oh, the blink
Okay,
forward
never
from
mind.
Natsumi blows up Yopaj as they look for more. Makoto giving chase. Searing Chain's ready to go in 3 more seconds as he just leaps forward. Hellscream says, take Skem instead, as the blinding light puts the ember right on top of him. Hellscream, and we would avoid death here for a few more moments, but only just, as Talon Esports, they continue their run. 9-2 suddenly in the past 5 minutes. This game has really started looking up for them.
Yeah, they just gave away too many kills on the SR side, you know, a lot of like bad random deaths. And this has catapulted Talon into a very, very comfortable position at 15 minutes, 4k lead. I mean, Radiance is going to be done by Yamato or Timado. So he is the, I feel like he is going to be having a lot of weight on his shoulders to turn this game around, you know, for his team. Ideally after he gets a dagger. Now he's still not that useful without a dagger. 15 minutes, Tormentor, the Tormy, Brave King. Okay, he's
Time.
going to start doing some work here.
Talon, no, though. They're not too far away here, actually, and they're
Yeah.
already smoked up, but they don't have God's strength. Even still,
Oh, Scam
it'll be
breaks
enough
the
for
smoke.
Shopify to break the smoke as the global silence. Oh, sorry, that's not the global silence.
Alright,
Use Ice
Brave
Blast
King is not running
was
in
shot
without
in
dagger.
already.
Is he going to just
Auto.
run in?
Yeah,
Run
he's
in.
just running them down. Oh, a big zip in from Yopaj as Yamato
plus
lands the
2.
killing blow onto
Oh.
Dokkum. There's going to be 2 more brain drain for Scam.
A couple more and he'll look like that villain in Batman. I can't. Oh, the Riddler.
The
Remember how he
Riddler.
like he made a contraption to steal knowledge? Is it too old for you?
Riddle me this, Winter. How can Windrunner have 2 charges on power shot, on kill shot, if it's not assist shot?
Because I said so.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But Tormentor eventually does go to exactly the hero Shopify wanted, as Hellscream has got his recall
What you mean
shard
they want
upgrade.
it on Koto? They want it on Silencer for the brain drain.
No, they do not. They do not want it on the Riddler. Increased brain
I mean, not gonna lie, that is like one of my favorite villains.
The
of
Riddler?
Batman. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The Riddler. Riddler made
You're not a fan of the Joker?
Okay, you got me again. That. way
Okay,
too good.
well, it's just countered on the very first one.
Yeah. I mean, the Joker is like kind of hard to beat.
Yeah, it's kind of goated. I also think Raj Al Ghul is pretty cool as a Batman villain.
Dire's middle tower
Raj Al
is under
Ghul?
attack.
Mm-hmm.
Bane?
No.
Oh, his
my
teacher.
goodness, careful here. That's no kill shot here, but Scam, oh, trying to get the ward before he dies, will fail that, unfortunately, for himself.
Dire Are scanning.
No brain drain,
Yeah,
but also
instead
no
of
kill shot.
Talon dodging, Talon's the one doing the hunting right now. So after
Yeah.
the good start in the early game, they are getting some good opportunities to hunt heroes down.
We might look for another one here, by the way. Hellscream, he's TP to the tier 2 tower. Make that Natsumi, sorry. They actually don't see where the Storm's farming at. Natsumi's been farming very comfortably behind everything here, hasn't he?
Yep, he is getting the space. This is what we call space created.
Especially
And
with
is
the
Sven
double
going
cleave.
to be able to
Oof.
use the space to win them the game? Only time will tell. This Kotal hasn't really started to come into play. He is going to come into play now. Spirit Farm popped. Gonna be doing a lot of recalling with his shard.
Yep. They've got a ward down, so they see where Natsumi's trying to farm at.
Yeah,
But
but
that's
there is no
pretty
clear
deep on the
target.
enemy side of the map.
They don't have any deep wards to see any movements from Talon in the jungle yet. They're running top. They're going to get recalled, but Spirit Form is ending. So, probably have to rethink what they want to do here.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Getting
Yeah,
into the fight might not
Shopify.
be the best time.
Dire's middle tower.
That's true, but, you know, against the permanently empowered Magnus, against a Sven with double cleave, against this Ember who's farming fairly decently as well, are they not concerned with the scaling, or do you think the team fight, you know, having the team fight to back up Shopify in the late game, do you think they're pretty confident with that?
I think there would be like a point in the mid game where the Ember, Sven, Magnus trio with the Empower would overtake them. But when it comes down to like ultra late game, when you have Wraith King eggs and everything else, Refresher, Silencer, I would say that it's going to be better for them. You know, that's ultra late game. But
Gotcha.
normal late game, I think around 30-40 minutes. Yeah, I think you're probably right on the money there, where the Magnus, Sven, and the Ember is going to overpower them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just imagine that the gold advantage Natsumi on alone will be wielding is going to be pretty challenging for
They
Shopify.
are going to have to try to ride it out, right?
Come
when
on.
the Sven is
They
that
see
bad.
Yamato. They actually hit him with the Syrian
he's
Chains
alone.
now. The Bone Guard coming in a little bit too late as
gonna
there
steal
is
his
no support
reincarnation?
here. Yamato,
Is he?
that's going to be his first
Is
time
he?
losing his life.
Just wants to
Didn't-
die.
Didn't have a level in it, yeah. Had a skill point, just didn't level it.
Didn't want to waste it.
The
There's no
cooldown's so
backup
long
inbound.
anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no backup inbound, so he knows there is no help coming, and there's no way he could get out of that sticky situation alone.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
meanwhile,
it's honestly
SR
looking-
they're planning a Wisdom Shrine steal. Kotal is here, has his Spirit Form ready to pop, recall someone
Okay.
in.
Talon,
Recall
they're
two
nearby
heroes
as
in.
well.
Who is coming? Who are they dragging? The Centaur and the Silencer. Everyone's coming. The whole Kampong like you
Everyone's
said is
coming.
coming.
The whole Kampong is here to fight, and Jokam
surprise!
he is not receiving a very warm welcome. Ice Blast incoming, but the release is still available to pop. Natsumi pops the BKB. Ice Blast did whiff. Wisdom Shrine is going to be taken in the end by Hellscream, but it's a costly effort as they will trade Pakaz for Jokam.
Here
Inside
comes the
BKB
Wraith
was
King.
used by Natsumi.
Wraith King is here. Okay, fight's over. Sorry. I overhyped the potential of a fight, but then nothing happened.
Nothing excites Winter more than the downfall of an SEA team.
What? Hey.
Viewers.
Don't put me on the table, yeah?
Winter, I'm not only putting you on the table, I'm driving the bus. I'm driving you over the bus. No,
I
joking,
am
of
exiting in the
course.
next stop. Sorry. Don't blame me.
Joking, of course.
Right,
You're
scan
talented.
lands. Natsumi knows. He's waiting for someone to walk up the high ground or a spirit to ball up the high ground. So, no hero is going to get caught, but a smoke is
Counter
inbound.
smoke. Oh, Yopaj, he's going to get caught here.
Good reactions.
WS. So he's going to hold on to that RP. He knows that the BKB duration is just simply going to be too long. They likely will struggle to get the kill even with an Ice Blast and everything else. Instead, Hellscream, he may be a target. I think he's recalling someone to him? No, he was recalling away. I wish... I need to pay more attention to the animation there.
Do you think that there should be a different one if you're going to the teammate compared to when you're pulling someone to you? So that
Yeah,
it's
I do
clearer,
think-
right? What's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, because, like, for example, if I see Coddle is, like, in the middle of my jungle under a ward and he's recalling himself away, I want to stun him, right? But if Coddle is calling someone to him, I might want to let him complete, you know, the recall before I go in with the black hole or whatever, right? I do think there should be a different animation. I'm not sure if there is. Have you noticed? Is there a difference in the animation? I've played a lot of Coddle in the past week, ever since we
don't-
casted the quals.
I mean, I don't play it here, but I don't feel like there is a difference.
Yeah,
But I think
it's
there
hard to-
should be a difference.
Radiant's bottom tower has
But
fallen.
Talon Winter, they're basically in the driver's seat here, aren't they? We're kind of getting into this mid-game area where,
Yep,
you know,
they are driving
from what
the
we've
bus
seen,
right now.
they faltered a little bit more.
But if you don't do anything or you don't create a better or bigger advantage, then at some point you're gonna fall off, right, against this SR like super late game lineup.
Sure.
They are very, very strong late, very, very late. Roche is up, so it's time for them to build on the lead, get the Aegis onto... Who is going to hold the Aegis actually? Ember? No, Ember doesn't spend. Sven just... I mean, like we always say, you know, transformation heroes probably the worst Aegis carriers.
Yeah, among them anyway. I'm not sure who they'll give this to. It's a good question. Scan
like-
from
looks like
Shopify
Sven.
will let him know Talon are in the
Who's
middle of
making
this
a
rift
slot?
tent, but who and will make no
It's
effort.
gonna be Cuckoo. Okay, this guy.
It's gonna be stop it. Stop it. Don't get my hopes up.
Do we not agree that Cuckoo is the boss of this team?
He is not only the boss, he is boss Ku. Hellscream. There's some recalls happening. He's recalling his team to him, if I'm not mistaken. No, again, I'm mistaken. It's just so confusing. I
Yeah,
wish
this
I
is
could
why
tell.
we need a different animation.
Yeah, I agree.
When I say we, I mean the people watching the game, you know, not the people playing the game.
No, the casters. They should let me know what's going to happen. I need to look smart in front of Twitch chat. It's my only goal in life.
Oh,
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And you,
attack.
Winter. I want to look smart in front of you, of course.
I appreciate you remembering your Malaysian friend.
Yes, of course. Shopify, they're actually going to smoke up here. They feel like they can take a fight because he's got Blink Pipe. They have Kaya and Sanj, rather, on the Storm Spirit alongside his 8-second BKB and a BKB on the Wraith King. Still no point committed into the reincarnation, by the way, for Yamato.
Oh, fight is going to happen. Sven is tipping with the Aegis.
Natsumi, okay, he did pretty well there, actually. Didn't pop the BKB, so couldn't get that initial kill onto Tomato. Eventually, we'll get the job done, as there's 2 points immediately to Reincarnation. The RP comes out pretty late, it felt like, but they got the kill onto Yopaj. What do
Here
they
comes
have
the
left for
Santo,
the
big
second life
stun.
here onto Tomato, though. Big stun from Pakaz. He finds 3, as the Sven will be respawning. What
Nice
is that
shackle.
shackle? What in the world was that angle? I have no question. We'll have to look at the replay there. As Tomato, now on the second life, activates the BKB. Fighting versus Natsumi, who simply gets the Glimmer Cave and walks away. Now it's Makoto's time to shine. He jumps in the middle of the fight with the BKB active, and he's cutting down this Yamato Wraith King, who dies in the middle of an animation there. Down he goes. 2 cores down for Shopify Rebellion as the fight has broken apart. Talon Esports, they finally win themselves a team fight here.
They
Game number 2.
outlasted the Wraith King. But on top of like a really good initiation, right? They killed the Storm without the Storm being able to react and do anything. So 1 man down from the get-go. But the fight still kind of looked competitive, you know, because the Wraith King with the reincarnation and everything else, he was doing quite a bit in the later portions of the fight. Big Storm from Pakash, you know, catching 2 heroes and 1 BKB hero. So it was supposed to be a 3-hero Storm, but just couldn't really finish them off, you know. Just imagine if the Storm was alive, you know, then I think that fight would have been really good for SR, even though they were fighting into the Aegis of the Sven.
Yeah, Jokum, kind of an unsung hero in that fight too.
Yeah, the
double
first one
hero
was a bit
shackles.
weird, right? How he landed that 2-man shackle. It was
The
a
first
bit,
one or the second
crazy.
one? It looked silly because of the skewer. That's why. It looks.
Yep,
Hold
another
on.
stomp.
Hold on. We're fighting in real time. Okay, they've just
All right,
bursted
they're
down.
both gone.
Kaz is dead just like that. And Scam caught by the Rod of Atos. A triple kill for Natsumi. And Shopify Rebellion, that is no longer your jungle.
Yeah, this game has spiraled out of control right now for SR. A little bit too sloppy. I think for the last couple of minutes, giving away too many kills. I mean, I just felt like with the Wraith King's ultimate down, they should not be in any position to play aggressive, right? I wonder why they tried to... I felt like the Storm and the Centaur kind of tried to go for a very dangerous play that they were going on the Wind Ranger. I mean, even if they killed Jokem, even if they killed him, they were gonna be dead, I felt. Nothing would change. So that was like a very, very bad decision, a dangerous decision, a risky play there. And now they are in a pretty big hole, Richie. 15k down. And Talon, let's say, in full control.
Oh my god, they can't even kill Shokum. He's just too tanky. Oh, spent so much mana there because he uses Stampede. Out comes the Global. They're still trying to tick down this Windrunner, but they don't have detection. BKB committed. Yopaj wants this kill, but they've lost the Silencer behind, and now the rest of Talon coming back in. This is looking to be a huge 2-hero Ice Blast. It looks like Yopaj, he's barely avoided it, but it doesn't matter. Makoto jumps in. They've got the damage, and Natsumi able to get the kill on it because this game, I think it's just falling off a cliff. I think Talon, they are about to draw this series.
They are going down together, you know. Talon is like, nope, if we are going to sink down the Mariana Trench, we are taking you down as well, you know.
That's why Cuckoo said B for chicken. He knew. He did at the start of the game. He said B for chicken, man. He was asking what Shopify wants it. I suppose Shopify and N18 have shorter flights.
Sure.
What do you think he could have possibly meant?
I don't know. I'm not in his mind.
Such a.
If I knew what he was thinking, I would have been their coach, you know.
That's fair enough, I guess. But instead, only March will know, apparently, what Cuckoo could have possibly meant. But he can be proud of his team here as they're up 21k just over 30 minutes in. Winter just under 30 minutes, actually. They are hitting their sharp timings. They've already deleted that top lane of Barracks. Makoto, he is very, very, very confident now with these remnants. See what more that they can get. There is no global here for 30 seconds. I mean, even Cuckoo is just farming in the mid lane.
Yeah, Cuckoo is like, nice. I had to farm, you know. I don't have to play Vandal to farm. Good job, guys.
True. Oh, D-ward attempt by Scam. It seems like it'll come at the cost of his own life as Natsumi gets on top of him.
That's a kill shot, Richie.
Number 2.
Was it number 3?
I'm not sure if it was number 3. I only remember this the other kill shot he found in the mid lane.
Oh well. Right now, SR, they're gonna need a lot of pickoff with this quarter to get themselves back into the game.
Shokum going hunting. Makoto's here as well. They might still find Yopaj. But Yamato's here as well. No, they're all just going to run. As I think they need to. Force that forward. Makoto, he's going to give chase. Recalls, trying to get them even a little bit further. As no Searing Chains was ready. They will be able to escape. Even the Ice Blast, the Illuminate.
What
a little
is
bit of
happening?
breathing
The quarter
room here.
flying around there. That was so confusing.
Yeah, he's just recalling to give people mana, reduce the cooldowns, you know. But Talon, they have managed to corral Shopify back in the base, and now without a Stampede for another minute, could be an opening.
Yep, it is time to crush the sheep when you get them all herded into the base. Scam, the first target.
Yep. Another kill shot. No, it wasn't a kill shot. Natsumi got it. And there's just no one in the base. Shopify, they have abandoned the base at the moment, Winter. But they got to go back. I mean, this is going to be Vegas. It's just time to throw bodies here. You got buyback with the Global Silence ready to go, at least on Scam. Talon, they are willing to end this game here and now. They've hit their timings, and it is time for them to draw this series. Time for Talon to find their first win here at ESL One Raleigh. We'll see what Shopify can do now to attempt to prevent it. But that's not a good start. Hellscream immediately killed as Natsumi beyond godlike as the final lane of Barracks fall. It is now Megas in addition, to the 25k net worth lead.
Oh well, what more can SR do here? They can only hope that Talon gives them some, you know, early Christmas presents. I don't know, they have to like throw the game in a massive way to even have a chance for SR to come back. They need 20 minutes of farming on Wraith King, I think. The good news is the creeps are in front of his base, right? Just outside the door.
That's true. The bad news is that they're mega creeps, so they don't give as much gold. And even worse, oh my goodness, Natsumi is just beating into a pretty decent stun there, but he's dragged away from the base. He'll be respawning well outside of the high ground. Global Silence is going to come through as Yamato trying to beat into at least some of these supports. The two-man RP, though, they also get Yokaj. He's going to be in trouble. Oh, no. Oh, the fight, it's falling apart here, and GG well played is called. Talon Esports, they clean up in game 2. Shopify Rebellion and Talon, they will draw 1-1 at the potential elimination of both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, good comeback here by Talon after losing the first game pretty badly, and right now they're gonna still have, I guess, mathematically some chances to make it to the third or fourth place. But it's gonna be tough, the road ahead. They are gonna have to win all their remaining games, and even if they win all their remaining games, it is still kind of out of their hands. It really depends on how the other teams do. So their fate is no longer in their own hands, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's a difficult place for teams to find themselves here, especially after only playing, half of their total series. But unfortunately, it is going to be the reality here as we can quickly try and see. I think the other Group A matches are still ongoing at the moment. So I don't have any updates past the first few games, but over here on the Storm stream, it'll be a draw between Talon and Shopify Rebellion. Do stay tuned, folks. We are not going anywhere. We're hoping to bring you an interview very shortly with one of our Talon esports players. In the meantime, Winter, though, it is positive momentum for both of these two teams, right? After, of course, both going 0-4 on their first day.
Yeah, there's always something positive to take away after claiming their first points, for both teams. Definitely have to keep the ball rolling, have to keep improving, figure out what's the problem. If you're Talent, you have to figure out how do you fix the problem of the mid game. After you obtain a lead from the early game, your laning phase, and how are you gonna transition to it? When are we supposed to buy greedy items, scaling items? When are we supposed to buy fighting items? They have to sit down, go through the replays, and try to get everyone on the same page. And whereas if you're
Agreed.
SR, it's kind of like I feel like they have the better draft, but they just didn't really play discipline and tight Dota, right? They are just like very loose, like walking around on the map and just dying, not really respecting the fact that they could get picked off. And that was the only way Talent could run away with the game, because they had a draft where they really needed to do well and snowball. If they don't snowball, if it's like a 50-50 game, they're always going to struggle into the Kotal and Silencer. And that game, we didn't really get to see that Kotal dragging people around the map, getting pickoffs here and there. It's always the Kotal trying to run away and bring heroes around the map with him. They're not exactly being
Right.
super aggressive with it.
Right. Yeah. No, I was just thinking about that. That was maybe one of the games where Coddle didn't really end up looking so good. But who did end up looking pretty good there? It was going to be the side of Talon Esports, who now are going to be able to join us live from Raleigh here for a short interview. I believe we have Jokum with us. Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello.
Hey, Jokum, good to see you.
Hello.
Congrats on your guys' first win so far in the tournament.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask about, I guess, game 1 a little bit more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just totally lost my train of thought there. You played the the Ringmaster in the first game, right? Can you break down how that game was from your POV?
I think that game we kind of overreacting to their play. Uh, when they're trying to push bottom, we mess up TP bottom. So many people is not good for us. Actually, that game we keep overreacting their play, not making the play for
Okay.
us. Yeah.
So do you think
Winter,
in
any
the
questions
second
here?
game that you guys were able to dictate play a lot more? What did you change in the second game? Was it just the heroes? You had a lot more aggressive heroes?
The second game we are kind of predicting their movement and not keep reacting to their play. When they are trying to attack our triangle, we keep dodging them. We just attack when we are ready. I think that's the difference between game 1 and 2.
Okay. Jokum, we won't keep you too long because you have your next match here shortly already. I think your
Mm-hmm.
next game is versus Perry Vision. Did you guys do anything special preparation, or is it going to be business as usual versus this team?
Hmm, I think this team is kind of different with the other team. They're they're they are very playing different hero. All of their four player, only Satanic playing the same hero. It's kind of hard to predict about what are they gonna do. I think we just focus on ourselves.
Okay. Winter, any last questions before we let him go?
I just want to get your opinion on Keeper of the Light. What do you think of this hero right now in the meta?
For me, I think this hero OP. When I tried this in pubs, the hero can bring two people at the same time and can keep playing the map because right now the map's so big and Kotal can play the map with TP and shard. I think it's so annoying playing with this hero.
Agreed. Yeah, Coddle OP. But thanks. We'll let you go now and prepare for your match versus Pari Vision. Congrats on the draw versus Shopify, Jokum, and good luck in your next series.
Thank you, thank you.
Always good to hear from the players, and like he said, what interested me there, Winter, most about his interview was saying how we just overreacted in game one. They tended to be overreacting, and they felt like in the second game able to kind of control the pace of play a bit more. Is that kind of what you were seeing as well? Do you think that kind of makes sense from the POV of the player?
Yeah, I mean it does. I think overall it's a good ending, good way to finish up the series for them. They are able to identify what they did wrong and rectify in the second game, and have to really quickly, unfortunately for them, focus on the next series. It's going to be a completely different game, and they're going to have to play even better, than the last game.
Yep, indeed. But Winter, speaking of the next game, it's going to be a tough opponent. We had a little bit of a preview there about what they thought about Pari Vision, but we will get to see it very soon here firsthand on our stream, folks. Do stick around. We will be having our next game here over on the Storm stream as Talon Esports, after just drawing Shopify, they'll be going up against a bit of a difficult opponent here. Pari Vision, top of the EPT table, will be facing off versus Talon in about 10 to 15 minutes time, folks. We'll see you soon.
tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk your talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break you down, break you down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never win me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never win me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool.
It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling in on me. It's a peaceful protest, televised at home. Time to take your seat, enjoy the show. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. No matter how hard I try, I'm down in the gutter, looking up, looking up, looking up towards the
You've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel. If you've been paving your own way, trying to be the one who holds the gavel. If you've been sleeping your own bed, trying to get up, but your wings ain't able. If you've been locking your own chains, throw away the key with your mind unstable. Have you been to the cliffs of death? Have you? Whoa. Have you tried the forbidden fruit? Pull the trigger, but it wouldn't shoot. Whoa. Have you wandered very far? Have you seen the guiding star? If you betray your closest kin, oh, child, lift up your chin. Rise up, come awake, oh sleeper. Rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, oh sleeper. Rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, oh sleeper. Rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, oh sleeper. Rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, rise on high. You've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel. Got some ice down, 6-pack sitting in the back of my truck. Gonna
clock is ticking just a little too slow. I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started, I don't wanna miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see him, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see him, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see him, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift.
Somewhere out in South Alabama, down at the end of an old dirt road, Mama's all alone and Daddy's in the slammer. Time took its toll and she's growing old. Hey, something
of the finest champagne and drink every drop till it's gone. Think I'll float down a river, might even write me a song. Gonna do some living before I'm gone. I'll be climbing the tallest mountains, and I'll be riding the biggest horse I can find. Gonna do all the things I ain't done in my life. Gonna do some living before I die. Think I'll buy me an old car and ride like the wind. Gonna drive and I ain't looking back. Think I'll head for the sunset and see where I get. And thank the good Lord it ain't over yet. I'm really not sure what took me so long to do some living before I'm gone.
Take me by my outstretched hand, lead me to cold black water. The fires that I've started
feels so right, it feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but it feels so right, it can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing my
What about if you opened up? When are you gonna tell all about you? All about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 What you want, what you want, what you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, yeah. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 No shame for moral corruption. No blame for social disruption.
Welcome back to ESL One Raleigh 2025, everyone. We are about to wrap up here the Group A matches on our second day of play here at the group stage. Thank you so much for joining us. It is Seek and Strike and Winner, bringing you the action as we continue to follow the Talon Esports Winter and their journey in Group A. They will now be playing versus Perry Vision, who I believe did secure that match versus Liquid, right? I didn't stick around for the end.
Let's see.
Did you watch?
I'll see about you. So I wasn't actually watching. We were busy discussing other important details, you know.
Indubitably.
For example, where do we have lunch tomorrow? Just a very classic Malaysian thing, right? It's today, but you're thinking about the meal tomorrow.
Yeah, I probably won't
Yep,
be
day
waking up in time
2-0.
for lunch tomorrow.
Yeah, Parisian 2-0 Liquid.
Okay.
So they
So that was kind
are
of
what 5-1 at the moment.
that's
So
pretty
more or
good.
less gonna be able
Enigma.
to, I guess, secure. I think with at least 1 point they should secure their. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe 2, but I think 1 is probably bare minimum.
Yeah.
Well, we'll
I
leave
think
the
at
maths to the actual mathematicians. We're just here to look at Dota, to watch Dota, to calculate the probability of Kotal being picked. So that's not our part of our job to calculate how many points you need to make it to the knockout stages, the next phase.
Right, sure. Well, I mean, it's looking pretty good for them. I'd say worst case, they're looking at lower bracket. Enigma Galaxy, they did lose their series, so they're 4-2. Spirit, they improved by 2 points to 4-2, and then Liquid down at 3-3. We just saw Shopify and Talon draw in this previous series over here on the Storm stream, so now they're both sitting at 1-5. So I think Vision, they're pretty safe from elimination, I would say, at this stage. But we'll see how things are going for them. Winter, this is a team that has looked hot. They've looked good all year. In fact, I'm quite certain if they qualify even to playoffs because of the EPT point distribution, they will immediately qualify to EWC. I think that right now they're basically the top seeded because they won in Bangkok. So they just need a little bit more points to be mathematically qualified. They're essentially already qualified, but just one more high placement here gets them over the edge.
Yeah, hopefully it works out for them. But right now for Talon, they are going to need every single point, every single game here. I think anything less than a 2-0 is going to mean that they are probably going to be eliminated.
Yeah, I think that's
so
a
I
pretty
guess they
safe.
have more to play for compared to Vision.
I guess when you frame it like that, yeah, I think humans were not so good at seeing long-term ramifications. We're really good at seeing short-term impacts. And well, we'll see what happens here today as our first draft is ready. We've just now begun. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 1 of Talon Esports versus Vision. We are again. This is going to be match 4 of 5 for both of these teams, being a 16-round robin. And we'll see what the lad here, Estini, with Jacob sitting behind. Hello, Jacob. We'll see how well that they can get things going here.
Yeah, are you getting into the mind of Asti? What is the plan here? They are more or less secured upper bracket. Is it the time to go Dexter's
experiment?
laboratory? Try out some unstable concoctions.
Some alchemist? Is that what you're calling for here, or are you just using that as a phrase?
It'll be up to you to interpret it. I think it can be either. Well, at least they have to get 1 point, right? I think to be safe. I think 1 point is, I think, with the bare minimum. I mean, we've spoken about this briefly before. Whenever you're in a group stage, I think that whenever you have extra games, you should always use it to try certain things. Instead of just like treating the game as usual. You should use it as an extra game, and you want to experiment certain things and try to not show too much of what you actually want to do. Try to confuse your opponents. But here, is this a confusing time? Kotal ignored. There is a AA being overall first pick by Vision, and Talon is going to get their hands on the Beastmaster. So Vision seems like they are valuing the Ancient Man a lot more than the other heroes, the Kotal, the Beastmaster. I mean, the A kinda is a soft counter towards the Beastmaster because you stop him from healing if he gets the axe, and in the lane, you're kind of decent at killing off the ball with your Chilling Touch. So I guess that's probably their trail of thought here. And they're going to elect to ban out the Kotal in the second phase. Really don't want to give Kotal and Beast on the same team. You're going to run into perma axes. And everyone's going to die.
Yeah, the Jakiro's still on the pool somehow, though. I wonder if Vision will end up banning
Jakiro is
that
just not that high up in like the priority in terms of banning heroes, right? I mean, you can ban it if you feel like you have an extra and you want to remove a
I don't know.
strong
Power Vision,
oppressive
they
position
first
5.
banned it versus Liquid. I don't know. They don't like the hero. I mean, it's interesting. You're right. It would be weird to see him go in the second phase. But maybe he's just fallen off since a little while ago.
It's also probably
I'm looking-
team dependent. Some teams, maybe they understand the hero a lot more. They can use it better than others. It's also the fact that they're looking at synergy, right? If you're, because one thing about position 5 heroes, it really depends on what your teammates are gonna pick. Also, like you can't just sometimes just pick whatever you want as a position 5. You have to really pick something that works with everyone else. You're the position 5. It's not very often that you get to tell your teammates, okay, you need to pick a hero to enable me. Maybe if you're AA, you can demand that. But most of the time you are picking to, I think in general, allow your core to succeed in the game. Enable them. So you have to really consider that as well. And right now with the gyro being picked up, it seems like it could be a support gyro here. It's a thing we like to do in SEA, position 4 gyro. I don't know if they are going to do it this game, but it certainly is going to be open. Jocam plays it.
A
Pretty
flex at a
good
minimum, do you
into
think?
the AA, I would say, because AA can't really stop a gyro from running at him with afterburner. You're just going to die. Wow, that is an early slug pick. Is that a 9 class slug? Or is it just a safe lane slug because they are looking at the Beastmaster gyro lane? That will be a question we have to answer somewhere down the road. Very, very interesting.
So
the slug is very good into the gyro and the beast regardless of position, because you can dark pack off the raw, you can man fight the gyro with your ulti, so you don't really care, if it's a carry gyro. And the Conga is something very, very, I guess, new. It's recently being added into the competitive scene. It works really well with the A, X Mark with the Ice Vortex and everything. You drop your spell on that one circle.
Right. Lots of circles. Not as many as Torrent Storm, but a lot of Spell Amp is always going to be something that looks good. Most importantly, this is a hero that doesn't really interfere with the Slark's
It is a
flexibility.
counter to Gyro and Beast in a way, because against Gyro wants to do a lot of spread damage, right, with Flat Cannon, and the Ghost Ship kind of counteracts that. It's like a old combo, not combo, but old counter towards Gyro, and it's also decent into the Beast, right? You think about how Beast wants to play the fight raw and want to blow up someone, then you just put the bolt on top of it, and he doesn't blow up that someone, and you turn the fight around. So the Conquer is actually a pretty smart pick here, a very logical response towards the Gyro Beastmaster.
I think it's time for Talon then to decide where they want to, slot in this gyrocopter. If they're going to pick, just two supports here, it'll be locked in as a core.
At least one support. Okay, that'll be the Phoenix. Good with the actually could be two supports here, Tiny and Phoenix. Yeah. But Tiny could still be flexed to mid. So they have a lot of magic burst damage with the Phoenix and Tiny, Sunray, and everything you do with your Fire Spirits, your Egg. Then you have the crash landing, presuming if the Tiny is going to be a position 4. They have a lot of magic as well with the gyro. So this is a really good pipe game for Paravision. I wonder if they're going to actually put Conker on the off lane and get a pipe, just a very, very nice pipe game. So with the Ember being picked up, they have a lot of spell damage on their own with the Ice Vortex, with the Conker, with the Ember Spirit. Very nice combination of spells, a lot of synergy. And yeah, I mean, they just need, I think, to pick a hero that can lane into the Beastmaster. I think this is probably going to be a position 4 slug here with the Conker. So that's probably going to be the lane. And they're going to pick a new Satanic hero here. I mean, it's kind of hard to really say what Talon is doing if you're trying to figure it out, if you're on Paravision side, or is the Gyro going to be a support, because they could put Tiny support or Tiny mid, so everything is very, very flexible right now for Talon, except for the Phoenix on 5 and a Beastmaster on off lane. Those are the information you can play around with if you're Paravision.
Yeah, and speaking of that Phoenix, I think Paravision could also kind of keep that Supernova in mind.
Sort of.
Yeah, when they kind of are considering their last pick. Who will pick first, right? Here as Talon have overall last pick 24 in this draft. Eager to see these last bans, actually. Yodi taken out of the pool, so just securing the lane for Ember, right? But I
I mean,
wonder
if
if
they
they'll
want to
ban
screw the
out
Ember up,
some
there's still a
carry.
Huskar, but you have a AA, so the Huskar is just there to win the lane, but he has to play into a AA and ultimately
Yeah.
get countered.
Agreed. No, agreed. So I don't think we'll end up seeing a Huskar. That's why I want to see what Astini bans last year. Astini versus March, huh? Clash of some wrinkly brains. These guys have a lot of brain drain from their opponents, huh? Don't they?
Yeah. The longer you play Dota, the longer your brain gets drained.
I was gonna say the more you beat your opponents and win
okay.
lands, but
Yeah, but
I guess you could say
the
that
more
too.
you pub, the more you queue rank, the more your brain depletes.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, especially the more hours after the sun goes down, it gets pretty bad. Gets pretty bad. Okay, so Tide Hunter banned out there by Talon. As they
Wait,
okay,
are they gonna pick
interesting.
Morphling? Feels like it's a good Morphling game. And I think it could be a Morphling carry. The thing is, you never know, right? They could put position 4 Morphling and carry Slug, or they could put position 4 Slug and carry Morphling.
Yeah, no, exactly, because the Tide and the Bristle bans are.
Yeah,
I
mean,
Bristle,
they ban
I guess they're
OD,
both more
so it
flexible.
leads me to think that it could be a Morphling coming out here from Paravision. OD is a pretty solid counter to a Morphling. You do pure damage, you can burst him. He plays on low health, he just dies to your Astro and Hammer combo.
Are they talking? Are they talking at all here on Paravision, or are they just letting Astini cook? I don't see anyone.
Too many chefs spoil the dish.
No, I hear you. I hear you on that, right? I completely agree. Maybe we haven't seen no one's cam, and that's what they're thinking about. I mean, usually no
he
one. I
already has
imagine
his hero. He's playing Ember. Okay, never mind. It's a Centaur. So it is a Kanka carry, I think, and Slug position 4. So they just want more team fight, I guess. And it's also because they know the Gyro is probably going to be a carry. Centaur is like a decent lane matchup into the Gyro.
10 seconds.
And you can kind of dodge away from the Fat Cannon. Like once he uses his Fat Cannon in the fight, and you can just
5
run away with
seconds
Stampede
remaining.
and just reinitiate later. Right, so now Talon have to decide who is the mid hero. Is it going to be Tiny, or Mikoto is going to ask for something like a Queen of Pain? Okay, maybe no Queen of Pain against AA, but something else to beat the Ember in the lane. Oh, he is going to take the puck. That is like a pretty good counter in the game. It doesn't beat Ember in the lane, but the leash is going to be very good against the Centaur. You can't run away. Against the Ember, against the Slug, kinda, the silence and everything else. I think this pick has a lot of purpose here. The A and Slug duo can never kill the Puck, so Puck feels like he's going to be able to run circles around the support until you can lock him down with a Hex, or, hopefully that the Searing Chains and Slide, can allow the Centaur to land the stun and then you can kill the Puck. But it feels like the Puck can do a lot this game.
I agree. I was wondering what
I'm not calling it an
like,
unkillable Puck. I know you're trying to bait me.
okay. But what about unkillable Ember?
No, it's a coil. You die in the coil.
I was thinking about what Talon we're talking about there. Cuckoo with a big smile, big laugh there towards the end. Good to see that at least spirits are still high for Talon as they head into battle in game 1 versus
he's playing
Paravision.
Gyrocopter. That's why he's laughing. So they are actually moving their heroes around. It is a carry Beastmaster, a position 5 Gyro, and an off-lane Phoenix. They are trying to outwit their opponents in terms of the lane matchups. So they're going to have Phoenix into a Kanka carry. They're going to have a Beastmaster carry into a Centaur. So all the lanes being moved around, So I feel like they should be able to get advantageous side lanes, from this switch up.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to Talon being able to convert from an advantageous lane into that early mid game, right? And that's historically where we've seen them struggle throughout the tournament. Whereas for Paravision, it's about utilizing the team fight, utilizing the pickoffs here in order to kind of offset that advantage. Would you say is more of their game plan here, if their lanes will be difficult?
I think on probably their side lanes only. The mid lane shouldn't be difficult for them. It's Ember against Puck. Ember is good against Puck. Slide and Puck has low armor, so you're gonna be able to trade fairly effectively. Your main concern is when Puck is level 6, you are always in danger of dying. I think that's pretty much it. You're gonna have to rely on a pipe on the Centaur. I think pipe is very good here. Then later you have the shard from the slug, so he can save you with the depth shroud. I think overall, if you ask me which lineup I like more, I probably like Talon's lineup with a little bit more with the lane setup that they have right now.
Interesting. Do you feel like it's a little bit fragile though? Get the impression from past games that when you do a lot of lane swapping shenanigans and stuff like this, that you're just kind of a fragile lineup overall.
You're a trusty mate.
But you can win the lane hard enough, then it might not matter.
Okay.
think they're doing
Natsumi
this
says,
to
why
try and-
you leave Force? No one says what? Natsumi says AA. Why you leave Force?
I think sometimes it's just easier to try to translate their drafting ideas rather than their actual conversations in the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I also feel like I don't always see Natsumi all chat that much. Why you leave
It must
Force?
have been some friendly banter from their previous pub game that they ran into each other.
Yeah,
Usually,
I suppose
usually that's
so.
the case. But let's see. 9 class is on a solo mission. What is he doing? He's just here to take the watches
ward?
or what?
Yeah.
Just try to steal the
Block
set
a
up to
camp?
steal the rune here. Yeah,
That's
abusing the
pretty deep.
Sark Night Vision.
Right.
As he has the Dark Reef Renegade, the support slug facet, so you can reward easily. And he's going to use the Sentry to, what should I call this? To try and distract the creeps, so his wave would enter the tower, and the wave is going to push towards his side.
Yeah. Some creep wave equilibrium there. They might fight for some runes here as well. No, they won't. It'll just be tuned a piece here. As Talon will get the runes in, what do you call this? The mid river? And Paravision will get the tributary rivers.
And guess what? 9 class is moving top for first blood. Very, very
He
interesting.
is?
He already skilled his Essence Shift. And he's
Yeah,
ready
okay,
to
so
pounce.
Because he knows that the first wave will now push in under tower almost. Let's see,
Yep.
Natsumi's blocking it. Or
Okay, he
blocking this
stuns
top
them.
wave.
Nice stun, forcing the Beastmaster to not get the block. And now the
Yeah.
wave is going to push. I think Talon knows what's happening. Look at WS. He's
They
playing so
do.
safe.
Here goes 9 class.
He gets
WS, he already has Fire Spirits leveled. So I
Yeah,
think
they're
gonna
trying to
try and maybe-
punish this offlane Phoenix. This is why. Because Phoenix at level 1 is very weak. Not mobile. And this is why they're doing this. 3-1-1
smart though,
is
right?
coming back. Question mark.
Because they've also prevented Jokum from being able to skip the wave, right? Which is one way that you can overcome the weakness of this lane.
Oh boy, this Phoenix is going to have a very fun time. Yeah, this is
That
usually
was,
the time in a pub
sarcasm
game.
from
If this
Winter.
happens to you, you type a question mark.
Yeah, it's
Because
certainly
the
not
wave
fun.
is pushing.
There are,
There's 2 range creeps. He's gonna get levels.
they're giving a free lane here to Natsumi down bottom. Satanic also with a free lane at the moment as WS is 1-1 to start off the
Wait,
lane.
they're actually going to just try lane all the way? Is that what's going on now?
Do you think so? Is that viable in current year?
I don't know. It's unusual for sure.
I mean, it is,
I mean,
it
their
is a
heroes are
very
all-
weak lane.
Their heroes are all very dependent on XP, right? If you look at Slug and AA, what can they do without XP?
I hear you. Okay, and then
back.
there's a toss
Whoa,
back. That's what AA can
almost.
do. Or sorry, the Tiny can do.
That was very, very interesting the way they tried to set that up, but it almost worked. A very interesting start towards the game, We
Yeah,
always
and-
learn
and I
something
wonder if-
every day.
Like, is Cuckoo gonna react to this in any way? Because eventually, maybe they'll be able to overpower here. But it seems like Natsumi's gonna go like treads into, I don't know. I guess Ags. Will he go for a helm as quote unquote? He is the carry, isn't he?
But then again, you also have to consider the fact that both offlaners are going to be very starved, right? Who is going to be more useful? A poor Centaur or a poor Phoenix, And it seems like
Jokum.
Paravision think that they are getting the better trade.
Look at him go, man. There's still level 1. There's the first blood. Bukalis gets it against Jokum. Level 2 all of a sudden for 9 class as he is trying to force the spells and the utility out of WS, who is like, guys, I cannot believe this. I can't lane. The support Slark and AA. I hate it when this happens in my pubs.
This is one of those what can you do moments, you know, unless the gyro comes in. But the gyro feels like he's also doing something very useful bot lane, right? He's completely zoning the center of the lane. He's only at 8 and 0 right now.
Yeah.
Beastmaster is 18 and 6, completely free farming, you know. So I don't think
Class.
it's really that bad.
He got pushed under the tower here. He is so far still alive. WS is going to fight to the death on this one, but does get the kill on an I-Class with the
very
damage
nice.
over time.
Picks up a convenient kill on the way out. Drive by, you know, take away. Get some Wendy's.
Tapao Slark.
Yep.
Okay, so will Pyrovision commit to this? Is he going to TP straight away back to top lane?
I'm not sure. I think he's going to full commit because the wave is pushing into the tower and he can't really kill the Beastmaster. Even if he TP's bot, he can't kill the Beastmaster with the Centaur.
It's going mid.
Okay, he's going mid to give him some items.
I guess so, yeah. You can no
So-
longer refill bottles, so...
Yeah, very rarely nowadays you see supports TPing mid.
Right, exactly. Yeah, just kind of that's true.
And
He's a bit early as well, but
he's
it is at
going
least
back top.
some runes secured as top lane. WS still getting gone on. He's going to do a lot of damage here.
Dying
The
Light,
level 2 Fire
killing them.
Spirits fighting through Ducalis, and that Dying Light, as well as the Fire Spirit slow, makes it very difficult for Satanic to fight back. So a kill there as 9-Class returns
he's
from
going
his
for the
voyage
kill.
in the mid lane. I think 9-Class was trying to hit the pounce there.
Good try. Mid-air diving Phoenix is not an easy target.
Yeah, especially as a Slark. I have to assume when you don't have that many games on a support Slark, toss back. 9-Class to pounce already in 6 more seconds. He's still only level 2, as is Ducalis here, by the way. But
he's
even
gonna
still,
get
they
the
are able to
Phoenix,
zone
but
away the Phoenix.
Do they have damage to kill
Oh,
him?
yeah, the pounce connected. He's got Fire Spirits,
Yeah,
but
they
they
do.
have the kill.
Somehow they had enough damage with the Blood Grenade plus the Chilling Touch there. Now this,
Really nicely done.
this
Mid?
Phoenix is
No
definitely
way,
getting
no one?
punished.
He's going to have another Sleight of Fist in 4 seconds. There's a phase shift ready. Makoto, regen's enough there. He'll be just fine as Cuckoo will rotate away from the bottom lane. That'll relieve some pressure here for DM, who is 14-1. I mean, he's having a pretty awful lane, but he hasn't yet died. And his experience is not too bad either when you compare it to WS.
I mean, Paravision is a team that runs Phoenix offlane, right? So they are definitely going to know a thing or two about offlane Phoenix, how to punish him.
Yeah, trying to steal a page out of their book, trying to mess with the lanes. Paravision, they flip the table right back. And ball's in their court here. Again, so let's kind of, just break this down again. Natsumi is off to a flying start, however. Tread's already online. I'm eager to see what he queues up next on this carry Beastmaster. Eyes mid, though, as we
Power
fight
runes?
for the first power runes. It's going to be in the hands of Cuckoo, actually. Picks up the Amplified Damage rune. And he's a bit fast now with that Afterburner buff. So he may just live yet. We have level 6 now on both mid laners, so Remnants and Coil both in play.
I mean, in terms of CS, both of the mid laners neck and neck. 35 and 5 for Ember and 36 and 4, for the Puck. So Puck is holding his own very well. Not easy to lane Puck
Oh,
into the
9-Class.
Ember.
They see Cuckoo. Satanic. This is going to be a kill here in favor of them. Maybe he goes to the Ancients. He does not. Satanic secures the kill with the Cleave.
Was he just trying to place a ward, I guess? Just trying to
I
sneak a
think
ward.
so. Just setting up Watcher vision and everything. Maybe scouting for stacks. In a way, he's going to end up dying. And that's level 6 for DM in this bottom lane. So I would say the Shrine Lane experiment has certainly worked here, right? WS, I mean, they might need to give him the Wisdom Shrine. It'll be Jokum who takes it. He's barely level 3 with the Shrine.
I mean,
Almost up to
Santos level 6.
4.
So he
That's what I'm
has
saying, yeah.
pretty good levels. Phoenix is struggle. He's good in struggle city. Yeah, he's going to have a wave in front of his tower. But still nowhere near
That's
the
true.
Santos XP.
But Ember's
And
coming.
guess what? There is a gank incoming. They just want to destroy this Phoenix.
If they do, they're going to focus their efforts here. But Makoto, he will return to the top lane. Coil committed now as they try and get through onto Satanic, who still does not have the boat. Finally puts the skill point in it. There's going to be the Stampede helping him from the bottom lane. He's taking down to the Blood Grenade, the healing salve. Oh no, it's not good enough
He
to
tried to
save him.
tango. Oh.
He couldn't get enough rum down his gullet before he died to the Blood Grenade. Bit unlucky there. I've been there. No, I haven't. A quick
wouldn't
kill
know.
there.
So 8-minute power rune. About to spawn. The rune battle commences. So Ducalis picks it up now. Has a shield rune, so he's ready to fight.
That he is. This AA, he's so tanky. How can you kill him? Oh, his shield's already gone. And, well, how does our transition into the early game look now, Winter? You have 9 class prowling the map. He's still only level 4. That's always going to be the downside of running a tri-lane, right? But given the fact that it's worked out, WS is still also now just hitting level 5.
Yeah, meanwhile,
but how
9
does...
class is casually blocking the camps in the mid lane. Comes over, places sentry, blocks the camps of the puck.
Yeah. I don't know if he's
Very
got the
annoying.
stack.
I mean, it's something that I feel like I try to remember to do, but it's just something that I don't really do enough, you know. I think small moves like this can be very detrimental towards the level progression.
And
of
check
new
out this
heroes.
move. They interrupt the stack being farmed by Natsumi. He would have loved to have a little bit more private time here, but there's 4 heroes now. And Satanic, well, he will be able to claim the bulk of these as 9 class, also able to get a very swift D-ward. So another stinging loss here for Talon as these start to add up a bit more and more.
Kind of slowly losing control of the map. They need the puck to kind of participate. Okay, there's a coil mid. They're
Yep.
gonna try to lock him down.
3 heroes here. TP's incoming. There's going to be Stampede. No one. He's thinking about maybe going back in. He's left a remnant.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
Just
I mean
TP
this is
home and refill.
yeah, this is like the thing about like this Ember, right? Outside the call, he's not really afraid of anything until you get the Beastmaster in play, right? Without the Raw, it's pretty difficult for them to kill an elusive hero like Ember Spirit.
He's unkillable, right? Right, Winter?
And not unkillable, okay, it's just difficult to kill.
No, I hear you. I'm here. I'm
all the time.
trying to bait you.
unkillable.
10-minute power rune spawns bottom. There'll be an illusion into the
No
bottle
one
for
says
no one. So
finally, after the first 2 runes spawning top, he's gonna get a taste
Yep.
of the rune.
we still have a haste, an arcane, and a regen left. And we've already got what the shield and what was the first one? Amplify damage are gone. There's still some pretty runes, some nice runes left in play. I mean, and this rune is very relevant versus the silence of Makoto, especially. As no one, he's going hunting behind the tower. Makoto now realizing his camps are blocked. It's like be really, really being a big thorn in the side of Talon Esports. Okay, illusion rune popped, I think, just for the regen now, as the wagon doing a little bit of chip damage mid, but good effort here by Makoto, who clears out the illusions to make sure that the tower stays defended.
Yep, and no one just dragging the wave away, so the tower takes as much damage as possible. But yeah, everyone is just back to trying to just get as much as possible out of the map. DM has a blade
Stacks
mill done.
instantly,
Yeah,
and
DM
it's
has a blade mill
immediately
done,
stolen.
so he wants to come and clear some stacks, and he's building into the pipe, which is, like I said, going to be a very good pipe game, you know, against what Talon has. All that
That's
magic
right.
damage.
This is a pretty cool ward spot. Do you see this ward spot next to the camp that DM just farmed here? Have you been seeing this one a lot?
This is nice.
Okay,
Gives you a lot of vision, solid information about who's rotating towards the bottom river.
sure. Yeah. Both
Pretty
teams have it
difficult to
warded at the
deward
moment.
as well. Not easy.
Yeah, you can see the sentry on the cliff doesn't catch it, so that's going to be alive here just for a while longer. Good placement there. Elsewhere on the map, how are items and everything else coming along here? This 9 class is just, he's a menace, man. With just dewarding, taking down watchers, just sitting in the triangle, interrupting your stacks.
And it's daytime, you know, he's doing all this during daytime. Just wait till he gets into nighttime.
Yeah, he's going to
Then
be
he
so
can
much
abuse
more
his night
annoying.
vision.
This is looking pretty good for him here. WS, he's up to level 7. His net worth is, I mean, he's still struggling. He's not that far behind no one, actually, which is a little shocking to me. So he must have gotten some recovery farm in somewhere, especially considering how poor his lane started.
Yeah, I agree. I think Phoenix is not exactly in a terrible spot, given how the game started.
He's got his levels, building up for presumably just this first item, Shiva's Guard. As far as like other heroes he's going to fight with, Puck building the first item into Witchblade, so it'll be no Orchid shenanigans for either of these heroes, as no one goes into the Mage Slayer himself.
His Slug is the one building an Orchid. He's queuing an Orchid.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's really good.
that's a bit
into
of a
the
tricky
Phoenix
item.
And the Puck. if you can
It's
get
true. Yeah, that's really true. Awkward item as well into the tiny if he's trying to find like some sort of toss initiation. It's a nice item this game.
Yeah, as long as you get it in a decent time, I think Orchid is going to be, in most games, pretty useful. You know, stats is nice. You know, you get some regen, health, and mana. It's like the Rod of Athos, right? As a position 4, you need an item that allows you to set up for kills.
Oh.
Nice toss back. Joe Cam.
Let's go on.
Caught him doing the leap.
Yep. Interrupting the TP in from no one. Has a remnant back, I presume, in the mid lane, where the creeps are pushing that tier 1 tower. No one back home to defend it because they're defending the stack. Natsumi farming a big stack. Cuckoo throwing in a few flat cannons here to help, but I think he's afraid of stealing any of it. But that's the Drums of Salam completed. Natsumi straight into the BKB following that. They are gearing up for some fights.
Not even a dagger, yeah, just straight BKB. Just wants to run in and stand in the middle of the fight.
Arcane Rune will spawn in down bottom. 9 class scouting that out and heading into the enemy jungle to see if there's any vision here. Sentry at the ready.
Yeah, he's being very annoying, you know, just doing like bounty hunter Ricky things on Slug.
Well,
Scouting is giving his team information here and there. He's actually also creating a lot of pressure, right? Because if you're Talon, you see like a Slug walking around, you think that, oh, he might not be alone, you know, there might be someone coming in to gank us, be careful.
Right.
And then you,
Or hey,
kind
the
of
Slug
play.
is warding.
Yeah, you kind of play more defensively and you're going to lose a little bit more efficiency in terms of your farming pattern.
Here we go. No one activates that Arcane Rune. Ice Blast is incoming. This is going to be a quick kill here on the Cuckoo. Let's loose the ultimate, but isn't going to change much. They have missed on the ward, though. Oh, very nice preemptive Shadow Realm. I don't know. Sorry, Shadow Dance. I don't think it's going to save 9 class here. They have still a bit too much damage.
I mean, he kind of did his job already, I think, overall. He forced them to rotate. He got a kill, at least. That's going to create a lot of space for the rest of the teammates to farm. And now Talon just wants to smoke in. Kick the invaders out of their house. This is our house. Get out.
No one. In a bit of an awkward position here. He has one last remnant to play with as WS leaps in. There's going to be the Stampede committed. Crash Landing doesn't actually find the Ember here as they commit the coil. And now the Roar. Supernova behind. No one's got to leave the DM for dead. As Perry Vision still with their cores in the area, thinking maybe if there's an opportunity to reinitiate here. Satanic. Yeah, he's got a full Radiance. He has boats. Thinking about maybe finding an opportunity now. No one. Going back on in. He only has 1 remnant to play with, though, and a bit shy on mana. So it becomes difficult for Perry Vision to find the opportunity to leap in, especially as 9 class discovers that there was a ward here all along.
I mean, the hunt still continues, you know, it's nighttime, you want to be very, very aggressive with the Slug and the Ice Blast.
There it is, Cuckoo again. He avoids the Ice Blast.
He didn't land the Ice Blast, okay.
WS no longer has a Supernova here to play with, but it's only 2 supports here. That is up until no one shows his face. Okay, 9 class, able to get around the side again. He doesn't have another pounce for a few more seconds, but it's the Torrent from Satanic that finds the kill. Jokum, he might be able to escape here thanks to the Haste Rune, as he has that river movement speed. Uh-oh. X-Mark into boat, perfectly connects, and he melts to all that magic damage. Bonus armor or not from the Grow. It's a double kill for Satanic.
Yeah, that's the power of the AA with the Ember Spirit, AA with the Conquer, plus the Radiance damage, the Vortex.
Oh, true.
Amplifying so much, you know. Yeah, I wonder if Talon, they're gonna consider a pipe of their own, you know. Because if they don't have a pipe, that's overwhelming magic damage from AA.
But who's gonna build it?
The Phoenix, you know, if you wanna get it on Phoenix. But he's already, like you already mentioned, he's building a Shivers, so if he gets it, he's gonna get it very late, you know.
Yeah,
so
that's the problem I see, right?
You're gonna play like a game where you're gonna have to wait for BKBs to fully commit into fights, you know, because if you think about how the fights are gonna look like, without BKBs, your cores, your front lines are just gonna die, especially the Beast. Ice Blast with some chains and bolt combo, and you're just gone, you know, if you don't have a pipe.
So Natsumi did stop for a blink in between, by the way. He now has that active alongside the Eye Scepter, but now he's gonna go into the BKB. As you say, basically a required item for him to fight. But I like the blink because it's going to allow him to play a little bit more pick-off style with his puck, right?
And you can get a lot more opportunities to punish the opponents, right, when they're splitting the map, you know. Because eventually with the puck and the Phoenix, you're pushing all the side lanes, you're creating a lot of pressure on the map for them to go back and handle. And with the dagger and beast, you're gonna find openings.
Careful here. They're baiting Cuckoo. Gets caught by the chains. And let's see here with the call down. He is going to slow his pursuers. Our vision, they'll give up the chase.
That was
Satanic
so
finds
weird.
that
They were
last-
so scared, you know. They didn't want to come in onto the gyro. They didn't see
were.
anyone on the map, so they just decided to back off.
Well, because they know this tiny blink has got to be coming soon. Jokum, he's just now one creep away from it. Gets it here with the Avatos on the wave, and Blink Dagger is completed. Another tool in the arsenal here for Talon to be able to fight back, as they have kept the net worth lead relatively even, just under 18 minutes. Nightclass is diving this tower. It looks like he's his own tower, and he's for good cause. He's got this Orchid. Dual Scepter is a defensive one out from the puck, but the stun timing is perfect from DM. Nice job there, Parry Vision, picking up the kill on the Orchid reveal.
Yeah, Nine Class just being so annoying, giving his team so much information that allowed them to start and find the puck, you know, at the end of the day. Talon came in with a smoke, but a little too late to save Mikoto on the puck there. So again, you know, Paravision one step ahead, and they're going to try to capitalize this kill on the puck into a Tormentor, bringing the whole team here. With a pipe, they have a Centaur to tank things up. Could be pretty easy. Who is going to get it? A wants to get it. Pray to Lord
But he won't.
Gaben. Okay.
This
Nine
is not
Class-
bad, though.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's actually not bad, you know. In most cases, I would argue A would want to have it over his position 4, but with a slug as a 4,
Sure.
I wouldn't mind. And now
Okay,
they go
but
for the classic
here's the trade.
But are they going to be in time? Paravision, they're moving in quickly with the
Unclass.
slug, leading the charge with the night vision.
Yeah, he'll get in the vicinity. Ice Blast incoming. Does reveal Roche is
Dangerous.
low as they nuke the boar. Okay, there's going to be the jump. They're going to try and get through the Slark on the Blink Dagger reveal from Jokum, and they have the
Good
kill
catch.
through the
Very
Shadow
good
Dance.
catch. Wait, how did they get vision on him all of a sudden?
Careful here, Roshan. Very low on his HP as DM just walking in, pops the blade mail and the pipe. He's a little bit too untouchable at the moment. Jokum looking for another toss back. Has to
toss
settle
back.
there on the Centaur Stampede. Out comes the Supernova though, Satanic.
Roche
He's going
dying.
to get yeeted by Roche mid-fight.
Oh
That
no,
misses
he's on the
BKB.
cleave.
Roche, he's on 200
TP.
HP. Eyes on the prize now. BKB expired as WS snatches the Aegis on the Icarus dive flyby.
Wow.
Makoto dropping the coil here as Talon.
That
They
is
have
so
lost
unlucky.
Natsumi. The fight, it's gone lopsided, but they still come out claiming the Aegis. Is Makoto still alive? Jokum offering a nice avalanche from the side will put a pause on this pursuit. What a team fight. That was so chaotic. Hold on, Ice Blast. They're trying to maybe snipe Makoto. It's not going to hit. That was crazy. Replay, please, production. That was insane.
Yeah, Roshan just wanted to be a part of that team fight. Yeah, just tossing the Conquer up the cliff there. So unlucky. I think it's about time to happen. Turns daytime. Roche walks out. Just toss one hero, tosses the Conquer next. Roshan is just like desperately trying to be a part of the fight.
Oh, good. And the entire time, the Supernova burning them down. Double kill there for no one. And check out this Icarus dive. Oh,
Yeah, he picks up the
perfect
Aegis
timing from
perfectly.
WS. That was sick.
Yeah, very, very sick. Not easy to hit, but he is in fact queuing a pipe next, you know, after the Shiva. So he's going to give his team that much needed magic resistance and the barrier. Yeah, but what a fight, you know. It's going to keep the game in check, sort of. You know, Paravision still has a 5k lead, but Talon somehow stemmed the bleeding a little bit. This is going to give them still a chance, you know. It's not that big of a lead at 22 minutes.
Yeah, certainly.
With
And
the Aegis,
again, it's a
there's
fight
always a
before
chance.
Natsumi's BKB, right? We could really see how much that's lacking, right? At least some sort of magic resist, some sort of barrier here as Pyrovision smoked up mid. The leap forward by 9 class. My goodness, the stones on this guy is similar to what Tiny's rocking. Careful there. Yeah, WS caught. And that's going to be the death of him here on that Orchid. That's Aegis only,
And he
though.
back up.
Talon, can they kind of reset around this? The second pounce is going to connect. WS, he doesn't have a defensive item past the Shiva's guard as he's lifted up by the Torrent. Gets to hold on there to the Supernova. Toss back in from Jokum now as he will become the target of Power Vision's aggression. Another Orchid onto WS as the Stampede signals the go-ahead here for Power Vision. They need to get a hold of WS, but they don't have enough lockdown for him. Icarus dive away, puts this potentially in play here for Talon Esports. Supernova is forced now. There's going to be the Puck's coil on the side, but not good enough for any kills. And Makoto in the middle of the Croaker camp. Uh-oh, that's the wrong side of the fight. He will be taken down.
Yeah, Paravision did the poke and prodding very, very well. Didn't really fully commit, just poking from afar with the X mark, with the Ice Vortex, with the slide chains, and forcing Talon to react to that. And Talon in then, they kind of felt like they had to use the Supernova, otherwise the Phoenix might die. And that's when everything just came coming down for them, And Joachim also committed too much, for the toss back on the slug and just getting himself killed, I think a little bit impatient from the Talon's perspective. But from
I agree.
Paravision, very well played, using the vision and using the poke from far range.
Absolutely. I mean, Natsumi is so close to his BKB at this point, it just feels like a mistake to kind of force any
catch.
sort of engagement there. Uh-oh. Yeah, WS, that's going to be their offlaner taking another death.
This Paravision squad, the last couple of minutes have been a joy to watch. The way they moved around the map, the way they use the vision with the slug, to pressure the enemy. And now they're still not done. They're still moving towards the top side. They're sweeping the map. They're chasing them out of the map, forcing them back towards their base, just making sure that they're losing a lot of farm on the map. It's doing a really good job on the Paravision side. Talon, they have to pick a right time. You already mentioned the BKB is coming, so
that has to be it.
Once you get the BKB, on Natsumi, you are definitely going to have to, stamp your ground on the map. You can't just let Paravision push you around the map wherever they go.
Agreed. TP's now looking bottom here for Paravision, as they will try and find something down here. 9 class once again leading the way. 4 stacks a permanent edgy, by the way, on the support Slark. Not a terrible performance here, honestly.
Yeah, all you need is a slug, silencer, support duo, and you have infinite scaling.
You have infinite scaling, and you have infinitely many griefed pubs.
Wait.
Come on, Astini.
On.
Let it loose. Let it loose. You don't need these
They
games
find the
anymore.
Iceman.
Uh-oh. That's going to be quite the catch as Talon... It was a smoke for them, so it doesn't feel as amazing, but they didn't have to commit much. Paravision still willing to take this fight 4 versus 5, seemingly, as the
they got the roll.
looking for the
Kuka
stun
didn't
onto
BKB.
Fuku. Boat incoming as they get Satanic before he gets the BKB off. 9 class toss back in, but it's WS who once again is focused and killed off. Paravision. Their focus in the fights has been unmatched, as it's going to be Jokum next to die. No one with a double kill in the fights. Paravision
That was insane.
Unmatched 4 versus 5. They're still taking these fights.
Yeah, very, very good coordination, and the team fight is going on key targets, especially the Phoenix. Once you get the Phoenix, I think the fight is just so easy, for Paravision. Kunkka kind of took the brunt of the initiation from Talon. They roared him before he was able to pop BKB, but just didn't really get enough damage. The Phoenix couldn't really commit because he was cut off behind. And they couldn't really kill the Kunkka, and then the fight just became really easy. Once you committed your raw and you don't get a kill, it's just gonna be difficult after that.
And here's such a big problem is that WS, one silence and he dies. 9 class just comes running in from behind, and he's dead in the duration of the Orchid. He doesn't have a single defensive item, right? Or a single dispel, I should say.
Oh, he's
And
gonna have a
Glimmer's-
Glimmer. Glimmer's
It's
gonna
not going to
help.
save him, though, I reckon.
Yeah, he might actually still die, with the Glimmer.
I think this is a game where as soon as you see that first Orchid, he just has to go Yules or something, I don't see any other way. I don't know what else he could do.
I think he was kind of banking that the game would have gone a little bit better. Then he would have
That's fair.
time to finish his Shivas plus Pipe, because they are very good items this game, If you get Shivas and Pipe.
That's fair. I hear you on that.
But it looks really bad now because they've been losing the last couple of fights.
Look, I mean, and you've got a point there, right? But I would argue this game never really looked that good for WS either. Out literally from the start, right?
Yeah, that is true as well. He got tri-laned. Okay, dude.
Yeah, you got tri-laned. And I get fair play to Paravision, right? For kind of recognizing a weakness there and exploiting it. But I feel like maybe you have to take that into account when you consider your builds. I don't know. Maybe you can't go full Shivas. You can only afford the sorry, I'm blanking on the intermediate item there.
Bot lane.
9 class.
Big fight. They
Yeah,
catch
big fight
Fufu.
down bottom, and they also catch the Phoenix up top. Just 9 class canceling a TP here casually as the siege is on down bottom. Oh, and DM, he's left a remnant. He is going to come hunting up here. 9 class, once again, no way. He cancels the second TP.
they got
The
him.
Searing Chains, Makoto! Okay, he's got a Dispel here. He's going to be very difficult to catch.
he's
here.
gonna
He
be
is still
stuck
pucked
here.
with a blink.
They're losing
But
their
the
base.
fight, yeah, they're losing the base. He cancels a second TP.
And this Slug has got to be the MVP of this game, man. 9
And
class.
Class, he's still hunting here. A
He's
silence
gonna find
again?
it. No. He gets the kill. And he gets the D ward. My man, 9 class, showing a lot of class on this Slug here. Really one of his signature heroes.
6 permanent Agi. I mean, the only bright side for Talon there is they didn't lose the high ground. They didn't lose the base, but it didn't go very good for them either here.
Nope, it did not, Richie.
What an outplay, honestly, right now that by Perivision.
Yeah,
9
these
class
are
and-
things not every position 4 player can do. I kid you not.
Radiant's middle tower
What he is doing in this game is very, very difficult, and it's something that has very, very high impact in terms of like vision control and creating a lot of pressure, forcing your opponents to group up together, losing a lot of farm. It's not something that you can correlate in numbers, you know, when you're talking about his
Sure.
impact.
Yeah, I hear you there. Oh, WS, I mean, look, he's got the Glimmer completed now. He's going to go next into the Shard to try and have a little bit more impact. I think basically he can only play the outside of the fights, and
Yeah,
I really
he
mean
is
the outside of the fight.
Kind of praying that the Orchid doesn't kill him at this point, you know. It's like he doesn't really have much of a choice. They are behind, so he can't really get all the items that he wants yet.
And that's just the reality of his game, so, you know, props to him for kind of recognizing that. In reality, Perivision, that is still one big weakness of theirs, right, in this game. They don't really focus in Egg very well. None of their heroes do.
You have
That
3
being said,
melee
they've
cores,
made
you
it-
know, so that's going to always be a problem
Well,
for you.
yeah. They've made it difficult, I will say, Perivision, for WS to find any good eggs because of 9 classes Orchid. So, you know, they've managed it quite well, you know, given their draft, but
Radiant's middle tower
still very much a reality here of this game.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
Talon just needs to try and hang on as long as they can. Every small little item they can get
Uh-oh,
is gonna
WS.
help.
Uh-oh. The Jaws theme song playing. He's rooted in place. Ice Blast incoming. I mean, there's just no way he can use Supernova. Oh, no, he used the Supernova. Oh, no, no
he's
one's going to
die,
BKB
right?
for that.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No, that's going to be on cooldown. He doesn't have buyback. Dead for
Yeah.
40. You want to have Supernova for another minute after 9 class giving chase. Ooh. I don't know if he saw someone go through the gate or not, but Makoto's going to get out alive this time.
Yeah, what a cleaning, you know, by Perivision. Just dominating the game from start to
Radiant's middle
minute
tower
30.
is under
It's putting up a clinic. Talon really is running out of resources.
What?
X mark on the
Look at them.
base.
They're just going in the base. Natsumi, he's not going to BKB for that, surely. The second Veil of Discord is completed on him with WS down.
Satanic.
Quick D-wards.
With the Satanic, you know, Satanic, SNY Radiance, BKB Kanka.
Yep, just casual or hard
minutes.
carry Kunkka thing. 7-1 and 7, 22k net worth lead. 30 minutes into the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
And there's just not much they can do. WS, he'll poke.
Toss back.
Nice toss back. That's
Good
going to be a good start, but Satanic will lose that first life. Another toss here in 6 more seconds. He'll have a BKB and, of course, that Satanic to play with here on the second life. As you can see how terrifying it is to play into him. No one did a good job keeping them rooted from behind, as that's going to be a coil. Only actually catching Satanic, though. Glass leaping out of the base, the boat giving Satanic the run buff, but another toss back up from Jokum. Are they prepared now on the second life? The second jump in from DM, but the Avalanche, and now the silence to interrupt him. It's not a bad start to this fight, but Jokum, he's going to be left behind, and thanks to the Crimson Pipe that, I mean, DM and the rest of Perivision, they're so healthy that no one, he just goes back in on the base. Okay, good Yule Scepter avoids the silence and the X mark out from Makoto. That tier 3 tower having gone down, exposed the barracks, Perivision getting to work. They don't siege particularly quickly here, especially through backdoor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And eventually that structure will go down. And again, we need to keep our eyes on WS to see if we can find a game-changing Supernova. It's back off cooldown. Cuckoo, he's going to eat a stun. A Glimmer Cape, courtesy of WS, keeps him alive here for now. Is Natsumi. Fails to get the roar onto the hero he wanted. Does find one eventually, but the silence of the WS prevents a Supernova follow-up again. 9 class, he's been untouchable on the Shadow Dances. WS trying to burn him out of the base. He's going to get caught. Ice Blast is incoming. Do they have vision? Do they have another silence on the WS? He's still alive for now. Icarus dive and Supernova's going to be forced, but all the heroes trying to focus it down. DM with the BKB leads the charge in, and they destroy that egg. A triple kill for Satanic as they have demolished Talon in game 1 of this series. The tri-lane, it's back, Winter.
Yeah, it is definitely back when your opponent draws a very greedy offlaner. I think it's a good heads-up play there by whoever came up with the idea. Astini, the players, props to them. And every time you have like a Viper, Phoenix, Razor offlaner, range hero, which is very vulnerable at level 1, and you don't really want to let them get their levels and farm because they are very farm dependent. And the fact that they planned it from the get-go, so the Slug went all the way aboard to place that sentry, just shows that they are just a class above Talon, just in terms of strategy and planning, for the game.
Highlight here. It felt like a lot of the 9 class show here, quite frankly.
He was definitely putting up a clinic on how to use vision and control the game. He was basically pressuring from the lanes, from the tri-lane. He got his levels, he set up for kills, he was controlling runes, removing vision, blocking camps in the mid lane, just annoying the park. Anything he could possibly do in the game, he was doing it. I don't think he could have done anything better. I was just so impressed by his play, his movement, the way he created the vision control, and Roshan casually just wants to be a part of the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, he flipped the Kunkka quite recently in that fight here, and again, I don't know. I don't want to focus on too many, like, on one thing and just hyper focus. And I just think this game felt so impossible. Talent to play in so many of these fights.
So the only thing I felt like they could probably have considered to do better or change is like maybe they needed to send the gyro top, but I don't really think that was like that big of a deal, because the gyro was zoning like almost full zoning the Centaur out. The Centaur only got some farm because of the sentry, what 9 class did in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, I think it was brilliant execution. I don't know about the draft. I don't know if that's a Parivision had or if it was like but brilliant execution here as Parivision will close out game 1 over Talon Esports. Very, very well done here as they extend the lead for Talon. Things look much more difficult for them here on out. It is now all systems go. They just have to get these wins here. As we go to a quick break, we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes with game 2, folks. We'll catch you soon.
Clock is ticking just a little too slow. I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started, I don't wanna miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. Wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift.
Somewhere out in South Alabama, down at the end of an old dirt road, Mama's all alone and Dad is in the slammer. Time took its toll and she's growing old. Hey, some things never change. Hard times just a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times. Live off the land and drink from the holler. Plow the fields, come rain or shine. Putting in the time, gotta make another dollar. May not be rich, but I'm doing fine. Hey, some things never change. Hard times is a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times. Hey, some things never change. Hard times is a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times.
Gonna open a bottle of the finest champagne and drink every drop till it's gone. Think I'll float down a river, might even write me a song. Gonna do some living before I'm gone. I'll be climbing the tallest mountains, and I'll be riding the biggest horse I can find. Gonna do all the things I ain't done in my life. Gonna do some living before I die. Think I'll buy me an old car
Welcome back to ESL One Raleigh 2025, everyone. We are about to wind up Group A for day number 2 of our group stage here. Thanks for joining us here, Seek and Strike and Winter, on the call as Perry Vision outmaneuvering the Talon side with that Phoenix off lane, pretty heavily countered by that 9-class Slark. It was a very impressive game, I have to say, from Perry Vision. They looked clean. They looked like they were on top of it the entire time, honestly.
Yeah, the 3-1-1 lane setup was brilliant, kind of ruined everything Talon had in mind with the lane swap. And I was wondering, just probably the best thing they could do is just to send the gyro top, if they feel like they're taking a bad trade there. But otherwise, I think that if they were to run that game again, if they wanted to do the same lanes, what else they could have done better? I think maybe just be more patient. They really have to wait for the dagger Aghanims BKB timing of the Beastmaster, and before that happened, they kind of have to just dodge. But at the same time, the Slark was giving so much pressure because he's constantly scouting, and you feel like the map is very small for you because they see you all the time, and they have to deal with him.
Look, I hear you on that. I think you're absolutely right. I want to maybe think about one other avenue that Talon could have taken. And I'm not saying straight from the get-go, but I think maybe after Beast gets level 4 or something, I think maybe Cuckoo can try and put more pressure mid. Because I think if he can alleviate and make Makoto's game on that puck a bit easier, considering how good of a puck game early it was, Makoto can gank top, right? Maybe you can equalize that lane, help WS have a better start, farm a few stacks, whatever, right? Maybe that, because you're right. I don't think Cuckoo was going to have the greatest impact top necessarily, but maybe he can impact that lane indirectly and also, try and enable a different lane. I'm not sure though. I think that's a very easy way to look at that.
He had to create something elsewhere to force the rotations to that lane to alleviate the pressure.
I agree. Well, I mean, maybe you just chalk it up to draft here if you're Talon, but it's do or die time now for them, I think, Winter. If they lose here, I don't think a score of 1-7 is going to get them out of the group stage. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into our second draft here of the series, Power Vision versus Talon Esports Live on your screens, folks. Thanks again for joining us. Power Vision will have last pick. Our bands are similar looking for Talon. Did they ban Enigma in that first game as well?
I don't remember, but they banned Enigma this game, and they first picked the PA. So Terrible is in a game. I think Terrible is a decent solution to the PA. Ostini is laughing because he's thinking, you think I did not cover this angle? I've already thought of a million possible outcomes.
I'll tell you what he's probably thinking about. He's thinking about what else have we tried against this hero.
DM is talking, so they're thinking about offlaner. Tide, there's no Tide. That's Terrible. Terrible is like a decent one.
No, that's true, and it's frequently banned as well in the first phase. Because Perry Vision and Winter, what I want to say, they're 6-1 now, so they're looking pretty good overall. As the Tinker first pick will come through out from Coach Ostini.
Annoying bugger with all the barriers. Well, are you a happy chat, seeing this hero in the current meta? I know a lot of people would give very, very very sad, opinions or upset.
Sorry, which one? Seeing the Tinker, sorry?
Yeah, seeing the Tinker in the current meta.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, honestly, because I'm not... Like, Tinker used to be this really annoying, blink in the trees, push your lanes, use items to heal you. He's still annoying. He's kept that part of his identity, but now he's very annoying for a different reason. And I don't know if I like that direction in Dota generally. I don't know if I love this, like, shield and barrier kind of stuff that we're seeing now all the time, right? Like, Glimmer didn't have this before. I guess Pipe had it, right? Crimson also doesn't give this, but like Solar right now gives you that barrier. Like, I don't know if I love it. And Tinker is like the encapsulation of this kind of, different direction that Dota's gone in, this kind of mechanic, right? With his defense matrix. And, he likes to build the pipes and the Solar Crest and the Pavises, right? I'm still a little bit on the fence on whether or not I like it, because I do think it's one of the reasons why auras will no longer be like super picked until they're changed again. Honestly, they just seem so good right now. because of all the barriers and stuff, in my opinion. Does that make
And
sense?
sometimes there's also another thing to this, because Tinker's a support, and when you talk about the aura items, it can be inconvenient for your cores to buy it. And Tinker is like a support that can farm. So he can
Right.
actually just get all the items, and because of your innate Eureka, you get a lower cooldown on them. So it just becomes very good on you.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
it's not possible in every single draft where you have a support that can buy all the items that you kind of need in the game, but the core doesn't want to buy it because it's inconvenient in their builds.
Yeah, it's just like it's a bit confusing for me, right? And we'll move on from this briefly after, so we can get back to the draft. But it's like it felt like Dota when I started playing. It was this game where there wasn't really that much farm to go around, and there wasn't really a whole lot of scaling, because there wasn't like all these blinks and backpacks and neutral items. So like, your Ursa would get like blink, BKB, basher, and it's like time to end the game. Oh, you're a lion and you have brown boots, maybe mana boots. Too bad. You're this is what you're playing the game with. And now it's like there's so much farm on the map. We've gotten so good at dodging fights, and the map's gotten bigger and expanded. And there's just like so many things more to play with. And maybe I'm still grappling with that kind of a change, but like I almost want to be back in a meta in Dota where like supports don't get a lot of farm. You're not expected to have like Forest Glimmer and Pipe on a position 5 Jakiro or whatever.
Yeah, you're supposed to do a lot with very little.
Right. And now it feels like we're in this position, and Tinker's really good at this because of his mobility. We're in this place where like, no, you need to farm, you need to do this, you know what I mean? And like maybe that's just
come
old
on,
man
it's
yelling
more
at
fun
clouds.
now. Everyone gets a
Yeah,
piece of that pie, you know?
I get that, I think I maybe just old man yelling at clouds over it, and yearning for the days when I had brown boots at 10 minutes on
You're
Lion
on
or
the
whatever.
wrong
But
side of this conversation
I
because
get
I
it.
am
I
the
get
old
it.
man. You're the young man.
I know. I get it. But
Okay,
hey,
meanwhile,
that's enough about that.
we have a draft to talk about, Richie. There is a silencer in the game. I think one of the better heroes against Tinker. You can catch him, not catch him, but stop him from doing his combo. With the curse
Right.
and the global silence, the last word. But Brave King is a pretty good answer towards the silencer. Decent into the PA as well because PA wants to blow you up when he comes in. But guess what? Brave King has 2 lives, so you kind of have to do it twice. And sometimes when you already use your BKB, you can't do it the second time.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
And
very
there's
true.
also a Monkey King still in the game, so they're gonna go for that. Everything feels like a flex everywhere. Brave King could go off lane, could go carry. Monkey King could go carry, could go mid. So pretty mobile draft here for Paravision.
I like
Alan
this draft though by Talon, honestly.
Yeah,
I like this
Alan
opening.
gonna commit to this Storm with the Silencer, a classic duo. You fall in, you catch a hero, global to back it up, so you kill that target easily.
Yeah, lots of physical damage with tag team and PA, of course. The lanes are looking really strong overall right now for Talon.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I don't mind what they're cooking here, honestly. Power Vision, of course, like you say, also with some heavy hitters coming through here, and again some flexibility in the Monkey, especially in their draft. Talon a little bit less flexible, so maybe there is that to worry about.
Less
considering
flexible.
Power Vision have last pick.
Equals simple, straightforward.
Agreed.
Sometimes that's what you need. After a string of losses, you need to keep everything simple, so it's easy for you to figure out what you have to do in a game. Like right now, they lack like a front line and anchor. They kind of have catch, have team fight. So they need something to hold a lane, some tight Timber type of hero. There's no tight. There's still something like no, Darkseid is also banned. So there's like a Centaur, which is kind of similar type of hero, but there is a chance that the Monkey will be moved there, and your Centaur is gonna have a hard time. But we always have this question, right? Do you pick for the lane or do you pick for the game? Some teams they will pick for the game, and some teams like Talon, we have already seen time and time they really prioritize the lane, so they would more often pick for the lane.
What do you think you prefer when you're, kind of down bad in a tournament like this, right? Really kind of desperately needing that
because
win.
it keeps things simple. You win the lane, you do well in the lane. If there's a pick for the lane, then everything becomes easier, Because when you're like having a rough time and you try to complicate things can get really, really tough, for the players. And they go for Magnus, which is a lane holder, which can kind of stand his own, sit around the map, hold his ground. You can clear the Wraith King skeletons. And there is PA plus Empower,
10
always a
seconds
very, very
remaining.
scary sight. But he is a very slow hero.
5
Takes a lot of farm.
seconds remaining.
And let's see how Paravision decides to strategize here. Do they try to punish the Magnus, or do they try to punish the Storm? Because I think a lot of their eggs are in this Storm basket, right? Because they have very greedy side lane heroes. So if you can kind of slow down the hero that's supposed to rotate, which is the Storm, then it will actually put you in a good position in the game, because the Storm is not able to move and everyone is farming on talent, then you can pick them apart.
I'll tell you what, though. I see a Tidehunter. Oh, no, he's banned. Okay. I was about to say, because that just seems like such a good counter pick always into these kinds of Magnus games, right? Well, what else? Centaur in the pool, right?
It really depends on where they want to put the Wraith King. Like if Wraith King is carry,
Yeah,
Monkey is
yeah.
going to be mid. What other offlaners can they go for? Yeah, it's not really. I mean, there's Doom, I guess, if they really want to.
What?
You may now
Okay,
select your
that is definitely a very interesting one.
Who locks
He
it
is
in?
a storm
Satanic.
counter in a way and has no cooldown, so he's a good hero into long cooldowns like Mag, RP, Global Silence. Because you can keep playing the game and you can keep running at the opponent. So the root is very good into the Tusk, very good into the Storm, kind of decent into the PA as well, because PA wants to jump around. And if you can play a very, very fast momentum game, you just keep fighting, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the slower draft of talent, right? With the Magnus, Silencer, and you have the PA, which also needs a lot of farm, So I can see the idea here. And Paravision more or less already probably have enough points, and they're trying to, maybe test some things and try to figure out what
Yeah,
is possible in going forward into the tournament. So I kind of
I
like their
agree.
mindset here.
That's kind of what I'm seeing as well. One team desperately needs as many wins as they can get to try and claw down either Spirit or Liquid and force tiebreakers. And one team's at the stage of the tournament where they can start last picking Meepo in a game that doesn't have some sort of cleave or terrible kind of game into it. And well, we'll see if that is going to end up working out. It's Meepo and Tinker over on the same team. It'll be a carry Meepo here for Satanic and Paravision as they hope to go, 7-1 to do out day 2. And maybe not quite clinch, but get very close to securing that upper bracket slot here for Talon Winter. Well, they've got themselves a PA. They have a cleave. They have a Storm with some good team fight. I mean, is this going to be enough, Winter, to be able to get them through and potentially find a second win here?
Well, we have to, pray that they get past the early game, and then we shall see, They have a slower draft, so everything is going to take some time to come online. I would say it's important in the early game to babysit the Storm like he is everything for you. The Storm needs to have a game. You have to control the runes, you have to keep his resources up because he is the man that is going to determine how much space you are going to get on the map for the support to get levels, for your side lane cost to farm, for the mag and PA. So everything is going to be really dependent on Mikoto on the Storm Spirit, and he has to deliver if they want to have any hopes of winning this game.
No, we'll see how things get going for them. Talon, they need wins, and they need them now. Paravision in a bit of a different situation, as Cuckoo says, Meepo player? Of
Yeah,
course.
we have a lot of Meepo players in SCA, so we know a thing or two about Meepos.
That's true. Use gold, right? I don't know. I have 500 games if you're asking me. Need level 30.
It's always
500
nice,
games,
to
really?
see the back and forth, The friendly back and forth, if you will.
Let's see if you need to report blue. It's how you normally draft. Wait. It's how you draft usually for WS?
To battle.
Draft for himself. Oh, yeah, right. They're asking about how WS plays. No one's like, yeah, we picked Meepo. Is this a serious pick for your offlaner as well? Famous Russian humor.
Oh, here comes the backstab, Richie. Hello, Natsumi. Oh, he took Blink, level 1.
Oh, he
But
did,
still dies?
Natsumi. Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. Laser onto him. The Tinker auto attacks does miss uphill, or because of the evasion, we'll never know. Either way, Natsumi able to evade death here. Will have to probably run home and TP. Maybe he'll miss a few creeps here,
boy.
but otherwise avoids first blood.
Yeah, that is a pretty good, I think, start, for them. For Paravision. I mean, forcing the PA to get Blink at level 1, even though he didn't die. That is already, I think, a victory. I call that a win in my book. That's going to disrupt his lane quite a bit. And I also like your enthusiasm about figuring out where did the miss come from, the high ground or the evasion.
Yeah, 20% at level 1, right? Where will it be? What was the source? That's truly going to be a mystery.
Do you think
for the ages.
The miss should be a different color coded when it comes from a different source?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's really that relevant. Maybe. I just feel like at that point it'll become like a little information overload. You missed from laser, you know? You must top up your Dota Plus subscription. Danger, danger. The camps are stacking. You know, it's like, come on. We cannot. We don't need all that entire information.
Yeah, but you said it yourself, the more the better,
Sometimes.
We need to get a clearer picture of the game.
I think it's yeah, look, I hear what you're saying. I don't think we need to go back to the days where we didn't have the stun bar. I remember how vehemently that was opposed for a while, but I'm more of a fan of it now. But, again, Natsumi, despite almost dying first, he's done very well in his first few waves, such as the strength of this hero now in the lane. So, I wouldn't really call it a recovery because it's not like he was that far down. But, a tough start here that he shrugs off. Well done. It's going to be a tough start as well for Makoto mid, I reckon. I think I've seen, a few monkeys just walk under towers and get kills very early on this tournament.
I think especially you have to know when to use the mischief to tank the Remnant, the static slide. I think if you can do that as a monkey.
Look at Satanic. Sorry to cut you off. He's already sent a Meepo through the gate.
No. Don't you worry about that. Just gotta buy me some chicken rice tomorrow.
Just doing a bit of a grocery shopping, a bit of sightseeing. He only needs the one Meepo down here for now.
He seems like he's going to get a kill here. Body blocking from 9 class. Cuckoo, don't run away! You think I can't play Meepo?
Look at the micro, man. He's still down bottom getting last hits, by the way.
I can't tell who has the better micro, the Tinker with the body block or the Meepo.
Definitely the Meepo, because Satanic was securing last
bro.
hits. He's moving the Meepo to get Lotus.
Like A-clicking him. Come on, he was A-clicking him, and Tinker was doing all the hard work.
All right, well, very well. I'll give that to you then. But a strong start
Don't
here.
give it to me, give it to 9 class.
Wait, hold on. Talon are basically getting tri-laned 2 games in a row? Okay, no, Satan, he's bringing back the Meepo. Okay.
Yeah, now that you say that. Is this how Dota is meant to be played? 3-1-1?
I think so. I'm all for it.
How about the jungling heroes? What about that? I mean, Paravision is always trying to break the game, right? With their jungling Veno, with a 3-1-1 lane setup.
With these Earth Vines, perfect. And WS is not going to be able to get a skewer under tower. No, I agree. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the jungles, of trying to break them out. Again, the flexibility, what you can do in Dota, like the big sandbox in this MOBA that we've been given.
Yeah,
is,
I think this is why they really like, I'm sure as a team they really like the change to the Dota TV thing, like where you can't watch the game if you don't have a friend list for the games at higher range MMR, so you don't get an idea of who's training what heroes, so you don't have to play on Smurf and everything. So it's easier to come up with newer ideas and fresher ideas.
Agreed.
Which is really good for,
agreed.
I think, competitive play.
Yeah, I think Astini was overall like a fan of this change. I know he landed in some hot water, coach of Paravision, of course. Well, speaking of hot water talent, they might be in for a little bit more hot water. But they've got a ward actually already set up at the Twin Gate top, so they've scouted Satanic's Meepo coming through the gate as he A-clicks creeps underneath his tower bottom. This is impressive. This is probably the only time I've been curious what the APM is for a Dota player. As they will try and
Usually
punish
no
this.
more than 120.
Satanic. He's hiding in these trees. Okay, now he's been scouted as nighttime falls, so the vision no longer favoring Talon here, and I think that'll help him escape.
Jakiro's here too. He's gonna get found.
That he is. Also trying to sneak through the gate. DM throws a stun. There are 4 heroes top, and Satanic, he's got proof to bring over Meepo Prime. All of a sudden, Talon, they found themselves outnumbered despite scouting this rotation early. They will end up losing both supports as Jokum trying to live. All the regen here is actually getting them out pretty far, but DM, second Wraithfire Blast to secure the kill. Satanic,
tower's
he had
gonna
Earthbinds
take-
to spare.
The tower's gonna take a lot of damage here. Just perfect timing with the rotation, with the siege creep, and with the skeletons. It is going to take a lot of beating from these creeps and the siege. And meanwhile, PA, Natsumi in trouble.
Yeah,
Once
they're
again,
also
needing to
making a
break
play
out.
mid lane, by the way. Makoto, without level 6, he's just going to die. And Natsumi up top lane, he's being dove also by 3 heroes. Dies under his tier 2
no.
tower.
They're getting ran over by Paravision now, and no one. I mean, this is the type of hero when you're getting a start like this, you can absolutely destroy every single lane with your rotations.
Just ask Cuckoo, he dies again there under the tower for free. No one. What a start here for Parivision. Up 3k already. Minutes, not even 7 minutes in. 9 class, he cancels the TP. He realizes, another
And guess
kill
what?
has
Satanic's
presented
mid
itself.
again. He's everywhere.
There they go. Yeah, he's back here. Pretty nice ice shards. A good effort here. Jokum, he'll make it difficult. He'll make him work for it, but he dies all the same. It is 7 unanswered kills here in favor of Parivision, as they got the top tower Winter with the first wagon. They might get the mid tower with this first wagon.
And this is just going to be a very quick one, at this rate. And
Look at
Satanic
him! Look
gets
at him!
another
Look,
catch
he
here.
gets another Earthbind. Makoto stunned up as no one. He's going to go in looking for this kill. This is good damage though on a Satanic, as perhaps they've gone
Okay,
too far.
they
No one.
punish him at
He might
least.
be in a bit too deep here. Does have that Jingu Mastery. Ice Path buys him a few more seconds as he's life stealing off of these supports. Eventually he falls though. Makoto lands the killing blow. Still only level 5 on that Storm though. STM
Skeletons,
joins the
they're
fight.
killing him. Oh my
They
god.
are the Bone
Run.
Guard. Cuckoo, no.
Man, this skeletons at this early stage, it hurts a lot,
I don't think I have ever seen, what was that? 8 heroes in the mid-tier 2 tower 7 minutes into the game?
Nope.
That's
And that
madness.
is definitely not a common occurrence, Richie. Just like good Mexican food in Malaysia. Not
That's-
a common occurrence.
Very true. Very true. Sadly, very true.
Yeah,
But,
meanwhile, no one claims the tower, so he's rewarded for his lane dominance. 4k net worth at 8 minutes comparing to the 2.7k of the Storm. I mean, I don't know how much of that is the meeple or just Talon really
No. Oh,
just not really playing well,
I almost bursted him there with the Amplified Damage rune. Fortunately, Ducalis just a bit slow on the ice path to follow
I
up
mean,
and secure
Ducalis
that
is
kill.
level 6 for God's sake.
Yeah. Yeah. That's still a 4K net worth lead as well. I mean, okay, so WS had the best start on his team out of the lane, right? I mean, let's see how he can convert here. He is saving up for potentially a Blink Dagger as no one. Okay, I think they both maybe realize that they have vision on the exact same Cliff Ward now. Oh, that's not going to stop Natsumi from getting dope. He's still only on level 5. Mikoto
Here
up
comes
to
the
level
punish.
6. Going in now onto no one. The Ice Path, the stuns. I mean, DM's here as well with the Bone Guard as no one. Wand Charge sees him fully back to maximum HP. Talon now eager to disengage as this fight, once again, they find themselves ill-equipped to take.
Yeah, here comes Monkey. He's not done. He's looking for the silencer again. And just being an absolute madness on the map, this Monkey King moving around, and you have like global support from the Meeple and the Tinker later. And also
pretty
you have
disgusting.
the skeletons pushing the side lanes and just constantly forcing them back to defend and splitting them up. It's going to be very tough, I feel
Yeah, I
like the
guess in
pressure
a
is going
way-
to be the pressure is going to be very, very difficult to deal with the skeletons plus the Tinker with the the global presence. It's
I think in a
making me want
way-
to play some offlane Wave King. And I think offlane Wave King is going to be a thing, a very common occurrence now. His skeleton
Yeah.
is way too strong, you know.
I don't
Skills
know if
does
the
so
build
much.
will always be Radiant's first item on offlane Wraith King. I think this is going to be, you know, a game maybe not to model your first few games off of.
If I don't go Radiance, what do I do? What, Blade Mail, Dazzle? Is that what you do?
Email test. So you basically do just want to play it as a carry, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you just play it as a carry.
Okay.
I mean, offlane
guess-
is just a carry. Another carry
I guess
in
I
the
was
game.
thinking like Link plus one item, but then it's a natural question like, well, then what do you do? Like, besides just be a blinking stun?
You have to use the Midas that you are given, you know, the Bone Guard. Bone Guard is
Yep.
basically a free Midas for you. A better Midas, you know. if you
Smoke move
play it
here
that way.
as it's Shokum stunned from the trees, gets the snowball off and the walrus punch before he's caught by the ice path. Jokum dies under that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, not just dying under the tower, they'll lose the tower as well. This monkey has been everywhere with the meeple and the tinker. I mean, what is Talon supposed to do here? So they've gotten the dagger, right? Dagger is coming for the Magnus. Okay, this is going to be their ticket back into the game. Slowly get themselves with the skewer back.
Global.
Meanwhile, global.
It's for
Monkey King
Makoto.
in
Sorry, it's for
trouble.
no one. Can they actually secure the kill? Snowball into the stun. Indeed, Ukuku will die, but not before he gets his +1 brain drain. Satanic is giving chase, though. Doesn't quite have the kill. Yeah, that's that Wukong's faithful facet coming in handy for the kill beyond the grave. Winter, can you not play a Wraith King offlane a little bit like how Enigma plays with the Eidolons, you know? Like drums, kind of into that style more?
I mean, you could try. I mean, you could always try. But whether you win the game is going to be an entirely different story.
Yeah. Okay, Ducalis does pick up the haste turn, so he's able to outrun the snowball here. That's going to be trouble now for Jokum. There's no one. He will return from his brief slumber in the fountain and allows Ducalis to finalize the kill there. He goes no further, though. No one realizing that 2 deaths is more than enough for him this game. Doesn't want to give too much of a opening for Talon to regain a footing.
Yeah, and also Natsumi, because of the Empower, he's skipping Battle Fury, going for the more, I think, early game centric build. Vlad's into Dazzle. A blast from the past, you know. This is a pretty old build. When you had Magnus, you would always try to do it, so you come online faster. But the thing with this is like the Magnus is not a support, right? He's a core. So sometimes it's hard to rely on him to follow you around to buff you all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
That's definitely going to come at a price of the Magnus's own farm, you know, if he has to do that.
No, I see what you mean. Yeah, I guess so. Like,
It's a common discussion, I think, that at least for my time, you know, when we have this PA Magnus, I always feel like the PA should still get his own Battle Fury, unless the Magnus is a support where he
Right.
can just follow you around.
and then you can have the benefit of double cleave, right? Basically, if it's relevant, which is still
because it's just
pretty
not
decent.
efficient if the core Magnus has to follow you around to buff you so you can farm.
Are scanning.
Do you think that was also a limitation back then of like not having so many other items to scale into and stuff like that? Because now you have like backpack and stuff. Back then it was like, are you really going to use one of your 6 slots for Battle Fury this game?
Is under attack.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it was also the fact that Dota was very different back then. You know, the way
Yeah.
the players thought of, the way the meta is, it's completely different. And nowadays,
We've developed a lot
said,
since then.
yeah, bigger map,
Oh,
a lot more
hold on,
farm.
Cuckoo. That's a very dangerous tree he's walked into.
In the middle
as-
of the ring.
Yeah.
How is that
No
fair,
one.
Richie? A silencer in the middle of the ring, one-on-one with the monkey?
Yeah. Gotta know your trees, you know? He had to know that that tree was an imposter. It vented.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, because when you change the map, I think players they're going to naturally take a lot more time to get used to the tree placements and everything. So you don't
Yeah.
really catch a Monkey King pretending to be a tree that easily. You know?
he unfortunately it was not Cuckoo's fault. I'll say the line. It wasn't Cuckoo's fault. He just walked up the stairs and Monkey King was waiting there for him. As Talon, they will smoke
so
up
then
now.
Whose fault is it? If he
Blink
walked up the
RP.
cliff, then whose fault is it, Pichi?
That's true. That's true. Did no one make Cuckoo walk up the cliff? I didn't think so.
Yep, we will never know.
Okay, hold on. They're going to try and interrupt the Tormentor timing. This could be powerful, but with the Meepos here to soak off all the damage as well as the Tinker heals, yeah, they are still in fighting shape now. Jokum, he's still going to end up running on end, but it's Ducalis from behind who actually finds a nice stun, and they might be able to burst the Magnus, gets off the RP with the Global to follow up. They get the kill first onto Ducalis, but everyone else is still too healthy as no one leads them into the trees now. Jokum,
the Radiance
he
is
dies
burning them
again
down.
to DM as the Radiance reveal. It's too good. No one a swing and a miss there on the Boundless Strike. That'll allow Cuckoo to live. And the rest of the Talon Core is still able to escape, but they go looking for a fight and find themselves far too late to contest. I mean, Winter, it's still they're still facing down at 11k in that word lead at this point.
At 16 minutes, that is a huge mountain to climb. And Roche is going to be up the cards next, you know, for Paravision. So who actually got the shard?
Good question.
Oh, it was Ducalis. Now he has the million damage, Twin Terror,
Yeah,
Liquid Fire, and Liquid Frost combination.
very true, actually. Yeah, very true. We'll take a look at that replay of the fight as Paravision secure the next objective, which is Roche. Feels really bad for Talon here, actually, because, of course, with a PA and a Tusk, you almost kind of, you know, expect to take that as a trade.
Just like, and the thing is, they're just like way weaker right now, you know, against heroes and overall composition, you know. And
No, I hear you there, and Jokum, unfortunately, trying to go for a cheeky steal. He will be punished for that. Snowball, it's not a bad time-wasting strategy, actually, but I think DM, or no one, will pick up another kill here onto him. No one's 7th kill of the game as Satanic slowly but surely is going to get through this Roshan. And immediate TP's down bottom where no one sets a trap now looking for WS, who has Blink, not able to use it though. Stunned from the trees, a follow-up out from DM is thrown, and even 9 Class joining to secure the kill. Wow.
And this is just getting really ugly right now. I mean, even the Tinker has Mag, Holy Locket, and Grease completed soon, you know, so the Global Silence is not going to bother him as much.
Dire's bottom
And once all those tools to deal with the Global Silence is there, it's going to be very difficult, almost near impossible for Talon to actually take a team fight, you know.
Cuckoo being chased down. At least he will die instead of Makoto. Oh goodness, the Tinker TPing in. Satanic closing the door here. Makoto looking for a way back in there. Pausing as WS does connect on the RP. That's not half bad. They've caught the Meepos here. Can they actually take him down? And well, it's actually 9 Class to go down first. Satanic still fighting through this one, and look at him go! Oh my goodness! Even with now the Wukong's command down, but they finally catch him there on the stuns, and it turns into a full team wipe. The Ice Path into the Wukong's command. Satanic conserves the Aegis as well. Oh no.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate snowball save. He snowballed both of them into the ice path, just resulting in both of them dying. Yeah, but that was just another disaster of a fight for Talon, you know. It looked like they had like a small little opening there to get off to a good start, you know, good RP into a skewer. But they just didn't have enough damage to kill them fast enough, you know, because they are so far behind, you know, 15k behind.
Yeah, and you're right, there's that snowball save that puts him right into the ice path. A little bit of that Macropire on top, and Satanic comes out of that with a triple kill. It's the second tier 2 tower already gone.
That was the most unpleasant exit from a snowball that I've seen so far.
Yeah, that's like having a snowball fight when you're little, except, you know, some punks are putting ice in it. It's a lot harder here. Makoto, okay, he's gonna be fine. No one realizing that he's literally right outside of the base.
Yeah, both the supports on Paravision are eclipsing the enemy offlaner in terms of network. That's how bad the state of the game is.
Yeah, and that's not going to slow down here as Jokum, he's going to get caught. It punches one of the Meepos, but there's 2 of them back on Earth that will beat him to a pulp. And just the pressure, it never lets up here. Look at DM go, man. WS and Natsumi, they can't kill him. Nine Class throwing the blood grenade and securing the kill with the
He
laser.
didn't even
Immediate
pop
tip out from
BKB. He
Ducalis.
actually changed his mind for the Desert. He built a BKB, but this game just looks like it's just
Yeah,
over,
that's
you know.
WS going down. The last tier 2 tower going down. It's a 21k net worth lead, 20 minutes in. Very rarely do you see a net worth lead outpace the clock in a game. Such is the degree of shellacking we are witnessing here. As Perryvision pushing up to high ground. Age is still in the inventory for Meepo for another 90 seconds at least. Just over another 95 now. As the first lane of barracks will be focused. Talon realizing this might be the last fight they get here. Blink, RP is ready to go. Oh my goodness, no one, he just blinks in and breaks the smoke. There's no global. There it is now. It's finally out, but they're the ones being initiated on. Where's the opportunity to turn? WS has not found an opening for the RP. It's both supports down. Natsumi uses the BKB just to run back home in the fountain and nearly still dies to the boundless strike of no one. What have they gained? Nothing. The bottom barracks destroyed. Perryvision, they just move on. Business as usual.
And this is such a clinical performance, by Perryvision. Oh,
That's
skewer.
a pretty promising skewer, but Satanic, he's just going to poof in the rest of the Meepos now. And again, he still has this Aegis. 45 seconds now, nearly on its last legs. But it's so difficult here. They get the kill at least there. A nice one onto no one. They end up losing Natsumi for it, though. DM still alive. He actually has not even leveled Reincarnation yet. All of a sudden, Satanic, running back from the fountain, finds himself a Tusk. Down he goes. 8th kill now for the Meepo. Another zip in. Trying to at least find Ducalis here when they're looking for damage anywhere they can. As they still manage to try and defend these barracks, but it is unbearable. They can't do it. Talent, they have to tap out. Natsumi's disconnected. The voice lines are coming out, but Perryvision, I mean, issuing an absolutely one-sided game here as they take down Talon 2-0.
Yeah, what a beatdown, in the second game. Just completely outclassing Talon. Talon just couldn't really keep up with what Paravision is doing from the start of the game, with the lanes, the Meepo going through the gates, just constantly ganking and pressuring them. And like I said, the Storm has a lot of weight on his shoulders this game to make sure that he creates enough space for his team, but just really couldn't find a lot of openings, because of the Meepo being so active in the early game, always outnumbering the Talon lineup. And obviously, there's also the constant wave shuffling from the skeletons, and you are forced to go deal with it, and then you're committing one hero to do that, and Paravision is bringing the extra hero to another side of the map to kill you or to take fights, so always having the numbers advantage on their side, just very good game, from Paravision. As is for Talon, they are going to have to go back, watch the replay, and really try to figure out what is Paravision doing in the game, that made it so difficult for Talon the entire series.
Yeah, no, agreed. I think, I mean, just out maneuvering.
Tough, yeah.
I mean, game 2 is so hard because it's like that game felt over 8 minutes in, maybe. Like the way that Satanic is just
Yeah, I
playing
mean, the
two
fact
lanes.
that the PA didn't go battle for it means that there's not much way of coming back into the game already. That I think if they had a battle for it, maybe there is still a chance, because the Magnus kind of suffered. You could see his net worth dropping. He was like top of the net worth chart for his team, and then because he had to follow the PA, he lost a lot of farm on the map, and they were not winning the fights. So then it became just worse and worse over time. Very very quickly, the whole situation deteriorated, and Storm couldn't really find any moves on the map. And yeah, just the thing with Storm is like if the enemy can push out the waves without showing, like with skeletons from the Wraith King, then it becomes hard for you to kick out the hero that's pushing the lane, and you don't really have like a very clear purpose in the game. They're like kind of hoping for pickoffs left and right to create space, but they're not really killing the heroes that are shuffling the lanes, because they are not heroes shuffling the lanes. It's the skeletons doing all the hard work. And
Yeah,
then when
that's
you
true,
show
right?
the Storm, you're in trouble because your teammates are going to get ganked on the other side. So
Yeah,
it's
and
tough,
that's what we saw a lot. easy as well when you get that Tinker, the Meepo even really utilizing the gates early on as well for the mobility. No one playing extremely aggressively, dying a few times in the enemy triangle, right? But ultimately not really making enough of a difference there. It's a very solid 2-0 lead here, 2-0 series, pardon me, for Pirate Division as they close out their second day here at ESL One Raleigh. With us now, I believe, for an interview, for quickly some of his thoughts, is 9class, support player from Team Pirate Division. Can you hear us?
Yeah,
Hello,
Hello.
bro. Congrats on
Hello.
the win. Very solid performance so far by you and the team. Um, Kind of a crazy game too, right? Can I quickly ask, like, whose decision was it to pick the Meepo there?
Satanic call. He just said, "I wanna play Mipa. Give me Mipa. I will destroy you." So, and
Yeah,
we
that's how
trust
it
him
worked
and
out.
Yeah,
thank
Winter?
him.
so I just wanted to ask something about like the recent change, right? Because your team is one of the teams that has a lot of very interesting strategies that you guys pick with the heroes, and with the recent change to the Dota TV, so you can't really watch, and with the website's not getting the data. How do you feel as a team? With that change being brought into Dota as a whole at the moment.
For us, this change is really good because we can pick like this Lark and nobody can know about these heroes. We can flex. We can just show some ringmaster and nobody can prepare to team and it's fun. It's fun to play.
So do you think this is going to, reward teams that have a bigger hero pool or a much different approach towards the game compared to before?
Yeah, maybe because usually I play some nice stalker. They have really big hero pool and I cannot prepare to it. Yeah.
I wanted to ask 9class, is there another team, maybe in Group B or in this tournament, that you guys really want to play or you really want to play again?
Mm, I wanna play maybe versus Bad Boom because they won last tournament. So versus them and also it's a CIS team. So it's always fun to play versus them.
Okay, cool. Winter, any last questions here before we let 9class go?
Yeah, so just one last question for me. So I've been particularly impressed by your position for play, for the last two games. If someone wants to, learn how to be a position 4 player like you, is there any good tips that you can give for, someone to, somewhere to start, where to learn? How do they improve
On
as a
what
position
position
4
for?
player? Any any
On
any
which
hero, if they're looking at your replays, for example, and they're trying to figure out how to play like you, is there any advice you could give that person?
like this? It's really hard. I don't know. Just play your best hero. I mean, which hero you really like, and enjoy Dota. I will like say like this because I always play like some weird heroes, but I'm enjoying Dota.
Yeah,
Have fun,
especially the
basically.
Slark game looked really fun.
Yeah.
Okay, 9class. I thank you so much for your time. I think we're going to let you go and prepare for your final day in the tournament. But congrats to you and the team for a very successful group stage so far, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, 9class. What a lad. Wow. I mean, and what a game for them, right? I think what a series. Probably we are the first stream to finish. I can tell you now, we are the first stream to finish. So Paravision will get lots of rest before their last match tomorrow. Their final opponent is going to be versus Digma Galaxy. Speaking of Nigma Galaxy, if you want to catch their game now as they face off versus Team Liquid, you guys can catch that over on the mainstream. If you're looking for the Team Spirit versus Shopify Rebellion match, that's going to be covered by Gareth and Waga over on the Ember stream. Winter, that is already going to wrap our day here, and I think we're going to have a little bit of a break before we get started with Group B. Yeah, around an hour. That's how fast we finished off here. Any final thoughts here from you, Winter, before we close out our day and let the people go?
Well, tough day for SE Dota. Talent unfortunately is already eliminated from the group stage here, so a lot for them to learn from this event. They have to try to figure out how to fix their problems in the mid game. But for Dota wise, I think I find that Dota is a lot more interesting now with the changes to Dota TV, that you can't really watch what your opponents are doing, unless you're friends with them in Steam. So I think that has made competitive Dota a lot more interesting now. Like what Nine Class said, for a team like them, they have a lot of strategies that they want to use, and they are afraid that the enemies know. And with the current change, they are able to surprise them and get a win here and there. So it's going to help teams that have a very big hero pool and reward them. So I'm excited to see where this change to Dota leads us to, and hopefully it's going to bring us a lot more, top tier Dota, in tournaments.
Yeah, I agree, especially now as the group stage winds up and you see teams really start to pull out all the stops, versus facing elimination. I think it's really interesting. I think in this series we were lucky to see the opposite of that, right? Where Power Vision basically already guaranteed their their slot in the playoffs, start to break out something a little bit different for them. And well played. The Meepo in game 2, the Slark position 4 in game 1. I think it's definitely caught Talon off guard, and that's why these two teams are mirrored right now. Paravision top of the table now, 7-1, I believe, almost untouchable up there, and unfortunately for Talon, 1-7, which it's not the result that they were looking for here, having only won one game of the 8 they've played. But as you say, a lot to go home with, a lot to practice, and hopefully they can take home some good experiences. And like you say, pub some different heroes, start to find their own style again, and show the world that SCA Dota still has a lot of skill and a region still to be respected, because it's been a very tough few years for the region, hasn't it? But,
yeah, what can you do? There's a lot of catching up to do. We've been catching up since God knows, how long ago, and we've been still waiting. The fans are still waiting for the day that the SCA teams are gonna be able to do well in the LAN events. And I mean, recently, the previous talent roster, they did well, but ever since then, no one has ever replicated their success, right? So hopefully we'll see someone else replace the mantle and do well in the future events, so that SCA Dota can continue to fly.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. We don't want to turn this into a whole SCA Dota podcast. I think you and I could really go on and on about it, but the people they yearn for more Dota, and we still have a little bit more Dota to provide. Again, guys, later on this stream, we will be having Math Magician and Hanskin joining to provide the rest of the day's coverage. They'll be taking you through Avalis versus Team Tidebound and Heroic versus BetBoom. But again, if you're looking for Dota now, you have Spirit versus Shopify over on the Ember stream, and on the main stream is Nigma versus Liquid. Winter and myself, we bid you an adieu until we return tomorrow for the ending of the Raleigh group stage. But again, the next series will be live on this channel in an hour. Until then, guys, stay safe, and Winter and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling in on me. It's a peaceful protest, televised at home. Time to take your seat, enjoy the show. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. No matter how hard I try, I'm down in the gutter, looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. And the sky feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, I can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling now. Hold on tight, better roll your life. Only God will light, and the end is in sight. Hold on tight, better roll your life. Only God will light, and the end is in sight. Towards the sky, and the sky feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, I can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling now.
If you've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel, if you've been paving your own way, trying to be the one who holds the gavel, if you've been sleeping your own bed, trying to get up, but your wings ain't able. If you've been locking your own chains, throw away the key with your mind unstable. Have you been to the cliffs of death? Have you? Whoa. Have you tried the forbidden fruit? Pull the trigger, but it wouldn't shoot. Whoa. shame and gravel.
Got some ice down, 6-pack sitting in the back of my truck. Gonna be a good time, hell yeah, things are starting to look up. Alright. Once we get started, yeah, we're never gonna stop. Break out the good times, let's take it to the top. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well, it ain't that hard. Just look for us, 'cause the party's always right where we are. Oh yeah. It's a full-blown knockdown tailgate kind of a night. Oh yeah. Got the cool chicks dancing on the hood, and they're looking so fine, so fine. This fire's burning at 110. Don't need a ticket, honey, come on in. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well, it ain't that hard. Just look for us, 'cause the party's always right where we are. Don't need much for a good time, couple friends and the radio blasting. 'Cause we're singing at the top of our lungs, yeah, we're right where it's happening. Oh, yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Oh no. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well, it ain't that hard. Just look for us, 'cause the party's always right where we are. It's always right where we are. Gonna party all night. Yeah, right where we are.
Time clock is ticking just a little too slow. I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started, I don't wanna miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, getting all that fun. When you see him, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see him, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift.
Somewhere out in South Alabama, down at the end of an old dirt road, Mama's all alone and Daddy's in the slammer. Time took its toll and she's growing old. Hey, some things never change. Hard times just a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times. Live off the land and drink from the holler. Plow the fields, come rain or shine. Putting in the time, gotta make another dollar. May not be rich, but I'm doing fine. Hey, some things never change. Hard times is a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times. Hey, some things never change. Hard times is a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times.
Gonna open a bottle of the finest champagne and drink every drop till it's gone. Think I'll float down a river, might even write me a song. Gonna do some living before I'm gone. I'll be climbing the tallest mountains, and I'll be riding the biggest horse I can find. Gonna do all the things I ain't done in my life. Gonna do some living before I die. Think I'll buy driving, I ain't looking back. Think I'll head for the sunset and see where I get. And thank the good Lord it ain't over yet. I'm really not sure what took me so long to do some living before I'm gone. Take me by my outstretched hand, lead me to cold black water. The fires that I've started are growing bright and hotter. Who's gonna be my friend now? Who's gonna be my lover? Will there be someone standing at my grave to lower my coffin down under? To lower me back down under. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She stays inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room. She always has a key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me, like she's been seeing me. There's a long list of people where I've fallen short for many different reasons, mainly the battle, collecting regrets like sport. There I was in the corner, looking for company. That's when she sat down at the table and said, "My name is Misery." She introduced herself as Misery. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me.
so right, it feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but feels so right, it can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my mind. I've been losing my mind.
back for more. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Driving down the motorway, riding on the edge of my seat. I'm looking in the rearview, 'cause the future is so bittersweet. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Keep me coming back for more. I need this now, more than I can ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. I need your love every day. I think about you night and day. I want you, babe, I feel for you. I'm fine when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say. I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love. Baby, when I'm here with you, you know I'm fine, you know I'm crazy about you. Oh baby, you know that my love is true. You know I smile when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say. I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love.
I was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that you are what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 got your back forever. Just wanna let you know. Love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. Got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you.
Hold the hands of time. Promises will follow. Inner visions realized in a new tomorrow.
keeps on ticking by. To you, I surrender. Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down.
It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ESL Raleigh. And we've got Math Magician and Hanskin here. Hanskin, we saw some pretty awesome games yesterday, and it seems like our Group B here is a lot more tight than the other Group A. We've already got 2 teams eliminated over there, but our team still has all the chance in the world to make it through.
Yeah, 4 teams right now sitting at 2-2 compared to the other group. Like you say, Paravision sitting at 7-1. Of course, Talon and Shopify not doing too hot over there. Talon already eliminated, looks like.
Yes.
But, in this one, we got the 2-2 heroic, Avalus versus Tidebound matchup coming in here. So maybe somebody gets the chance to pull ahead, or the other way around.
I mean, everybody, right? I mean, this is literally like a 2-way or a 1-way tie for everybody except for 1 and 6, right? Everybody else is just sitting here at 2-2. So everybody's pretty evenly matched up so far. I'd say, if anything, you got to feel a little bit better as Tundra, since you did 1-1 Falcons, and Falcons are currently top of group. So that probably feels a little bit better for them, which means also Avalus has to be feeling pretty good because they won 1 Tundra. So, you know, it trickle it down a little bit, but maybe they're the ones that have a bit of an advantage today. I think this Tidebound team in general, I looked over their game so far. They have a really strong game 1 showing. Something happens, they kind of get stomped in game 2. Each time so far. I don't know what it is, but there's something about this Tidebound team that people play against them once and they're like, I figured it out. Sometimes even on the same heroes.
Yeah, I mean, their Tidebound, of course, is basically the ex-LGD team, the really famous one that, used to battle Spirits and the guys. Except for they have Shiro now on Planet, of course, instead of Am and Shinkyu. I think they're pretty similar in a lot of ways, where they can be quite experimental. I feel like they've always been this way. But I mean, they're really solid when they do what they know, basically. But sometimes they just go way out there and they try something new and do some Dark Willow carry from a couple TIs ago. They're kind of, they're not afraid to test the boundaries.
Yeah, that dark. I was actually just thinking about that yesterday too. Like, some teams will see something that pops up in the meta and they think it's really good, or someone will make it look good, and it just dies after a week because like nobody can replicate it the way that person did. I think it was K1, right, that like made the Dark Willow look so good whenever they started playing it, but teams just weren't able to pick up on it as much. Hopefully they have more stuff like that, because without these trackers coming and helping out people figure out what the meta is, more stuff like that might come through.
Yeah, no doubt. Also, Avalus are, they're known for doing their own thing as well. I mean, they're not that out there, if you know what I mean. But they have a very distinct style. Mobe and Desire, we spoke about them a lot yesterday. They've added their sort of touch to the team, and they're playing, Slaughter mid a lot, and Shaker on the 4, which we don't really see anybody else run Shaker 4 right now. Maybe a game here or there from Saxa, maybe, but nobody else is willing to pick the Shaker as like their preferred +4.
Yeah, I mean, right now Zibe is actually somebody who usually we'd want to see him play more of the Enigma. That's something that not a whole lot of other teams are playing, but I actually just checked the stats. So far, 3 games of Enigma have been played, 3 wins. 2 of them have actually been on Liquid, so it seems like maybe this hero is picking up a little bit more steam. Just in general, it seems like we have some strong picks coming out of the gate. I don't know if you have time for some fun facts, but there is one hero at the top of the board that has a 100% win rate. He is the most contested hero of this tournament so far. Do you know who that is?
100% win rate or contest rate?
100% contest rate and 100% win rate.
Oh shit. Well, I already looked at it, but it's Prophet, right?
It's Prophet. It is Prophet. I mean, we sometimes see heroes at the top of this list, and we do see some of them, right? TA is actually 2 and 6 right now, despite being contested a lot. Monkey King is 2 and 6, also being tightly contested. But we don't often see a hero like Nature's Prophet that is literally in every game and in every game for good reason. All right, if your second pick, you better get him out of there. If your first pick, you got to pick him up, or else what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not that common, like you said, that because Prophet is like, he's such a universal hero, right? Any team can play it. It's not that complicated to understand why it's good and how to run it. It's not like the Ana Wisp from TI9 or something. It's very simple. You plug and play. Yeah. So obviously, I guess we're not gonna get to see that hero a lot in this tournament. I mean, you would have to be. It would have to be like we saw Soneko. He tried the Chen Primal Beast against it yesterday.
That was so underwhelming.
It had no effect really. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's not. It's, how do you deal with it? I'm not sure. Like I guess nobody has the answer. It's just too solid, right?
Yeah, I don't know. The hero just has so much, like, he has so many good items. I don't think the items really change that much. They're just all good. Even like back whenever we used to do like a really early Assault Cuirass on the Nature's Prophet, like you're completely invulnerable to these heroes that try to like jump on you, close the gap, like PA that should be good right now. But it really doesn't feel that way. So like Nature's Prophet is obviously really good. Something that's really good for this Avalis team is that Tiny is still very good. I think they already played it well. They didn't need to see any win rates or anything. Like they'll pick it from Mobe no matter what is happening. But they play the hero really well too, and I think it's a little bit of a flex.
Yeah, Tiny is another really solid one. Of course, it's really good in the mid lane, also +1 as well. But we've seen it run. It's gotten more trendy on the +4, which initially when they nerfed the mana costs, this is quite a while ago at this point, but everyone kind of had the same understanding that it's so hard to run Tiny 4. You need so much mana to just simply be useful. But now with the new neutral items, how they work, there's almost always going to be some kind of mana for you, either mana pool or just mana region, and that's so helpful, right? Whereas before there was always an RNG factor, whereas now I feel like there's, if not one of them, like one of the combination aspects of the neutral items, you'll have two sometimes, and it just makes the whole world of difference for him.
I do think that's something that's bringing back these Blink initiators. When you think about like Axe, Slardar, even kind of Doom, like every single person, like whenever they play these heroes, they're like, I have mana issues, like all the time. And people are even considering building Arcane Blink because it's like, at least I'll get some mana back whenever I blink. But the map is so large, you're always casting spells, and it's horrible to go back to base unless you're literally dying. But as you said, you're either going to get the mana draft or the Occult Bracelet, or you're just going to get +1 mana regen at possibly minute 6. So like there's almost no way you're going to have those mana issues anymore.
Yeah, for sure. And there's also some other heavy hitters in this tournament so far. AA, which was one hero that you would assume that like the nerf are actually quite significant as well, right? With the mana cost on the W especially. But I guess it's similar story, right? He's sitting at 14 games, 86% win rate right now. And I guess it's more of the same story. The mana is just not as big of a problem as it used to be in Dota for supports.
Yeah, and it's something that's great, honestly. I think one of the most annoying things to deal with in Dota, or any game that makes me worry about my food or water levels. I love you 7 Days to Die, but goodness, I hate having to eat and drink all the time to just play these damn games. So, Dota is the same way. And unless I have to worry about keeping myself healthy. I mean, I remember one of the early Luki Pango builds. Like, one of them was just like Clarities stapled across the top of the building. He's like, drink Clarities like they are water and you will die without them. It's just like constantly with these heroes that you need that sort of stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
But it looks like we are ready to go here. It's first pick for Avalis, which means they're the ones that have control of the Nature's Prophet, and Radiant for Tidebound. I am interested, of course, in this one because it's got to be a strong start for Team Tidebound. They haven't figured out game 2s, but at least game 1, they can try to get a strong start going. Is there anything you think in a draft that you can kind of like, do you want to try to catch people off guard in game 1 when you feel it's that important, or just like kind of stick to the meta?
I mean, it depends what the enemies are going to leave you, right? I think if they get a Tinker, I think that they're just going to go for it and put it on NTS on the mid lane. If they don't get it, then they're probably just... I mean, it's hard to say, right? We don't get to see these teams all the time, right? Because it's not every day we see them on LAN, especially. So we've seen some interesting things, like some counter picks coming out from Tidebound. They've done the Ricky mid for NTS as well, and some other things, Clinks, a hero that not a lot of teams are playing. But overall, I think Team Tidebound and China, especially the region, they've sort of always valued the consistency of drafting. You know, having a solid ground team
True.
fight, some scaling late
Oh,
game.
Yeah. No,
Whereas
that's a good
Avalus,
point.
I think they're more like they're gonna try to play more fast, more 5-man-ish. I think one worry that I have for them is that sometimes they lean away from the team fights on Avalus, where they go for like the Slardar plus on the Blink Initiator on the offlane, and like they don't
Right,
have
yeah.
this Darkseer or Magnus or what have you, right? I think they've looked their best when they have some tide. You know, we saw a crazy game yesterday with a puck on Mobe, some scaling late
He
game
was
and team
all over the
fights.
place.
I think it's always easier to play the game when you have team fights, at least in this patch.
That's true, yeah. And we're going to get into the draft to see what kind of team fight they're drafting. I'm glad you brought that up because I feel like when I think about the staples of China drafting, it's going to be a lot of team fight and also a lot of those like 1-2 picks, right? Like any pick that's back to back, you're going to see like Shadow Demon Moran or Io Gyro, you know, a lot of those like combo picks that you really value with each other.
Yeah, no doubt. So right away we see Team Tideband. Of course, they're gonna leave the Tinker because they want to get their hands on it. And now Avalus have to make the choice: are they gonna, you know, permaban it in the series, or are they gonna try to get it for themselves? So yeah, that's why we see them taking some time here with their first pick.
True. Already dipping into the reserve a little bit there.
Yeah, they probably didn't expect this to happen. Looks like so. Soneko, yeah, needs to make his mind up.
True. It's a lot of time. I mean, I don't know if you've ever run into this. Like, I guess I definitely felt it in earlier drafts. Like, this is a series that you guys have been preparing for the whole night, and you're getting in here and like, man, there's so much good stuff left open. All right, they go for the Tinker. I'm glad they banned out the AA as well. So we talk about really good picks so far in this draft. AA has also been hotly contested, 85% win rate over just 14 games. So this is another hero that's definitely worth the priority.
Yeah, for sure. And also, obviously, removing all the heals. Tinker, obviously, the repair bots, but usually the items you go for as well. It's typically catered toward healing, right? With the mechanism, Holy Locket and stuff. It just kind of removes the Tinker's slow fighting potential and siege and everything like that. So probably a good idea to use some reserve time there in the first pick for Avalus, since, you know, something that you didn't expect to happen happened, but can also be a bit of a nerve factor for your team, right? It's like, oh shit, my drafter isn't prepared, you know, for the first pick, right?
You would never do that for your team, right?
I mean, it depends on the scenario, right? You got as a drafter, you kind of have to know which moments in the draft are the crucial, right? Some parts are always going to be easier, some parts are going to be trickier, depending on the team you're playing, and also obviously each draft is very different from one another, even though the heroes might look the same.
PA Magnus. Those 1-2 picks from China. They're always so good. And there's another one that can obviously farm up really well. This is a lineup that can already show up early and take it to you late game. All right. All I think they need is just a little bit more team fight. And to be honest with Magnus, feels like there's not much left to fill in that gap anyways.
Yeah, for sure. Mag PA or Mag Monkey, Mag Sven, all of these combinations have looked really strong right now. I think there was an idea when the patch got released that Magnus was going to be much less utilized because of the Empower change, right? But I think it has just moved him more so towards the +2 and the +3. He still brings a lot of utility. He still obviously makes your carry really, really strong. He's just not as good as the +1 himself.
There's a lot of people that need to be scared about this draft, but I think the most scared right now might be you and I. We have Tinker and Mobe Tiny, and we have Magpie on the other side. I have no idea how we're going to guess who's winning this game.
I mean, there are some really heavy hitters, right? You got the Avalus going for the early / you know, I guess just the early game focused draft right now, and Team Tidebound obviously getting the late game idea going behind it. There's also Warlock remaining for Team Tidebound if they wanted it, so...
Oh my god,
some really heavy hitters in terms of heroes in this draft already.
Yeah, and that would be 2 BKB piercing disables, and then you also have, like, of course, Fatal Bonds plus large AoE with, Battle Fury and Empower. This could get a little out of control. At this time, I think we need some, like, breakup, and that's not going to happen. I think the Windrunner is not necessarily a team fight breaking component. I think more Night Stalker, who unfortunately is out of the pool, something that's able to give you overwhelming vision, hard stun. Clockwork might have been that.
Shaker,
unfortunately, we don't have that either.
Yeah, that's also out of the picture.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Interesting. So,
5 seconds
I'm always curious what heroes, the offlaners, go for into the PA, because it has been proven to be such a strong laner with that corrosion combined with the silencer as
Ooh.
well this time, and the
Oh
ringmaster.
my goodness. Now, Silencer is very good team fight breakup. That's one of the best ones that you can actually find right now. I don't think they even needed it, but they have it now in case somehow they're able to take a poor team fight. Going for the Medusa on Avalos, that's another hero I believe it's sitting at a 70% win rate right now. Very good, very easy to play. However, I'll say into the Silencer isn't the easiest. You will lose Int, which is losing effective HP on the Medusa.
That is true, but I do wonder if it's gonna be Sibe Dusa or if it's gonna be Smiley Knight Dusa. I guess they still have the option to do either, right? I think Medusa has been fairly, fairly successful in both of these roles so far in the tournament. I saw Radon play it earlier to great success, and but I feel like if Dusa should be one of the offlaners that just sit and chill versus the PA silencer with a Windrunner as well.
Could, yeah.
Yeah, it should be fine, right? But
I think one thing they need to do, I would very much value a Beastmaster ban right now. There are very few 1-3 flexes in Dota ever. And right now in this patch, we have two very strong ones in Beast and Dusa. If you really want to nullify this draft and know what's coming on your 24 pick, you got to get rid of the Beast.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I kind of like that as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Because otherwise, right, like, I don't even think you can pick it. You pick it, then you get Gyro, or no, sorry, the Gyro's out of the pool. Probably guess like Alchemist would be the only one left, but I don't know if it's quite as easy now with that left in the pool. Is there anything else you'd like to see from Avalos? Do you even care if this Deuce is left open to interpretation, or are you okay just getting like a hard carry or hard mid if they need it?
It's a good question. It's always going to come down to preference, right? Some teams they really like the Vanguard heroes into the PA on the off lane. Some teams they try to do other things. It's a hard call to make, honestly. Like, I think the Beast could work, like you say. It's going to be a lot of pressure. You can definitely build like a strong timing push. I know that 33 would potentially go for the Lycan into such a PA lane as well.
Yeah.
But there's also like heroes that, Sanking and stuff if you wanted to get more team fight. The downside, if you go for like a carry role hero, then it's like your team fight is going to be way more limited, probably, right?
Oh, that's true.
So I think that's the trade-off you're gonna make. Like, are you gonna try to play this Dusa off lane and go for less team fight than, snowball in this sort of way, whether with like just a Medusa being this unskewerable frontline target? And I think that's what it's gonna come down to. Like, what kind of style do they think is gonna be more successful here? And I think either can work. I would definitely way more like it if they go for the team fight approach. But hey. We'll see what Avalos decides to go for.
I'd be okay with them like accepting a group up lineup, right? Something where you have like even Tiny carry, get a different mid laner, put the Dusa off lane, just something that's able to siege forward with all these marching machines following up behind you. I'd be okay with something like that, but I could also see where maybe more mobility and help follow up this Wind Tiny initiation could help out too.
Here's where the reserve time is coming in. Yeah, they go for the Primal Beast, so that would be the offlaner for sure then.
Yeah, we've seen it more offlane. I think the days of Primal Beast mid are somewhat done. So Primal 3, Tiny, probably taking up the mid role with Mobe.
Yeah.
And Deuce carry.
I'm actually not the biggest fan of Primal in this game. Like, I think the Silencer can always be super annoying, of course, right? PA is also a carry hero that has tons of mobility, which is... It's not easy for Primal to deal with, right? Like using the trample in the lane and stuff. Like just being able to stick on
You
top
love it
of
whenever
him.
it's free. Whenever you can just like onslaught trample and like you don't have anything to worry about. Now it's not always free, but at least now you have to worry like, okay, is there a creep wave coming? If no, then I can do it. If not, maybe you have to wait now.
Team Timebound, they have obviously they're gonna have Faith Beyond's hero remaining, so they could potentially go for a Beast or something of the like if they wanted to. There's also Mars into the Dusa carry. I feel like they could really go for anything they would like here. Like their lineup is so well rounded, they just need to add a strong laner, maybe another frontliner, and then you're good, right? I think you should be already fairly happy in your win condition, provided you can just stall out the game and have strong enough team fight, being able to contest Roshan and similar.
Like, what hero exists that somehow counters Medusa and Primal Beast? I think there's so few that counter the Medusa, especially in the offlane role right now, that finding one that can also handle a Primal Beast is very difficult. Even though this should be, You know, now you know it's mid tiny. I see maybe a world where you try for an OD if you're a crazy person, but I don't think they're crazy people.
Yeah, I just feel like you don't need the extra greed, right? Oh, beast.
Yeah.
I like this quite a bit. I mean, it's not necessarily the strongest Dusa counter or anything like that, but I think he's going to have a solid lane, and he can maybe go for the Overlord to put some pressure on their side. Or if he just decides to go for the Axe, that's going to be fine as well. It's just going to mean that they have a way slower game, right?
Yeah, I mean, we are finally seeing people, and it looks like right now they do have the Wild Hunt selected, so potentially going to see that one come out. It is offlane Beastmaster, which I think offers more variety with that one. If it's a mid or carry, I think we've more often seen the Aghanim facet. So I do like them going for the summons, especially. I mean, look at this lineup. They do not clear these illusions super well, or sorry, these summons super well early on.
Yeah, definitely not. And you were discussing as well that you wanted to see a hero that deals with the primal more. That's your Beastmaster, like the Hawks and the slows from the Boars and the Roar. Everything is super annoying. Same with the Tiny, really. Like, if you're not able to like go into the fights, reset, come in for another combo set of spells, then the Primal and the Tiny, they're not gonna be nearly as effective. So I think this Beast makes a ton of sense. It's also super tanky. I think Avalos are not gonna have enough burst, so you could definitely play some frontline-ish style Beasts with the Overlord if you would like, and in that way make space for all your spellcasters and the PA as well.
Making space is the name of the game. We've seen plenty of moves, even from Avalos yesterday, that were wildly deep, but sometimes just making space is all you need to kind of get your carries online. Everybody's looking for a chance to move up right now. So many of these gamers have gotten themselves a 1-1 so far, unable to find themselves some separation from the rest of the competition. So for now, Team Tidebound, well, they're looking to just win a game number 2, and Avalos are finally trying to get their 2-0. So both teams have a very obvious goal in front of them for this one.
100%. Is it going to be Avalos being able to, snowball this game with a really strong Dusa, playing 5-man, trying to end the game in 30 minutes? Or is it going to be Team Tidebound with a strong late game in the team fights?
Yeah, it's I don't know. I love a lot of the Medusa. I think seeing it pause 1 makes me a lot happier than seeing it in pause 3. I just think, I don't know, guys. I get it. It's a good pick. It just looks so damn boring. All right, you're just like tanking up. You're getting a meteor hammer. Like, good for you, but I hate it.
Just a tanky snake that roots you.
Right? It is just like the epitome of anti-fun. This is somebody who is damn near a grandmaster on Medusa. Okay, very special place in my heart.
I'm hyped for the Ringmaster, man. The Ringmaster plus Beastmaster combo sounds really fun. A lot of kill threats and. If there's anything that's gonna deal with a Tinker in the lane phase, I feel like that might be it. Just being able to kill him even through the repair bots. They have so much damage.
Yeah, gotta somehow. I feel like the repair bots usually, I want to say early on, are okay. It's like these late game fights where it's really hard to like separate him from the rest of the team. Yeah, dude, Desire having to run away from this one, but both heroes already had used their spells by the time they got hit with that Arcane Curse, but Smiling Nightmare took so much damage.
Interesting. They're playing Dusa in the offlane regardless if he's the +1. That is interesting.
No. Do you want the best of both worlds here, where you think it lanes good enough into the PA? I feel like it doesn't lane well enough into the Silencer, though. If I'm a Dusa, I'm like, oh, give me the Beast. I don't know.
And I'm not sure the top lane is like significantly better either for Avalos, right? They got the Primal versus the Beast. That doesn't seem like an obvious answer at all. So
we've seen this before. I feel like you and I both, when we see a lane swap and we're like, we don't think that you're getting that much marginally out of this one. All of a sudden, it puts you at a greater risk, even if the lane is a little bit better. If it doesn't work out, it is so much worse for you than if you were playing these lanes straight up. Mostly because of the farm on the +4, who now has to be a 5, who's also poor.
Yeah, exactly. And also the other thing is that it kind of ruins your tempo and your rotations in the game after the fact. Like, your farming patterns get changed, like your whole system basically. Everything is different, and it might seem small, but really, like, a lot of the practice and the work you put in as a team and the scrims and whatever, it's like building good habits, building foundations, and when that is completely shifted, then it can have negative impacts that they're hard to predict.
Speaking of shifted towards the tower is Mobe. Still has CSing very well. That's not. You actually didn't notice they didn't switch up the supports. They only switched up the cores in these lanes. I want to like knee-jerk reaction and say, that makes this swap better. But is it really? Because now this like pause 4 who still wants all this XP, they're gonna constantly like they have a hard decision: either stay and steal the carry XP, which Deuce desperately needs to keep ramping up the farm, or stay here and get your own, and then like kind of ruin the Deuce game. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that you mentioned it because yesterday we saw the support lane swap with Soneko and Desire swapping lanes. Today they're like, we see now we had to swap the cores. Not the support guys.
That was the only solution. There was simply nothing else. You have to move one of them.
They were sitting last night and doing the prep and like, guys, I figured it out. Not the supports, it's the cores.
That's really funny, actually. I hope that's the case. I hope we get to interview them and be like, look, we're in your head. Figured it all out.
Well, right now, Smile Knight is doing pretty well for himself, just 12-1, but if you look at top lane CS, it's Faith Beyond is doing really good. 15-8 versus the 8-0 Primal so far. And
yeah, but the Tinker's getting some good CS.
Yeah, that's true. A board kill here and there, maybe.
Yeah, and you know, this is a hard one actually to contest. Yeah, versus a Tinker, the bots will do some damage. And what I didn't realize for the longest time, did you know the damage and heal actually comes directly from the bots? You can try to dodge them and you will dodge either the heal or the damage, genuinely by like walking across them on the ground.
Yeah, but it's but it's kind of weird, right? They're moving fast and it's like
it's like impossible to do, but you can do it.
You can, yeah. Maybe you should practice that. But
dude, everybody's practicing Manta dodging. I'm practicing dodging the march.
MTS getting a solo kill on Mobe, it must have came from a skewer earlier, but that is not what you want to see.
No, and his CS was so good, right? So now this Mag already taking the CS lead, now having a big XP lead as well. It's not often we see a hard actual win in the mid lane anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bottle nerf that you cannot refill anymore with TP supports.
Oh,
see if they're going for a kill.
He might be in trouble. But Planet is actually turning this one around. Zibe in a lot of danger. This is your lane swap. You opted in for this, and that's another kill.
Damn, really good start from Time-Bound already. Faith Beyond, of course, he's going for the Overlord as well. He's going to have it really fast after that kill as well. And MTS with a great start too. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. Is this Primal going to be enough to stop this Beast from top lane? I'm not so sure. But...
I don't know.
Not looking great so far. Faith Beyond having more denies than CB currently has.
No. Oh, that never feels good. No pun in the lane. You want to hear that stat. I mean, the kite is looking so good, and since this is a wild hunt kind of Beastmaster, you're always going to be in for the summons. These boards are always going to be in your face.
Yeah, definitely has a lot of potential to snowball this.
Yeah.
And it's funny with the Primal Beast, I feel like Liquid was one of the teams that were willing to pick this hero up all the time with Saberlight joining them. But since then, they've kind of abandoned it, and I'm yet to see like a really strong Primal performance, at least from the side lane role. I think it's been more promising in the mid.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, mid lane again.
Oh, Mobe. Yeah, I mean, they brought the boys, but looks like Avalanche, they're going to respond with their own rotations. Hey, this Primal Beast, it had its time. I mean, in your time, actually, in the DPC, it was a lot of Primal, a lot of Tiny, a lot of Tusk, actually. Those three would rock, paper, scissors that out in the mid lane. And then I think it was, kind of after that people started to pick it up in the pause 3, and that's when the die happened. Like, people just didn't pick it up anymore. That is a huge RP into the mid lane again. Avalanche, it won't be enough to save him. All this damage from the silencer will get a kill, and nothing to say. I believe that is like the 4th skewer under the tower, and the 2nd kill he gets from it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, usually Tiny is not the worst matchup against into the Magnus, but obviously if you get skewered into the tower repeatedly, you have no armor, and that is like... I feel like that has been a few too many skewers at this point, and a haste rune as well for NTS. They have potential to run down Sibby now if they wanted to.
Oh my god. This could be so good.
This is a
if he's able to get this kill.
Tidebound, yeah.
He's doing it. He's going. Can he go onto the tower with this? He's got no array. He doesn't care. He's just gonna get the skewer back.
Well, Zibbe's going.
But then Zibbe is coming on in, trying to help him out. But that will still be another kill, even in the bots. Man, this is a phenomenal performance for Nothing to Say right now.
Yeah, he's hungry, man. Almost level 7 as well. Oh, can they get him? Big one, though. Big one.
I
He
don't
wants
know
to fight.
if they
He wants
can.
to fight. He wants to
He's
screw him.
going in for more. I didn't hear no bell. Doesn't get him under the tower, unfortunately, but why doing so much damage right now on the silencer? It's the 202 build. This is about as nuke as it gets, but unfortunately, it does mean that you're missing on a few of those.
Oh, another snipe
my
maybe.
God.
Does he have mana?
Desire?
Yeah, yes. Yes. Oh, they're
Dude,
gonna
he
get
gets
Y
it.
as
Now
well.
they're looking at Y. Oh, no. A huge turnaround in the mid lane. Mobe looks like he will get out of dodge. He desperately needed that turn.
Yeah, huge from Mobe. I mean, a bit too cocky from NTS, I have to say. There was no need to go for that skill, right? I mean, feeling a bit too confident there. Maybe. I mean, he's still gonna be ahead for with like 500 gold, but that is Mobe's game, like basically recovered. He's gonna get his boots now in the Soul Ring, and yeah, the momentum is balanced out a bit at least.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see it all slow down just a little, which we really need for the Primal Beast, though. Unfortunately, he's just... No, they left the Madstone. Planet, he's going to get the free Madstone, too. That's just the worst. You know, you clear a creep wave. Does it even feel worth it if you don't get the stones?
Yeah. Faith Beyond as well, he's got the Dominator finished, so... Tough choices here coming out for Avalos. Are they going to try to defend this or not? I feel like it's not the easiest task.
I mean, so many people will constantly talk about trying to defend the safe lane towers if it is genuinely not worth it. Almost never worth it to TP up multiple heroes there. Yeah, sure, you can portal it, but if you're spending TPs to get up here, it just feels like such a wasted investment.
Yeah.
So really, I think if they push it, it's going to fall.
Yeah, I feel like typically you want to have the mindset of like, we're going to go there to kill the beast. We're not going to go there just to defend the tower, because the tower will go down eventually, right? You can't just be stationing your team over there. Yeah, you see here, they're just gonna keep pressuring. If the Tiny decides to rotate over here, they can always decide to back off here. We're gonna see Mobe TPing, so...
That's a big roar, actually. That's something they're gonna be missing for the rest of this fight. Now, Planet, he's gonna get taken down by the toss. Mobe tosses the tree as well. They'll get a double. Saneko's still alive, and now Y again. Just coming up to the help team, but the invis. Yo, hold up. This could be a big one. He doesn't want it.
Yeah, it doesn't have any follow-up, actually. No damage. It wasn't gonna be enough. Maybe he gets a kill on one of them, but that's just gonna cost him his own life in the end, so... Actually, really heads up by Avalos. I think Tidebound playing a bit too over-aggressively around the tree line there. It's always tricky diving around those trees. There's so many TP locations that you can use, and... you know... Oh, Skewer again.
Yeah. This time does get the toss away, and the Avalanche then layer in a shackle shot. Mobe might actually be out of this one. Gonna hop through, canceling any movement maybe, but there it is. Okay, should still get this kill. Ooh, the PA, she's the one that tried to go in and get it. He's gonna tick down. Okay, like the second blood grenade finally hits, but now did Shiro go too far? Looks like not for now. Bibe's the one that kind of gets put in harm's way, rolling over to try to trample out Shiro. Shiro, who may not be able to stand up to this damage. Another snipe from Desire coming soon. Could get a double. Shiro's going to be the one to get the kill. And, he gets it! Desire! How on earth did you kill that silencer?
Dude, so many snipes from Desire right now, sitting at 3 kills and 2 assists.
Ooh.
But yeah, you can see they're getting so kited on Mobe and Sibit. It's so hard for them to bring out... Yeah, we're going to see it here in the highlights.
Very long engagement for like 9 minutes in.
Yeah, but look here, Sibis shows up. It looks like they're gonna be able to kill Shiro, but after the ulti, it's like, how are you gonna do damage at this point, right?
Yeah.
He's trying to trample them, but it's so hard.
He needs so much more. I mean, Primal Beast is one of the heroes that it feels just the best to go phase BKB, and it's for this very reason. He's so damn slow right now.
Yeah, but even if he does in this game, he's going to be facing a Roar and he's going to be facing an RP potentially, so... The silver lining for them is that Small Knight has a really...
Oh, that is something. I mean, very early on the silence, I feel. Does it keep him alive, actually? Primal, he gets back towards his base. This could be a turnaround, actually. They bring in Planet, bring in nothing to say. But Zibe, yeah, no, not enough to protect him. Almost had it with the shield from Suneko, but still just a little bit weak. Still with all this farm on Bach right now.
I mean, we see the problem again, right, with Primal. We spoke about it already, but like, once you go in, there's really no escape plan after the fact. And if you're not winning that engagement, then what are you gonna do as a player?
Oh, Planet still goes down. Desire trying to get out of this one. They do not have the roar just yet. Actually worth it to just shackle the creeps. Fox still ends up getting that kill afterwards. So, and just balling, battling all over this map right now. Both teams. Who has the better brawling lineup? Do you think one of these teams is benefiting more from getting this early influx of golden XP?
I mean, I think for Avalos side, you want to be brawling. I feel like you need to get ahead and utilize this Primal and Tiny in some way. And they want to keep making space for Smiling Knight as well, right? So he can find a super strong timing. And as Griff highlighted earlier, Smiling Knight has picked up a Midas, no boots, Medusa. I feel like it's wild, right? This build. I mean, what is going on?
I guess with the move speed facet. I was kind of sleeping on this facet for a while. I thought that 315 move speed just wasn't enough for me. Or sorry, 310. Yeah, it wasn't enough. But I mean, hey, if you're allowed to go double null, this Manta doesn't come out too late. I mean, you're definitely top farm. Maybe it pays off.
I guess down slowable is really nice here. You're potentially going to get skewered and stuff a lot in this game, right? So that is an upside. But yeah, the Midas Yasha.
310 isn't... It's above 300, so that's good, but is that really enough?
I mean, you'll get a Pike as well, I assume, at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I can see it. If there's Midas, like... Because right now he's been completely uncontested, right? He's gotten a solo kill on the bottom tower. He's just had a completely free map so far, so if he gets to keep up his farming pattern like this for another 10 minutes, I could see it pay off, but... It's very unorthodox. Let's put it like that.
Yeah. I don't know. As a carry hero, you feel it whenever you're going from camp to camp. Like that lower move speed definitely will hurt your farm capacity most of the time. Whenever you're in late game, you're potentially getting kited out because you're just not quick enough to get these heroes. Perhaps just not being slowed will be enough. I don't know.
Oh, Snake in trouble.
Yeah, he is. Getting skewered out into the roar. That's a pretty big commitment for just the boy. And now they're going to silence up as well. Planet, he's going to get the whip away just for a second, but that toss still going to collect their kill. RP hasn't actually pulled the trigger yet. That was a cancel on it. Now the avalanche. Now there's the RP, but it's too late. Already gotten the kill. So not only do they get a kill on the enemy mid lane, they also get the RP and Y surely falls here. I don't think they need it. Just in with the the focus fire. Another
That's a Wisdom Shrine as well.
He's owning.
Oh my god. What a time to show up to the fight if you're Small Knight. Getting some huge kills.
How could they, Headskin? How could they?
Damn, Saber Death really needed that. He's level 8.
He was getting both of them no matter what.
I mean, I guess the upside to this is that, you know, Primal has been so active, effectively sacrificing his own game, but the Siren and Soneko, they're doing really hot for themselves in terms of net worth, so... And these heroes, I mean, especially the Tinker, they can scale fairly well, so... I guess this is one of the upsides of the Primal, right?
Yeah. Like, the net worth lead is in favor of Avalos, but you look at this Primal and you're astonished by it. It is because Desire and, Soneko have so much farm. Are they heroes that are going to use as well? I think old Windrunner, yes. I'm not sure about this current iteration of Windrunner. Like, is she actually that good with a bunch of extra farm?
I mean, it's never bad to have extra farm, right? But the question is, like, how well are you going to use it? I think it's just going to be more glimmers, maybe an Atos, you know. It's not going to be a Maelstrom or anything like that. Right now, he's got a Yule queued up, which I guess is nice for the Magnus. You know, you can kind of be the anti-skewer person for your team.
I'm not sold.
Yeah.
I feel like the Tinker, yes, 100%. Yeah. Every bit of gold that you get him is insane. The Windrunner right now, like, since you're not going for like murdering people, I don't know how much I really care about the extra gold.
Yeah, and right now he's overtaking Sibe, of course, with the shard picked up from the tournament. 5.8.
Dude, Sibe was praying that he got that shard.
Dude, he's almost caught up to NTS, and NTS was super owning this early game.
Oh my god. Is Desire gonna be dude, just queue up the Maelstrom. Don't go for the Yule Scepter anymore, man. You got gold.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't know, man. 90% of all 4K Windrunners are going Maelstrom BKB in this scenario. I can't believe it.
I mean, I would do it.
It always feels good, like especially on a pause 4, right? You're allowed to on that.
Yeah,
one.
but does that mean I'm 4K?
Hey, join the party, brother. We can party together.
All right.
I love that Jimmy already has this blade mail. I feel like his items were feeling kind of rough. We've seen the straight phase BKB primal, and when you're not ahead, that build definitely can fall off sometimes. I like going for this blade mail first.
I like it as well. I feel like if you're not going to be able to do damage when you commit, at least have a blade mail so that you cannot be focused as well.
Yeah.
Right? So it always feels better. Oh, Shiro is in so much trouble.
He could be in a bit of danger, yeah. He may be
nice
in a lot of danger, but the silence coming out for now, helping him, even getting the jump away. But the Avatar's back, keeping Shiro engaged. Now here's the RP. I don't know if you can get out of this one. Zibe will die. Robe still with the shield room, healthy for now. But you've gone so far to get this PA. I just don't know if you're going to get her. You may take out Planet on the other side, but even, yeah, the team is all around. You don't want to commit for this. You could still die. Oh, snipe. Not in time.
NTS wants the skewer. Not gonna be
He
able
wants
to.
it, but the bots, looks like they'll cancel it out for now.
Yeah. I mean, that's the global spend, of course. I mean, they get CB for nothing, really, when Shiro's in trouble there. But I feel like Avalus, they were kind of missing a hero. If they had a Tinker there, this fight looks way different.
It's true. It's hard being aggressive with the Tinker lineup sometimes, especially early on when you're not as mobile.
Yeah.
Like, you want to set up the bots.
Oh, nice toss back. This is a very tanky beast, though. Vanguard Essence Ring.
Yeah, and well, they do have the Roar helping out right now. Still want to get Zibe, but yeah, eventually I think... Oh no, he got healed up. He got way healed up by this Tinker. Now still setting in the bots. Box, he's going to go down. I honestly thought it looked pretty good for them, but Seneco's pumping. He's got so much heal.
Yeah, I mean, I think just without the RP, without the global, there's no fighting back there. Even if Faith Beyond is so tanky sitting in the front line like that, there's just no turning around. You don't have the damage, simply. Nice heal setup. Oh no.
See?
He's healing him.
Oh, there it is. Okay, good power shot.
And Smile Knights, he's close to finishing the butterfly at minute 19, so...
Jesus.
He's getting pretty farmed.
He's like, team, unblock their ancient camp. I'm ready to hit.
I feel like with this farmed off a Dusa, even if, like, let's say you get the Aegis, and even if you get screwed back, you might not even care. That's kind of, you know, that's where you want to be when you're this fat.
Yeah. So at Butterfly Rapier, right? That's the move.
I mean, there was a patch where people used to do that, right? And just go end.
Yeah.
I think we're not quite there here. So right now, Tidebound, if you look at the items on NTS and Faith Beyond, they're going very, like, team-oriented. It's a Vanguard for Beast and a Pipe for Magnus, so they're putting all of the scaling eggs into the Shiro basket.
Yeah. We saw Mobe do that, right? He was one who went Blink Force Yules, Octarine.
Yeah, but that's still utility for yourself, right? That's still not, it's not helping you scale, but it's like making your hero more effective in some way. I think
Okay.
the Pipe Mag, it's not going to make you more potent, if you know what I mean. It's more so team-oriented.
Yeah. I got that. I mean, so often we're seeing more of like Blink Ags or something. Oh, okay. Yules, that's why we bought it. And the RP not out yet. Now they have the silence. He's getting closer. Gets 2 cores. Yes, brings them back into his team. Back into the rain, but he still gets assassinated. Desire is absolutely rocking these power shots. Ain't gonna stop just now. Has another shackle to a tree. Another big focus, and they get a kill. Now seeing Bach under the tier 2. They don't care. But oh my god, Desire, he just keeps going.
Oh!
Stop the Hawk!
God damn.
Oh my goodness, he's just selling on them now. He forces the Roar out on himself. Mobe may be the one to pick up this kill. This is dangerously close to a tier 3. They might not get punished for it. Smiling Knight is, brother, that's not your high ground. That's the enemy team. Walk backwards.
I hate to say it, but Yule really paid off there for Windrunner, right? He's able to control NTS for the whole time in the river in the fight, and he gets RP at the end, but Shiro is so scared to commit. Even so, and you can tell that the damage issue is coming out for Tidebound. They need this PA to do any sort of damage, but if Shiro is scared to commit, as we're gonna see here.
Yeah.
Gets the Yule initially on the mag, and then they go for the RP skewer, but Shiro is so scared to commit, and then if Shiro is not committing, then who's gonna do the damage at all, right? Just not there.
Yep.
This beast is not doing any significant damage, and there's so many heals for Tidebound as well, with Soneko on the Tinker. So after this fact, it's just like, all right, we don't need to be scared. We can just keep going forever. And
Right, dude, this Hawk.
that is so unfortunate, actually. You can't really do anything about it, right? You can't micro it, so.
Right, yeah. That was really good. And that whole time, by the way, Mobe did have a DD rune, and this is DD rune with toss fast of Tiny, right? So as a PA, if you step up there, you are just dead.
For sure.
And there it is. Speaking of just dead. Oh, they use Aurora on one side. Finding Zebe still. This time, the Blade Mail feels to be doing a lot more damage. Finally get the silence off as an RP under the wheel. You've used all your ultis. What are you going to get out of this one? Shiro trying to get the kill on Soneko. Jumps forward. Will get it. Now Desire getting focus fighter. Try to turn this one back around. And that is the BKB gone on PA. Now pulverized. More people around her. She tries to flank to a creep. She'll get it. How much more can you get? She's gonna get sent into the box of wonders. Shiro another jump away, but Mobe, he's here to clean up. He's here to finish it off. Give him the ultra. Give him a rampage, please. Tee it up, and let's see if he has enough time to get it. I actually don't know. It's been a while.
Come on, get it.
Does he get it? Please give it to him.
Oh,
He
nice.
gets the rampage. Mobe. My stand-in. Not even standing anymore. My teammate.
My new teammates. What a great fight by him. But you can see, like, Shiro, he's popping the BKB. He has to go for Soneko, but that, I mean, he's gonna get him eventually. But even so, like, there's just way too much to deal with. You're not even close to touching Smiley Knight in any of these fights. You don't have the damage that you need, and I don't know, if you're going for this Crimson Guard pipe, this is also around the time where you should be taking over the map, where you should be winning the fights. Then if you're not doing it now, then, like, all right, what's next for Tidebound? Are we gonna go late game now? I feel like that has to feel so bad with the itemization that they've gone for.
It feels more and more that like these aura items are really great when your team is ahead.
Yes.
But whenever you're behind and your team is lacking damage, this is absolutely not the move. And unfortunately for Tidebound, it's too late now. Like, you're already knee deep in these items. Somehow you have to make this game last another 10 to 15 minutes. You can get some, crit sticks or blade mails or something to help you out. Desire keeps on killing. This guy is dominating on the Windrunner right now.
Sure, and that's gonna be Roshan as well. I mean, this Medusa is gonna be really scary really soon. I mean, he's gonna have an MKB. He already has to finish actually with an Aegis as well. I feel like it's.
I'm scared. I'm scared now. Butterfly MKB Medusa.
Yeah.
And it's not like her farm is slowing down. She's got Manta Midas. I mean, 1/3 of your kit is damage. 1/3 of your kit is just farming, and then you have 2 null talismans for a rainy day.
Right, and he's gonna go for the Kaya Sanj next. Maybe he changes his Skadi, but I mean, I feel like if you're Avalos now, you gotta be thinking about potentially going for Rack soon, right? I mean, we're just minute 24, but I feel like you're picking sword. Almost 19k net worth for Smiley Knight as well. I don't think there's anything Tidebound can do at this point. They need way more items on his PA. At least get the MKB, but even then, you might need more.
It's split pushing, right? Like, somehow you've got to get these Helm Dom 2 creeps like in other lanes, really pushing the map.
Yep.
And it's not the easiest team to do that against. You have a Tinker who can always show up to these waves, and this is exactly what he wants, right? Your team's ahead. It's time.
You're thinking about it.
Yeah, he wants it. Is it actually dangerous to do that sort of thing when you're this far ahead? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, you're always gonna have to consider the fact that there's a skewer back, right? So if you go for Planetary, he gets the escape act off, and then you're skewered into the. You don't want to throw when you're this far ahead.
This is.
I feel like
there's a lot going on right now.
They should definitely poke this at the very least. Level 19 Medusa, minute 25.
It's so damn farmed. And this high ground, surely this is just the racks. I don't think you want to waste the time even trying to defend this.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Shiro is going to try to do the right thing and get his MKB up top in the meantime, but even if you get it, is it going to be... Oh, it's actually switching to Nullifier on Shiro to deal with the defense matrix from Tinker, but I'm not sure. Is it going to be enough against this Butterfly Dusa?
Yeah, it feels like that's not really the problem, but I guess it is nice to always be able to like kill a support, right? Like, you jump on them with your BKB and they're dying.
It is, but you're gonna have to fight soon if you're Tidebound, right? And I think even if you skewer the Dusa back, it's like Is that really a problem for Avalos? Or can you even get the skewer off? You got this Yule, you got this Yule Windrunner, you got this Tiny being able to stop you. But he's gonna try for it now. It seems like. They want Mobe.
I think they see you. Oh, nope, they see you. In
no.
fact, they may kill you.
Down.
Just barely saved.
Yeah, they're gonna have to
you're
find a
not
way to
even
get
able to
around.
get in there.
There's no way they're going for this Dusa right now, especially with the Aegis. They need to get some Echo at least.
Why stop here? Why not just hightail it towards top and just go for another tier 2? Maybe even get yourself megas by the time it's over. Because there's the Yule Scepter. You're not able to skewer them back. You want it so desperately. Finally, they're on top of the mountains. He gets an RP, but for what? They're sitting here menacingly. There's no Shiro. There's no anybody.
Here we go.
Finally, he's in, but he has to press the BKB almost immediately. He crit himself off of Zibe's blade mail, and now he's just sad. They have to walk back into the base. They'll continue to take this Rax, and it feels like right now, Avalos, they are still strongly in control.
And what do you do now? You still have the Roar, but then your PA has no BKB. There's no global. I don't know. Avalos are, yeah, they don't have creep waves. That's the problem.
When did they cut the wave? Who cut the wave? Whoever cut the wave genuinely may have saved this game. I think the game could have been over there if there was a wave still in base. So whoever did that, you're a great player.
Well, they still have about 90 seconds on the Aegis remaining, and they're gonna have a Ska to do as well. So I don't think, like, even if you lose the Aegis, you're probably not gonna lose confidence just based on that, right? They're also gonna steal the Wisdom Shrine here as well, getting a double once more. So regardless,
yeah.
I mean, it's gonna give you some time to breathe if you're Team Tidebound, but still, I feel like you need so much more if you're Shiro. Like, we've seen so many, we've seen a couple of multi-hero RPs, but he's always scared to commit.
Right? Dude, there's literally 3 people RP'd in your base, and you just gotta stare. That has gotta be one of the worst feelings in the world.
Yeah. Oh, they found him.
There it is. Yeah, Shiro, how to jump backwards here, still taking a lot of damage. The escape act. Yeah. Oh, I don't think he gets out of this one. Another jump. The evasion may be helping him out, even though there's an MKB on this Dusa. Yeah, no, barely getting away.
Nice skewer, but
okay, skewered back.
Still
Aegis for another 35 seconds. So Smiley Knight, I mean, he's here, but doesn't have to worry just yet.
30 seconds on the Aegis.
Obey.
Oh, nice catch.
Oh, Jesus!
Nice BKB as well from Mobe, dodging the skewer there.
He just right-click deleted the silencer.
Yep.
I mean, Aegis is only here for another 5 seconds. Smiley Knight wisely stepping backwards. Doesn't want to get gun on. You know they want this toss. Or sorry, this skewer.
Yeah.
They're gonna smoke up.
They're thinking about it, but even if there's no Aegis, I feel like it's not that simple. Okay, they're gonna see the Deuce TP right now, so now, you know, time to get back.
Sure you go. Surely you hunt the Dusa if you see her on this wave, but
it's just so hard. It's nighttime. You don't see anything. You're gonna have to place ops to see something. It's still nighttime for another 20 seconds or so.
Yeah.
And you have to remember, this is time spent, you know, chasing, not farming, not getting stronger. So I feel like they're really grasping here. They understand that they're losing control of the game completely. they probably feel like they need to find some kind of clutch outplay or outmaneuver to, you know, really reel the game back in. But I don't think Alice is gonna give it to them.
No, they're just going right up for this Tormentor. Seems like the net worths have started to finally come back in. Zibe gets himself a shard, making him look like the offlaner on this team instead of the Windrunner. Things looking better for him.
Yeah. Alright, so Avo's heading for the tier 2. I feel like that should be fairly safe, even without the Aegis. And then they have another decision to make. Are they going to keep going for the high ground push, or is it going to be Roshan waiting time? Oh, why in trouble? He doesn't have buyback.
No, he's got a glimmer, but it might not be in time. Oh my god. Obey.
Okay, so I think right now...
Items on Obey right now?
He just had a harpoon there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just BKB harpoon. But now you don't have Y for 50 seconds. That means that everybody can maneuver freely because of no global. So I feel like no Aegis Dusa does no cares, no silencer.
Yeah. Magnus. Just Blink does occasionally get canceled. Jumping in, does get the skewer. There's Medusa. Maybe they have enough damage for her. He can be popped already. RP connecting as well. But the team is coming in to help her out.
No mana.
Finally pulverized this PA. Now giving her the escape out. She can't hit, but another skewer under the tier 4. It just doesn't feel like they have the damage. Wait, that's Medusa. She's very low. They actually get the kill. Smiley Knight goes.
Oh,
they
no.
pause on her because they all disconnected.
What the hell? I actually didn't expect them to be able to finish her like that. Where was the backup? I guess the nullifier makes all the difference, right? You can't apply the defense matrix, and they got the roar in the tier 4s as well. Holy shit.
Dude, that is the biggest commit being paused in history, man. Instantly DC on 4 heroes after pausing on the enemy carry, man. That's my kind of team.
I bet somebody hit the power cord or something after that team fight.
All right, geez. Oh, they're just going. Ain't gonna talk about it at all. All right, just go. They got the Dusa. I feel like that kill matters a lot, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to continue for more.
Oh, mate, that's Nico in trouble. Mobay still has some Dusa though. Yeah, Tidebound thinking twice about it and not gonna keep chasing. I think this is the right choice. This is a moment where you can get some extra space and gold if you're Tidebound, and I think, moments of hope here for them. I feel like that is probably as good as it gets, really, for Tidebound. Getting the skewer back onto the Dusa, full roaring, the tier 4's hitting you with the nullifier as well, removing all the defense matrices from Tinker and then the RP as well. And this is really the first time that we've seen Shiro completely commit into a fight, right? I mean, I guess when the Dusa is isolated, he's happy to commit, but in different circumstances, when everybody on Avlos is ready to help out, then it's a different story.
Yeah, I mean, the PA is going for a rapier now. So for Shiro, after being fully committed to that one, gonna keep on being committed. I like it. I feel like Shiro, as you said, like they didn't try to run out of the base after getting the kill on Dusa. You got a good thing going for the PA. Let's see if they're able to capitalize on it, because we're gonna have another 1,800 gold. And on the meanwhile, nothing to say. He just goes down. Oh no, and they might find Bach. Oh no. Heals up first. Mobay yet again with a DD. But slow it up for now. Looks like he won't be able to chase.
Oh.
No. Desire.
Okay, why that again?
And then they go why?
No buyback on him, but at least it's not a dieback. It's only going to be 30 seconds, so I'm not sure this is going to be enough for Avlos to seize the Rex. I feel like it's going to be Roshan time, right? It has to be.
Yeah, this is the hidden buff to dying multiple times in a game. A death timer at 30 minutes. It's only 30 seconds, It's easy.
Also, more time to yell at your teammates, right?
True! It is so much easier to ping items whenever you're dead, all right?
Yeah.
I know they try to remove that for some of you toxic people, but for the rest of us good players with healthy hearts, I'm able to ping those items all day.
Smile and Knight's gonna get another Aegis, obviously being able to drop the Midas, which is nice, but Tidebound, they want to fight this. I feel like you probably have to, right? With giving an Aegis to a Small Knight, so you're not gonna have the option of screwing him back.
Oh, but they are on a ward, and Shiro! Somebody save him, please! Silence. Yeah, that'll save him. They give him the escape act as well, trying to get away from this one, but there it is. The Gale Force keeping everybody involved.
No global.
But now they can just turn back to Roche.
Yeah. They're still gonna try for it on Tidebound. I feel like they have to, even though they don't have global. Just so hard if they get this Aegis to Small Knight.
They're doing a huge rap. Dude, Zibe is reading this so well.
Yeah, he has buyback as well, so he can afford to take a hit here for the team.
Okay, he's taking a hit. Let's see how many he takes. That is going to be the roar. Okay, and that's committed. Roshan still should fall, canceling the blinks. Nobody can get in here by the time it falls. Nothing to save. He can't fight against the Gale Force, so yeah, they take one kill, but still it is Aegis to the Dusa.
Actually, pretty nice from Avlos. I kind of like what Zibe did. I mean, sure, it's a bit far away from the team, right? But it's just making sure that there's no funny Aegis steals happening or anything. Yeah. This is ultimately going to delay the Aegis by a minute or so, but nonetheless, it secures it for them. And that means they're going to have 4 solid minutes to go for a high ground push before the, the crazy late game Rapier PA is coming out. He also changed his build to the MKB instead of the Rapier on the PA, so.
Okay. Have Tidebound gotten a Wisdom Shrine since minute 7?
I don't think so, right? Minute 14 was a double. So Yeah, there was
Yeah.
a TP top from Small Knight, minute 14, securing it.
Yeah.
So
I'm
I mean,
pretty sure they
you
haven't
can
gotten one
You can
since.
see it. Why sitting at level 11 compared to the counterpart of the side,
Right.
level 19 and 20. So
yeah, there's definitely like a chicken and the egg moment happening here. Like because he doesn't get the Wizardman, he probably died a few times because he's so low on everything. Then
he
he
might be
keeps dying,
double
so
here
they're
as
not
well.
able to contest. No, please don't kill him again. He's been such a good boy. Just dying over and over. Please don't kill him again.
oh, skewer, Desire.
That is a really nice skewer. Yeah, and Shiro doesn't have to give a BKB away for that one either. Beautifully done with that null talisman or nullifier.
That is a fairly big gold bounty as well. Almost
Right, that
1,500
was so
gold
much
for the Windrunner.
Oh, Desire. That's rough.
Damn. I mean, Tidebound, they're scrapping things together, but the real test is going to be once Avlis are able to reach the high ground. And they're desperately trying to avoid that from happening right now. They understand that
Radiant's middle tower is under
they
attack.
need something scrappy. They need to find a good pinch, you know, on the Soneko Tinker or something like that. Or we'll be in trouble as well.
Okay. I did get to see him die there. I promise you that was Bach getting the kill for 1,000 gold and an 870 gold bounty.
God damn. And that's his Aghanims as well. We were talking about the damage problem that they have, and now Ags on the Beast. I feel like, I mean, it's still 16k lead for Avlis, right? But the late game is, you have to mention it. It's so scary for Taiban side. It's so strong.
So they've gotten a few really nice kills. This is the second nullifier that's on the board. Shiro, he's a real boy. We've got the NKB. Satanic will be very good.
Yep.
It's a 16,000 net worth lead. I don't think it feels that way anymore to me.
Yeah, and I think almost one of the main things here is that this Aegis is running out. It's just 2 minutes remaining, and if you're not able to capitalize, then all of these kills, they're gonna start to add up. Avlis, they would really love to go for high ground push right about now, but are they gonna have the time?
I mean, okay, does Medusa still win this matchup? Even if we got 6 items on both carries, does Medusa and her team, I guess, more realistically, win this one against Tidebound?
It's hard to say, right? I think there's a lot of factors going into it. I think one of them is their supports being really gimped for Tidebound side, but there's definitely potential for them. Like, their late game, their triple core is really, really strong, and their supports as well. I think it has to be said. We discussed it earlier, the Windrunner and stuff, they're not going to be nearly as potent in the late game.
Yeah.
But yeah.
If Desire went for a Maelstrom, would they win the late game?
I don't think it would change much. Alright, Skewer again.
Oh no!
Aegis this time though.
Use your Maelstrom! Oh, the good silence
forced.
keeps everybody away. So that was silence for Gale Force. Very favorable trade there for Avlis, but more importantly, they're still trying to get these megas.
They need to go again on Tidebound. They can't pick this up. Well,
still have it. Another skewer backwards. This time the Yo's going to connect. And now here comes Zibe trying to get some more damage done. They've escaped acted. He's trying to land in a good place with the RP. Gets it. Roars Otani on the backside. Can't try to go for it, but immediately gets shackled for 6 seconds or something. That was so long. Now she's trying to keep the fight going. This time, in the midst of the pulverize, she may fall down. She does! Go for the buyback right away. Hitting these illusions. Sure, you can take them, but Smiley Knight still focusing on these racks. Another time they want to get the skewer, but another time the team interrupts it. Now he's rooted. Now he's getting hit. Smiley Knight may take another kill. Finally, we got the skewer back, and he is safe for now, but not so much for his racks.
Got your megas, but I don't think that's enough to just seal the game completely. They got the 98. They can definitely hold this, but... Oh, they're gonna try again.
Oh, that's after the Aegis! Nullified. We're team. Shiro jumping in again with the BKB. It's not there just yet. He just gets too locked up. Now the pulverize is going to take down Bach. He'll have to buy back for this one. Shiro does manage to get back into the base. He doesn't have his BKB for another 15 seconds.
Question is, Avlis gonna keep going here. There's no RP, and I think that is the major fact. They want to keep going until the RP is ready, at least.
There is a roar, so somehow if they're able to finagle a skewer, there could be a roar at the end of it. There it is. Skewer coming back. Roar connecting as well. This time the Gale Force keeping everybody closer, but the wheel of wonder maybe actually keeping them locked in. damage is up there for Shiro. A huge crit on low base. Almost taking out Desire as well. Finally nullifier, but it's bounced back into Shiro as well.
Oh,
Does
nice
pull up the ult. It will keep him locked in for now. Then the avalanche. Then too much damage for Desire. Trying to jump back a little bit of the barrier. Smiling Knight, does he have the damage? One more hit. No, the blur. The jump away. But the strike. Desire. Desire holds them in. Oh, Desire.
Well, that's gonna fall. What a slide.
Oh.
Shit, what a
I
fight.
tell you what.
So many skewers, man. I mean, they tried really hard on Taiwan, but they were so far behind. I mean, and yeah, I mean, the lane swap, we criticized it in the beginning, but Smiley Knight, he actually super carries this game, right? There wasn't really any flaws from him. Like, the Midas really paid off. He played super solid game. I feel like there wasn't any major mistakes apart from maybe the first top Barrett push, but
yeah, it's hard to even tell if that was a mistake, right? Like, at some point, you're gonna die on a hero. A team will dedicate so many resources for you to finally fall, but the question is, like, was it worth or not? I'd say for all they got in that base, it was probably worth.
Yeah. And I mean, Avalos, they played really solid as a team. I think a lot of small things went wrong for them in the early game, but they were able to stabilize, and eventually just Smile Knight shows up and carries this game. Also, I want to highlight Desire. He made so much work on this Windrunner 4. We said it's a hero that doesn't really scale well, or like cannot be as flashy as, like, let's say the Shaker, but he, you know, when you make plays like this, it's it's hard not to be, you know, happy with the performance.
No, I think that's true. I usually don't think of, like, when I think of a Windrunner carrying from that pause 4, I think of so much damage, but in this case, it was really just control and then a focus fire, or sorry, a power shot. Like, that's it. Power shot executing people is insane for their team, and that's why they got a lot of these kills, why he was worth so much when he finally died. This is a hero that, again, if they have another performance like this, I would consider never letting Smiley or Desire get this for the rest of the tournament.
And also, I mean, Mobe and Desire, they've shown to pull their weight really well on this team already. This is, you know, this is their first real tournament with the new guys in Avalos, and I think things are looking great. With that said, I think Tidebound, they can make a lot of adjustments if they want to. Like, obviously going for this Crimson pipe route, it didn't really work out at all. I think it kind of looks similar to when we watched the first game yesterday. You remember the team they went
also Avalos.
Oh yeah, when you go for like full team fight and like this technical stuff, like you need to make sure that you have a solid idea how you can execute the game and put pressure. But I feel like Tidebound, they were always sitting behind controlled, like they were sitting in their corner of the map, and they weren't able to transition into objectives. When you don't get to like steam pummel like a train, these items they're never gonna look that good. And I think in some ways I feel like the game could have looked different if they committed to like more scaling items.
Could have looked different, but we'll see if game 2 they figure something out, because we're gonna go to a break. We'll be back after this.
So much to defend. Let the sun
It's a late night, I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light, I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light, I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. I wish you were in love with me as much as I'm in love with you. A silhouette inside to see. I'll wait for you, I'll be the fool. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again, again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase if you want it. I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be reasons. In 1996, 7 minutes in, this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you. A mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids, and there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you. A mixtape, I played it. I'm calling you up, meet me at.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ESL Raleigh. We've got ourselves Game 2 coming up here for Avalos versus Tidebound. Desire was on fire. Thank you for that one, Script. And we've got ourselves Game 2 coming up. Hanskin, what should we expect out of the draft? Do you think there need to be drastic changes? Because you and I actually were kind of hedging on Tidebound to win this Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of liked what they did in terms of, hero picks on Tidebound, but I think the itemization didn't really pan out the way it should. Like, they should have definitely itemized differently, more towards scaling themselves up, because in the end this was a scaling lineup. I feel like they went half team, half late game. So
yeah.
And I think the other thing you have to mention is this Tinker. It's pretty brutal, right? There's a reason why this hero gets banned so often, and obviously, like Avalos, they probably didn't expect to see the Tinker get left through the draft. They spent a long time thinking about the ban to set it up. They banned the EA, they get the Tinker, and they just ran them over with it. So many heals, everything looked nice. Also, the Tiny for Avalos looking super scary. So I think definitely looking at that, if you're Tidebound, either get the Tinker yourself or ban it away. And also the Tiny for Mobe. I think that's going to be really scary. I think the Tiny looks so much better than the Slaughter has been so far.
Yeah. They got Tinker Tiny even in the second phase. And now, as we refresh the stats, because I'm the math magician, I'm forced to live and die by these statistics that I see. And Tiny, 20 games, 65% win rate whenever it's picked up. All right, third most contested hero so far in all of these games. I think it's criminal to give Avalos this hero. I think it's bad to give everybody else it, but this team specifically just works so well with Mobe.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it has to be his best hero, right, so far. And also, we know that Desire can play it as well. I don't think they're going to run it on the +1 that much, but whenever you can just pick your mid immediately in the draft and be happy and don't give any hoots about the counters, it's always a good thing. And Tiny, this is a hero that has come up and down in terms of trends. Everyone thinks, oh, Crash Landing got nerfed, maybe Tiny's not as good, but he's just still the same hero. Kinda got nerfed, maybe Tiny not good, but I don't know. He just offers so much utility. You can play multiple ways. We've seen Mobe also going for the more like 4-staff Yule type of build. I feel like you can. There's so many routes you can take, and it's so solid. I would even if NTS, he kind of crushed him in the lineage stage. He killed him twice, but doesn't matter.
No, and now we just keep on racking up the bans that this team needs. Tidebound already starting with the Enigma ban versus this Avalos team. Now they do have first pick, so I'll give it to them. They right now only need to ban out like the specific things, team focused bans versus Avalos, where they're the ones now they're like, okay, we need to ban the Nature's Prophet. Maybe we want to ban the Tiny. Maybe we want to ban the Tinker as well. So Avalos, yeah, there we go. Already with the first two that I thought. For Tidebound, they're actually not interested in playing the Medusa on first pick. That's interesting.
It is. There's one thing that they've been doing quite a bit on Tidebound is they go for the first pick Gyro, which has been fairly successful for them. So I guess that could have something to do with it. Medusa is one of those heroes that Gyro doesn't enjoy playing into. So, but of course, Avalos, they read it, they get rid of the Gyro immediately. So definitely coming prepared to this one.
And now Tidebound are the ones that are not sure what they want to lead in with here. A lot of the big ones are already out. technically TA is still in terms of like heroes that we've seen first pick sometimes, but they're going to go in for the PA. That means that Smiling Knight TA is open, and he kind of crushed it yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they went for it right away, actually. I mean, it's not the most obvious matchup into PA, but I just think the hero is so solid.
Yeah. I mean,
you always
you
have
and
to
I
respect the flex
sat here
as well,
watching
right?
4 games so far for these guys, right? So we know that he likes this hero a lot.
Yeah. I mean, you also have to respect the flex, right? I don't think MOBA is like necessarily a TA specialist, but that's always something you have to think about.
It's a good question, actually.
5 seconds.
It seems so different from what he's played just because it's range. Otherwise, like blink and lots of damage, yes. It's not really tank though, so I think that's the only reason it doesn't feel like a MOBA hero necessarily.
It's just not a playmaker, right? Which I think has been his main role so far. You know, we have to remember they haven't had that much time to practice, so I think sticking to a certain style is not a bad thing if you're Avalos. So I think more than likely this is gonna be just straight up Smile Knight 0 on the TA. I would assume as well Avalos they're not gonna give away the Magus again. Although, you know, they did beat it last game. I think this combination is still very scary. You always have to respect it, and now they don't have the Tinker to provide the sustain and the heals. So I'm actually very surprised that nobody's going for the Warlock PA anymore. Like, it seems like that combination has really faded off. But I mean, it's hard to tell when you're outside the scrim world, right? You know, maybe people have figured out counters or whatever, but I just felt like it looks so solid when Tundra was running it all the time.
Oh, it definitely looks really good. I don't think that people are like buying a lot more early dispels either. I think actually the opposite is true, with people still really valuing SNY. So
yeah,
I'm interested. I mean, right now, I did check it out for Mobay. He has not a single game played on any ticketed matches on Templar Assassin. So unless something has changed recently, I'm surprised because, again, it feels like something that, like, as a mid laner, it's definitely had its time. I'm a little surprised, but still, he doesn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, just sometimes the possibility of the flex is just enough. You don't need to necessarily be
the threat of the black hole.
Exactly. One cool thing here is that with Tidebound changing their bans and going more team specific, that means actually that the Shaker is going to be left out. So I wouldn't be surprised for Avalos to just grab it straight out the gate here.
Yeah. I mean, already we love their lineup with the TA. Something that this TA does is very good with objectives, very good with damage, very good with blink. And so this is a hero you and I actually have thought that, like, PA does okay versus the Darkseer. In a vacuum, PA should also do well enough versus the TA, since, you know, TA is a lot of physical damage, doesn't love being locked down. PA usually wins that mobility battle. It's like 55-45, but so far this is looking like a good PA game, unless we consider that Smiling Knight is a god.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the upside of the Darkseer is you can just go for the Vanguard and kind of chill, but before that, you're not that scary for the PA.
Yeah. Here's that combo you wanted.
Yeah. No, that's definitely solid. Like, I think especially early on, like level 3, you can just throw the Shadow Word on the PA. He's not really going to care about these Iron Shells that much. So, and obviously you're just going to run the Darkseer down. If you don't care about the Iron Shells, you're just going to get the Corrosion and just jump on him, and what can he really do?
Radiant team pick.
So far, this is not looking like the easiest TA game at all. I mean, a lot of chip damage from the Warlock. PA, again, I think that's a good matchup. A Windrunner who's able to, win run and not get hit by your physical damage. You really need, like, a nullifier in this one, and that is not high on the TA priority list.
5 seconds.
For sure. I wonder what the Desire is going to do now. Yeah, he's going to go for the Night Stalker, which has been the favorite combo with the Darkseer, of course, which is nice. That's one way to deal with the supports. You just find them and, get the silence, top of the Windrunner or the Warlock. They can't really do much to protect themselves. So definitely like that, but I am still a little bit worried about the laning phase for them, especially on the Darkseer lane into the Warlock PA.
Yeah, I mean, you think about, like, what does Darkseer love? Melee. What does Warlock love playing against? Melee. So who's the better of those? Is it better to have an Ion Shelled melee hero, or is it worse playing against a Warlock with Fatal Bonds on the both of you?
Curious what Soneko is going to run in this draft, because I feel like Jakiro would be the obvious answer, but it's out, of course. Silencer doesn't look amazing for me. I always speak about the explosiveness in the Silencer drafts, and right now you don't have a ton of initiation if you're Avalos.
Yeah.
So I would like some more spells, if you know what I mean. Like more.
No, I think that's why the Jakiro would have felt good. Unfortunately, they did ban it out, but it has like that long range stun, some magic damage, and it needs to be a little bit beefy, right, to stand in front of the TA. I'd almost want to say an Ogre Magi, but I don't think that's quite the magic damage that I'm thinking. Does it have to be melee? I'd really want a melee if I was a TA.
I mean, it wouldn't have to be, but I could definitely see like a Tusk or a Clock would be great here, I think.
Dire team pick.
Oh, yo!
Damn. That's not every
That
day.
is... What? That is not what I expected.
I mean,
All right,
it's a Windrunner. It's a Windrunner bully for sure.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess Fiend's Grip on the PA is good, but some more lockdown, you know, anti-BKB, you don't really have any right now.
Oh, okay.
But I feel like it's not going to be an easy Fiend's Grip game, right? You're playing as a Windrunner Warlock. It's a lot of cancel already. But I will say, though,
right? Like
this TA Bane lane is really scary. It's real strong. I think if you want to try to beat it, you would have to go something like a Beast, but I'm not sure if that's what you want to do again. Go for Kunkka, okay.
Yeah, I am just sneezing and confused. I don't know why. Like I've seen Bane as like a very good versus one hero that you're scared of, and like you said, not a whole lot of long range stuns. I think that's where the Bane really starts to shine. If there isn't things, honestly, like Kunkka, but also like a Warlock, where I don't think we really saw what the Warlock needed to deal with Rock, but now it's abundantly clear you need to rock the grip.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can see the combo in a way, like the the Night Stalker Bane. Like you bring the nighttime, the Bane can get easy angles, and obviously he's gonna see everything, but it's a little bit low on this team fight still. I understand you have the Darkseer for that, but it seems very single target-ish, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Radiant team ban.
So Tidebound, they didn't choose to go for the offlaner, which now Avalos are gonna, you know, get the Beast out of and the TB as well. Some unit heroes to counter the Bane. And also, like, drafting into a TA is not, or like picking a lane matchup into the TA is not always the easiest thing right now. Oh, they go for Lycan. That's pretty cool.
Okay, I love those bans into this, like, it's so well, because I was thinking it's potentially a good TB game just because it's high physical damage, and then it's also like a Sunder save on the grip. I love everything they've done now. You had actually mentioned before that you think that 33 is somebody who maybe picks Lycan in a few more of these situations. Could this be one of the situations you were thinking of?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's similar to the last game, right? You're going to have this Overlord hero that, you know, the Overlord, they don't really have many tools to deal with it. But I do think it can be useful, but they need to change up how they play. They need to play around this hero way more, you know? In the last game, they played around Faith Beyond Beast once. They went for that dive and didn't work out, and then they were like, you know, we're not going to try that again. I think they need to do that, and they need to make it work. Play around Faith Beyond once it's this Overlord timing. And yeah, DK response there for Moby as well. That's going to be solid. That's actually one of the heroes that he played quite a fair bit. He hasn't done it in this tournament, but in Dream League qualifier, he played it a bunch, which was his debut with his team, of course.
The hero's definitely good. Be interested to see which facet he's going to try for here. I mean, as we look at the laning stage here for Avalos, we've got Darkseer and Night Stalker, which is very revered, but it's into a Warlock. We have Smiling Knight on TA, which we love, but then we have a Bane, which we're not really sure about. It's DK last pick, likely into this Kunkka, which I feel like should be okay. This lane should be good, right? These lanes all feel like toss-ups to me. Do you have a clear favorite in this?
I mean, it's hard for me to say how useful the Dragonite and the Bane is going to be. I know that DK, his laning stage is going to be great into the Kunkka, probably, just based on the fact that you have armor and built-in HP regen into the Kunkka spam. But yeah, I'm curious to see how useful the Bane is going to be, and then also the Lycan. How successful is that going to be for Tidebound? Because last game, they had potential to snowball the Beast. They didn't really make it happen at all. I want to see them put a lot of emphasis on this game. Snowball the Lycan, take a lot of tier 1 towers, make sure that your PA has a big map to play on, you know, that so Shiro can pick his timings when he wants to go in, and you know, just basically put more pressure. That's what I want to see from Tidebond.
I like it. I think the pressure, as you said, like being threatening on the map, I feel like it's been the theme for a lot of these games that we've casted. It's like you have a lineup that can be threatening, and you're kind of opting for another item. You're waiting for another, you know, maybe timing with the rest of your team to line up, and it just doesn't happen, right? So I agree. Maybe try to get something going a little bit more early for this Tidebound team.
Yeah.
Last 2 series, they've won the first game and then gotten absolutely rocked in game number 2. In this one, they got rocked in game number 1. Are they working it in game 2 and just flip-flopping around?
Yeah, I have hopes for them. I think the draft is pretty evenly matched. Like, I think it can go either way, really. And I think it's going to come down to execution, which is amazing, right? That's what we want. Is it going to be the 3-3 between these teams, or is it going to be 4-2 for Avolus and 2-4 for Tidebound?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's trying to get some separation in this one. It looks like so far, yeah, I mean, if they can get some separation in this one, they might actually be able to lock themselves up at the actual spot number 2, which, of course, for anybody trying to get into this group stage 2 is very, very important.
100%. Went for the Corrosive Dragon, of course, which is pretty much the only route mid DKs go for nowadays. Makes a lot of sense with the TA as well, with the Darkseer getting that minus armor.
Oh yeah, gotta just like load up. Make sure that's TA, and that's something that the Slardar had also done when we had seen this combo before.
30 seconds to battle.
That's true. I just kind of prefer the DK hero compared to a Slardar right now. I feel like the Slardar, it has similar issues to the Primal Beast, right? If you're not able to commit and just sit in the fight, then you're not going to be that useful, and it also doesn't scale nearly as well as a DK.
I love seeing everybody in the chat trying to like predict the game, and they're like, "It's Group B. Every other damn game has been a 1-1. It's going 1-1." I don't know. I get the sentiment for it, but I feel like this one could be the pop-off. It's Smiling Knight TA. This guy never misses with it. Honestly, in his TA performances, it's kind of been the rest of the team that we've had doubts for. Well, let's see if they get something going early here. It is Y and Shiro trying to get a first blood. Y, though, even with the heal on him, they won't get the first blood. It's going to go to Zibe. Then Shiro's the one that gets the second blood. I don't think he's going to get a third. In fact, he might get turned around on here. Zibe doing a lot of damage with his Ion Shell. Won't get executed on this one. They'll trade away. Shiro dies first, so he doesn't get the XP for this one. Planet, if I had a nickel for every time a one runner seems like she could carry the game with these kills, I have 2 nickels. But it is Desire chasing your Darn, which is a little bit poetic.
That is a double kill for Zibe, though. That is going to be great, especially if he goes to that Vanguard. I keep... Oh, shit.
No, Desire!
Snipe?
Oh my god, you madman!
Damn, that might actually make a big difference in the bottom lane, because now Faith Beyond is going to be alone for like a good minute here.
Yeah! Oh my... Okay, immediately. Let's check out this off lane. Is Lycan going to be sad?
Yeah, I mean, he cannot enter, right? There's no way. There's a Bane TA sitting like
Dude, Saneko's actually trying to chase him down in the trees. Come here, boy.
CB has the Vanguard queued up already. I like it. I like it.
Man, Smiling Knight, you 6 denies. Jesus. Oh no, I feel so bad. I just feel so bad for him.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, at least he's getting XP, right? But this is not... I was speaking about the snowball factor on Lycan, I think. You know, with this start on the TA, it's not going to be easy for the Lycan.
No, not at all. So, at least, like, Planet is back now, but think about how much of an advantage your team has gotten. At least, thanks to the kills Planet has gotten, he's actually already level 2. Still, Saneko doesn't care. Should Saneko care? I feel like he should. I don't know.
Just being annoying, but when he's playing like this, he's not going to get any XP for himself, which is not always the best thing.
Ooh. Yeah, no, there's CS issues all around for these guys so far. Right now, it looks like, of course, we talked about the Corrosive Dragon facet for Mobe, meaning that the tower pressure for him should be a little bit more potent. And if they do, you're saying it might be a lane win for him. So if he wins the lane, feels like he should be able to transition to taking towers really quick.
Yeah, and also for Tidebound side, there's not that much magic damage typically. Like the Kunkka does a fair bit, but I think a Warlock rotating in on a boat on the DK, a Windrunner is good, sure, but like there is potential for him to pressure this tower with his first Dragon form.
Sounds like we need to get a instead of going for like triple crit stick, you just go triple Revenant Sprouge on the Kunkka. Really start rocking that magic damage.
Yeah, let's go. It's not every day we get to see a Kunkka nowadays. Typically we get to see it versus heroes like, you know, squishy range heroes like Lina and stuff. But
yeah. People definitely got like a lot more bold with picking the Kunkka and really just valuing boat. Yeah, and not as much of like the Tidebringer, but just boat as a whole. This is one that I don't know, maybe it was flexing too hard, but the hero typically is going Blade Mail into Radiance, just like the old very greedy build, just kind of being like a force for the team.
I mean, that definitely makes sense with the Blade Mail Radiance into the TA. You are playing into Darkseid though, which is, you know, always a concern when you're playing a Radiance hero.
Yeah. That's true. I wonder, I mean, there are some other builds like Blade Mail Halberd, but I don't know how hard that one hits compared to everything else.
I feel like that's kind of a similar story like the last game, right? You're not bringing any scale to the table.
Yeah. So then Ags, Blade Mail Ags. Surely the answer is Blade Mail to start. I don't know if I'll be willing to give that one up, but
yeah,
maybe the next item, yeah.
Sebe is gonna pick up a minute 430 in Vanguard here, which is he's also very high XP. You know, obviously the double kill level 1 happening.
Yeah.
This could be scary for Tidebound actually. If he gets to level 5 here in the next minute or so.
I mean, they've definitely gotten a very strong start out of this laning stage. Already out of the favorable laning stage, just giving the Night Stalker his own Ion Shell. Now maybe chasing down the tower. This is a huge rotation in. Suneko gonna help him out, but as a TP in for Planet. That was a vacuum to start though. A lot of damage coming out of Desire with the Fatal Bonds and putting in some work. Maybe gonna start just hitting the creeps next one, but Zibe could go down here. Nothing else to get him away. Shiro is still trying to chase, and with the execution from Planet, that's gonna be a killing spree for the Windrunner now.
Exactly what you needed if you're Tidebound. You just completely nullified the Vanguard timing. Maybe a bit overzealous there. They didn't really have the creeps to, you know, back up that tower dive. And yeah.
And it's a twofer, right? You went over, tried to get that done, and now you have left this Lycan alone, who also had a rough time allowing him to come back. So in one way you fail to make pressure, then you give him some space. It's all got to be good for the Tidebound team right now.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Smile Knight is still chilling, but definitely a solid turnaround for Tidebound, considering the fact the laning stage start wasn't the best for them. You know, some ways the Vanguard can be a good pressure item when you go for the Darkseid, or like when you rush it on the Darkseid like this. But another way to play it would be to just completely leave him, right? And go play around the mid lane and go for the security rooms. They're gonna go from open here. This should be a kill.
Oh, beautiful job on the stun here. Kind of screwing up the combo, but the boat still hits, and another execution Planet. He is the firing squad for Team Tidebound right now, and he's got 4 kills to his name.
Yeah, nothing to say. One of the OG Kunkka players, knowing what's up.
Doing really well. I mean, just overall in levels. Now, I mean, he's the one that feels like he shouldn't be pressuring this tower, but he is. I'll see what he queues up next, but already got some pretty good early items going. Oh, he is, yeah. Daytime is one hell of a drug.
Obi wants to go. Is this gonna work?
That's honestly a bit of a rough dragon form, right?
Yeah.
Like he's trying to chase down way away from the tower. Doesn't even matter if you.
Oh, Wisdom Rune in trouble. In trouble.
Oh no! Oh no! Not again. I mean, they're starting to set up here.
They're bringing everybody.
Oh, they couldn't get the sleep off on Planet, so I think Planet is going to be here no matter what. Suneko trying to TP away, and he won't get out. So call it a kill, and actually a wisdom now for Planet. He's got to be feeling good about that. They will still trade on the other side, but maybe a bit too overzealous there for Avalus.
Yeah, at least they get Small Knight out, which was huge. I mean, if he was going to die there, then, you know, you're losing every core that you have in the last 2 minutes. So super heads up by Small Knight, not trying to commit for that, you know. outnumbered 2-4. So, and you know that's quite a big rotation for Dire. They rotate 4 heroes for that, and Sibe he's making the best out of it, farming this ancient stack.
Yep. Big Lotus, big stick, getting himself some good gold. And that's 60 CS here. Usually whenever you're jungling, you maybe can cope it up and say it's not quite that much, but that was just an ancient stack that he took. So yeah, that gold actually matters a lot for him.
Level 7.5, minute 8, so doing really good for himself. If they want to force this play, I'm not sure. Can he do it? It's gonna be tight.
Sure. Yeah.
Look at Shiro.
Shiro actually, backing out. Even the trap is doing a lot of damage, but now Smiling Knight, he's the one under our rock, under the fatal bonds, gonna get a nice shackle. The execution again, Planet. Oh my goodness, he's starting to turn up, and now this is the Windrunner that queues up the Maelstrom.
Hopefully, Kappa. Yeah, you always forget. It's so deceiving. The Warlock showing up with a golem minute 8, regardless of the game.
Yeah.
And yeah.
With the XP nerf, I think it's like this is almost always a level 6 kind of book. I think before the nerf, it was okay to like hold on to it and maybe hope that something else kind of pops up and you get that XP later. But now it's only 200. It's just not worth it to hold on to it anymore.
Yeah, I think once people realize that you just pop it, it's like a free tome of wisdom essentially. It's just so strong. It can give you so much momentum in the game, and that eventually transitions into more XP, right? More kills. So I think once people figure that out, they understand that Warlock is actually a really strong hero. And I'll say it again. I'm not sure why people have like refrained from it. I see a lot of teams, you know, they got the PA, the Warlock is on the table, but they choose to go for other heroes like the Silencer, which of course is not bad, but I feel like this combination is so scary.
The combo picks definitely working out right now for Tidebound. Their combo of the Warlock PA seems to have gotten a good amount of gold. I can't say that the other one has been bad though. Sure, Night Stalker is a little underfarmed, but Darkseer is feeling good.
The problem for them is that Mobe is not really having the game that he typically, you know, he's been their main playmaker, and if he doesn't have a fast blink, then
okay. Good all hit here, Desire. Yeah, he is just rocked outside of the actual rock that's on cooldown, but still hit very hard by Tidebound.
Yeah, I like this by them. They're just throwing their cooldowns every time they have it, and just already showing way more initiative in this game compared to the previous one.
Trying to get some own participation going for the DK here. Sitting in the mid lane with the Corrosive Dragon, but it's the Shield Rune. The Shield Rune is really helping this out. He's definitely very comfortable with that.
So Neko is only level 4 actually. It's gonna take, this is gonna be a very late.
I mean, Bane has good spells, but I will say it's really important to have Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, I mean, minute 4 at level 4 at minute 11 is really underwhelming. Not gonna lie.
Oh yeah. This is a really good job from Mobe, though. I didn't know if he was going to be able to stick in here with this one, but the Corrosive Dragon definitely pulling its weight now. Getting a tower, making sure his team doesn't have to, like, overcommit to help him out here. So they'll take that mid tower and go back to farming.
They are going to hit a fairly good timing with their course, though, in, like, the next minute or two, with a Crimson Darkseer and a Blink on DK. So that's going to be a good timing. I would hope that Soneko can secure his level 6 before then, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Blade Mail being sent out as well for Nothing to Say, and Golem is ready together with the the boat and Lycan Domi. They're really strong right now.
They're really starting to ramp up with. Hey, I think it was you and I, right? Talking about like this one item timing that teams really are trying to go for. So we have the Helm Dom, we have the Blade Mail. Honestly, Warlock Rock is probably that's his item that he's showing up with, and it feels really strong right now for Tidebound.
Yeah, it feels way better when you can push the towers like this. You have a lot of team fights with the Lycan compared to the other game with the Beastmaster. So, you know, the upside as well is that once you get these towers for free, when, you know, understandably, Avos decides not to fight it, you know, they still don't have the 6 on Bane even, so. But when the case is like that, you're just getting towers for free, that means you don't have to stop, you don't have to go back, you can keep controlling the Radiant jungle, get the D-wards out, and make the map really small for Avos. You know, they still haven't opened the top tower, so, you know, you can just see it. the resources available on the map is very small for Owls currently.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's gonna get much better. Just TA, although she does ramp up quick, she still needs these beginning items, right? She needs the Deso, she needs this Dragon Lance, she needs the Blink. That's why, like, compared to a PA, especially a PA, whenever she sometimes has a Magnus on her side, feels like it gets online a lot sooner because you already have that mobility, you have that damage. You're really just waiting for the BKB to keep you alive.
Yeah, and I think the main thing for Owls right now is gonna be, can they get online in time for the Tormented fight? Because I think giving that up is small.
Oh god, nothing to say. And the rest of his team just waltz right in and kill Smiley Knight. Why, like, on sight is like, I will rock this PA. I do not care.
Yeah, huge kill. Why not? Just throw the rock. That's the best kill you can get, really. And I wonder if tier 2 is going to be in trouble here. Faith Beyond doesn't seem to think so. So I guess it's
yeah,
not
I mean, they
a
had
push.
the rock, but they didn't want to use it for the tower push.
Yeah, interesting. But that is no rock for the Tormi, so that could potentially be one upside, or a silver lining, rather, for Owls.
Yeah. 120 seconds is maybe 30 seconds after Avalis could take it, so it depends. Well, the smoke from Avalis could be very telling. If they end up getting some good kills out of it, they could turn this into a Tormentor or even a Wisdom Room right after. Finding Y first with Blink Dagger in on the high ground. He just wanted to sack some cans for his team, but now he's dead. Now they're wrapping around on the backside. They see Shiro, but I don't think they want that. They want this Wisdom, and it's a TP in from the Kunkka. They want to fight this on Tidebound.
Yeah, no Golem, of course. Oh, Planet in trouble as well. Both of the supports being taken out immediately.
I think a lot of people are in trouble now. Planet, that is some big gold into the back wall, gripping the PA as well. But the stun from the Centaur actually stops the grip early. One last hit for the Dragon. It's not enough. Zibe trying to get close enough to hit him with the Ion Shell, but another jump away for Shiro. He's alive. The Warlock actually keeping him there. Even the Fatal Bonds aren't enough to take down Shiro. Somehow, they get themselves the Shrine, and they get the PA out of here.
Damn, actually pretty clutch buyback from Y. Making sure he gets the heals on the PA. Yeah, eventually saving him there. I mean, not every day you see a buyback, you know, without the golem on Warlock minute 14, but definitely saving Shiro on this occasion.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunate for the supports on Tidebound overall. I mean, Planet gave himself up a 5 kill streak to Mobe, and of course, as we highlighted there, it is the buyback on Y, so not free for them, but everybody else had a good time.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it could have been way worse for Tidebound, but still, it's not so bad for Owls. They're getting a lot of pressure out. They're gonna secure the Tormentor based off this as well.
Ooh, I mean,
Did they have both? No both yet.
Got X. Is it enough? Focus fire. It's kind of tickling Zebe right now, but eventually a lot of tickling may lead to death.
Can they get another X though?
They do. And now without the surge, I think, oh yeah, he's dead. Had a stick that might have helped him out a little bit, but I think he was in execution range anyways.
Yeah, probably. That is quite a big kill. Obviously, the CBS had a great game on the Darks here. They nonetheless secured the Tormi, and NTS is going for the S and Y. Have to wonder, is that gonna be the same impact as the Radiance would be? I'm not so sure.
It feels like he's entirely itemizing to make sure that he's not getting gripped, but to be honest, it seems like the Centaur does the trick. They're just setting in a lonely Centaur on the Helm Dom, canceling it out. It seems awesome for them already. Do they really need to itemize more for the grip?
I wouldn't say so, right? And it, like, Kankai doesn't really benefit from, like, extra moon speed or attack speed. Yeah, not sure about this. I mean, it's not a terrible item, but I just feel like the Radiance seems so much better, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, what do you want from him? Do you want more control? Do you want more tank? Like, what do you think is his job in this one as the game moves forward?
No, I think he needs to scale, and I think the Radiance is the perfect way to do that. Like, I'm not saying he has to be like a right clicker by any means. He's got a Lycan and a PA, but he needs to be strong later in the game. And I think the Radiance just, it makes their fighting so much stronger. It makes his scaling, like his farming potential so much stronger. So I suppose he feels like he's the main playmaker for them, so he doesn't want to, you know, sit back and hit creeps. But we'll see if it pays off.
You're telling me that he needs to scale, but that he doesn't want to build Radiance versus the Darks here. You're whispering triple crit in my ear without saying it out loud.
Up for interpretation.
I I wish I would see the day. I don't know if I told you this. One of my friends tried out Kunkka after they added in the water park, and he was like, "Yeah, this hero just doesn't feel very strong." I'm like, I can't believe it. I look at his build, and he was triple crit Shadow Blade. I'm like, no wonder he didn't think this hero was good. All you're trying to do is click people. That build hasn't been good, I swear, for like 3 years now,
Or
maybe even more.
I feel like when I started playing Dota in like 2014. Or something.
Oh no, it's been so long. Zero, try to jump away another time. No, the barriers, the heal. Is it enough? They take down. It's only the first life. And I think Travelers, they can't go for the second. So once again, the PA is alive, and we'll have to be happy with that.
They forced a lot of rotation. Also, the Lycan ulti and the Warlock ulti, and they're not going to get any return for Tidebound. So that is actually not bad for Avos. They're able to stabilize the game completely based on that move alone.
Yeah. It's really nice for them. I mean, the threat of this Aegis just like pushing your high ground is obviously a little bit too much for them, especially with the Zoo that could come down the pipe. So, as you said, really good stabilization.
Yeah, and you know, Tidebound, they still want to go, but I don't know. They don't have Lycan ulti. They don't have the Warlock ult. They're not that strong.
A little risky. How's the Smiling Knight item ticker going? So you got Blink, Deso, Dragonlance. He's got, hey, those are the 3 items I like.
Apart from the triple crit.
But yeah, you know, he doesn't have to do that. That's for Kunkkas only.
Oh, I see.
One day.
The downside for the TA is that like you're always going for this Deso. That means your MKB is gonna be slow. Also, like you want to be KB for sure in this game. So MKB is gonna take a long time, and by that time the PA is gonna have a lot of items as well. And I think that's always the tricky part in this matchup if you're the TA.
Yeah, feels like both of them have things that are good, right? Like obviously Refraction very good versus the PA, but Refraction is more of like a team thing. Whoa.
Nothing to say is coming though.
The Gale is actually putting in some work.
Yeah, NTS is here now.
Yeah.
Oh,
but the team, yeah, huge sleep. Very close to a tower. So, I mean, Smiling Knight will body off this Windrunner, making sure that nobody gets close enough to cancel. And oh my god! I don't know how he was able to snipe out that shackle, but they still end up dying in return. And now the TA traps. They're getting the kill on Windrunner. Bach forced to try to run away from this one, but he's actually getting body blocked by the illusion. Dude, oh my god! Zibe!
The best Enigma microer in the world turned into the best Darkseer wall microer in the world.
Goodness.
Dude, that was crazy,
that's exactly
actually.
what the doctor ordered.
Oh no, they're gonna take the whole map now, right? Like, that's so deep though from Tidebound. I feel like they're not respecting their cooldowns, right? There's no golem. If there is a golem right there's no way Soneko can go for the script, but they're just tunnel visioning on this TA, and it's eventually putting NTS in a terrible position here.
Feels like exactly what happened last game too. Like Smiling Knight, he only needs a few. And he gets some kills on this TA, and all of a sudden the map just explodes in his favor. You got to be careful giving these overextensions to him.
Yeah, for sure. And it's also so indecisive, right? Like, as we said, they don't have the cooldowns, and they're also not bringing Shiro, so it all seems reactive, right? It doesn't seem like this was a well thought out plan. It just kind of just happened. They see a guy, they run at him, and that's not how you want to play top tier Dota.
No, I mean, nothing to say. Does have the SNY finish. Going for a Nullifier. A Nullifier's very good versus the Darkseer, but
it is. Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, the Nullifier is good for sure, but is it gonna be enough? I'm not sure. Like, once again, I see this problem for Faith Beyond once he's playing these micro heroes, that they make a few errors here and there. They don't get the snowball that they need, and then he's gonna fall off so hard. And I think SNY Nullified Kunkka, is he gonna be the one, you know, carrying it? I don't know.
Right?
I feel like there's a lot of weight on Shiro's shoulder once again.
There is. There absolutely is. He's going for the Manta.
And
this is a move that feels a lot more calculated, right? The team is all around, ready to jump all at once. Shiro. Oh, be careful where you walk up there. Trying to go on Zibe. Zibe's going to get the surge away. Now there's going to be an
he broke the combo.
But you're fighting in a wall, and yeah, they broke the combo. Now they're still chasing after Zibe on the other side. He gets it back onto the low ground. Okay. Okay, Zibe. Kind of styling on them right now.
The Sire showing up just in time, breaking the combo there, making sure that NTS cannot connect the X with the Torrent and the boat. And then, yeah, the Golem also misses. bit of panic mode for Tidebound, I have to say.
Yeah, there's some wild button pressing going on, and at the end of the day, like, we still have Night Stalker ult, we still have grip, so the supports are ready to go. I'm not sure if the rest of Avalis really are, though. This should still be a hard tower for them to take.
Yeah, no, they're probably just gonna be happy. Try to secure the pike for Smiley Knight, but now you know that there's no boat, there's no golem. If you want to do something, you can, but at the same time, you can just make sure that you gather a lot of creep kills around the map, right? Because you're not scared of getting ganked anymore.
No, very good just farming it all out. And Desire is becoming his own core in this one. He actually went for the quick blink dagger. Sometimes when you're going for this 4, actually I want to say a lot of the times you're going for 4 Night Stalker, you're just going like drums. Yeah. So for him to go for the blink dagger, I feel like also really shows that he wants to scale up in this game.
I mean, you see the usefulness, right? So you're able to break the X combo right away on the Kunkka. That's definitely useful. Yeah. Also the Kunkka going for SNY compared to like a BKB, right?
Yeah.
So that's always going to be.
Is like a team fight killer all the time. As you said, just like blink silence, all of a sudden like things are completely different. You almost need a pre-BKB, which nobody wants to do this early in the game.
Yeah. Well, Avalos gaining a slight gold lead now. Of course, they have really strong scaling, you know, with their Tricore, really strong. Also the Night Stalker, like you mentioned. Their Bane cannot be underestimated as well. Regardless of his net worth, a grip is always going to be a grip, right?
That's true, until a single Centaur comes in and stuns him. I think that's the only reason I haven't been like that impressed just yet. That, you know, somewhat insignificant unit is able to cancel that out. But hey, the DD here on Mobe now could be a really nice fight for them as they're circling all around where Tidebound are set up.
If they can get the Windrunner or the Warlock here, that would be amazing. They're gonna see Warlock.
What about both? Because they're both standing on top of each other. This could be really good for Desire. Yep, he finds the both of them. Getting the silence in. Warlock the first one to go down. Then able to just run over to the Windrunner as well. She could jump away from this one, but now Shiro's showing up to try to help out.
Oh,
the
nice
X-Pack is maybe going to disrupt this for a while, but there it is. Another canceled grab. It'll still take down Faith Beyond at the end. And now with the Gale Force, it's keeping Tidebound maybe in this fight. A grip. No, there it is. Shiro, he's the one to go down on it. I thought they had already used it.
I mean,
wow.
They got the perfect targeting on Avalos. They get the Warlock right away and the Windrunner as well, but
oh no. Again. And oh no. Oh god, no. This is going to be a dieback for him. So at the end of the day, it is 5 heroes down. The Windrunner the only one to survive, and that was just a really good start there from Avalos, jumping in on Desire and finding 2 supports immediately.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I understand you're playing into a Night Stalker, but you have to question the positioning, right? You're sitting in the middle of the lane. At least, you know, stay behind your course. Look at this position. In the beginning. Warlock already dead here, but like sitting straight up in the lane like that, it's just never gonna be a safe spot for you as a +5 Warlock.
Man, this is a hard fight for the Lycan to play right now. It feels like he doesn't have any kill target right now.
Yeah, it's like he can threaten the Bane, maybe, but then who else, right? That's like Crimson Darkseer, there's a Tia with a fraction, and a DK with tons of armor and an armlet. So I don't know. The Lycan, he hasn't gotten the snowball that he hoped he would.
No. I guess I'm more and more believing in the Nullifier then from Nothing to Say, because that kind of will enable box game, right? Crimson Guard is dispellable. Between the two, Pipe and Crimson is the only one that can be dispelled, so it'll be different, I suppose, trying to get on top of this Bane, who has a Solar Crest that is also a dispellable item, so all eggs in the Nullifier basket, are we allowed to do that?
I mean, I guess, but it's going to be hard to use it regardless, right? It doesn't have like an insane cast range or anything like that. It's like Kunkka is not a mobility.
Get the Aether Lens Nullifier out, right? We need some help. And there's still so much time to wait for it as well. It's 11,000 net worth lead for Avalos, and Kunkka clearly is not highest in the farm priority. Still trying to wait for some items on the PA, who desperately needs her own shard, and Lycan, who just needs stuff. It feels like his fights are still very underwhelming, so Lord, I don't know how you're supposed to get farm on this Kunkka.
Yeah, for sure, and Avalos, they're just going to get this big MKB now, and then they're going to go into Roshan. And if you give up MKB plus Aegis on the TA, I feel like that's tough to stop if you're a Tidebound.
Almost exactly what happened on the Dusa game too. Just MKB right into the pit. So it's any indication of what happened last time, Tidebound, they got to get some fire under their feet, because I just don't think they can stand farming like they are right now and think they're going to win the game.
And Mobe as well. Almost MKB finished plus the Revenant's Brooch. He's kind of hitting so hard, man.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I mean, this is the upside of having like a Darkseer on your team, right? That can just provide you with the Greaves and the Crimson. You don't feel like you have to go for defensive items such as the BKB on the BK.
There it is. They see that somebody's in Roche, but yeah, they are smoking at first light. There was a wolf that saw it all. Can Tidebound take a good fight out of this somehow?
I don't know if they're strong enough, really. Like, they got the Nullifier is not even finished. So, really, they haven't gotten any, like, significant items since the last fight. It's gonna come down to a better positioning with the supports.
Alright, well, some positioning there from Planet. He's gonna get jumped back, and he gets a huge shackle. This could be the fight they need. Dota's gonna land, but not really take anybody out. So Smiling Knight still able to take at least a Helm Down 2 creep. It's a back wall on the other side. Zibe still trying to create disruption in this fight, and look at the PA, locked up entirely. Desire finding the kill on her, and now the rest of Avalis. They'll just start to run over Tidebound. Nothing to say, trying to find some separation, but Zibe, he's got the surge, still chasing down. Just Ion selling him to death, a slow and painful existence for the Konka, and eventually that existence will be cut short. Whether or not he gets his iron, I don't think he will, so Y will be next. Gale forced to try to help, but okay, that's insane.
Zibe still wants to go, though. Got the good back.
You madman. Into the tier 3. They'll take down Planet. Zibe, can he get his own kill under the tier 4s? Maybe into the fountain, slowing down with a shard, and it looks like Desire. Yep, that's his solo kill on the Night Stalker. It did it all by himself.
I mean, way better fights from Tidebound overall, but I mean, they get Smilenut here because of the support staying alive, but I feel like they just don't have the juice. Like, this Lycan is chasing Soneko through this whole fight, but he really can't kill him. This Crimson Solar Guard Bane. Or Solar Crest, rather.
You'd think that, like, Lycan is one of the better heroes to do that, too, because you always have some sort of unit around that can wake up the sleep if you have a hero that needs woken up, or even a unit that needs woken up. Yeah. But for some reason, it's just still so hard.
Yeah, I think it's just the Crimson Guard, mainly. It's just screwing me up completely. And also, you see, NTS, he doesn't have any sort of significant damage. I feel like you have to wonder, was it the right choice with SNY?
Oh, interesting. You know what? I didn't know. I didn't realize that you didn't go Alpha Wolves on Lycan anymore. I thought that Alpha Wolves was still a very, very good facet.
Right.
Is it?
I guess it has to do with the Overlord build.
Yeah? Well, it's got something.
I mean, I feel like
I'm accepting if I'm like super wrong on this one, but I feel like I've almost... Oh, yeah, a lot of more people are just going pack leader now. Oh. Man. Good for them. I guess I should be happy about this, because whenever I'm a support who's getting constantly rooted, I hate it all.
Yeah.
Sure. You gotta watch out, buddy.
Oh,
no, he did not watch out. Desire is the one that's watching out. Finds the PA.
They can reach it. Nice Gale Force.
With the Gale Force. Yeah, should keep him alive for now.
But now you're cornered again if you're Tidebound. I mean, you need to get out on the map. It's once again similar story from game 1. You need so much more from Shiro because nobody else is really going to be able to back him up in this game.
Yeah, it's hard. You said it yesterday. It's really hard to just like solo carry games right now. As a carry, you still need some help from your team, and there's just a lot missing right now for the PA to be able to sit and hit. Even some of these grips, they only last like 3 seconds, but when that's 3 seconds of a BKB that you no longer have, it means a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And now you have the double MKB on Mobe and Smiling Knight, so I think for Shiro, it's a tall order again, but it has to be him, right? I think that Faith Beyond and Nothing to Say, they just don't have the skill in them.
Yeah. It's wild that Mobe has been allowed to just literally itemize 4 PA. There's nothing else that he's itemizing for.
Yeah, just full damage, full anti-PA.
Yeah. Oh, Sanigma. That's asleep. Alright. It looks like immediately woken up. And then they have the Nullitop fire. Yeah, that's it. Soneko, he goes down. Really well done there, actually, to grab a kill. Maybe a bit ambitious there from the Bane.
Just a tad. But they had some nice vision in the Dire Jungle, so it might not be over.
So what's the item wish list? You know, you're going to the grocery store in Tidebound. What do you need in order to take a really good fight?
I mean, I think you're still gonna need a nullifier on the Lycan, like kill the Bane,
Okay.
and then
Yeah.
I don't know. You need to be able to find really good targets, quick kills on really anyone. You know, like the last fights where they got the TA kill, that's a good start, but then it's always tough. Like, how are you gonna deal with Moby on this TK? I still keep coming back to that. I don't think you have the damage, so. Okay, this is a good start.
Desire. Oh, what a quick blink. And then he decides to provide vision for his whole team. This is super dangerous for Tidebound now. Look at Block. He just could go down immediately, trying to run away, but the damage is already too much. Jumping into the
nice.
VA, underneath the boat, too. With the BKB, he's getting turned on. He gets the kill on maybe, sure, but like, can she get anything else afterwards? He's going to chase her down. Desire gets on top of her as well. You only get one kill. Immediately returned to the base. And why? I mean, he's the last one left around with the team, and you'll find death as well. It's foregone, and Avalanche just take a beautiful fight. Well done from Desire.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fairly good start from Tidebound, but I feel like it's just not enough. Like, they get Mobe fairly quickly in this fight, but even so, you just get pumped by, even if it's not Mobe, it's going to be Smiling Knight and the other way around, and then everyone else, it's just, after the BKB from Shiro, I feel like he doesn't have much left in the tank, and also, we're going to see, yeah, Faith Beyond, he just gets immediately destroyed in this fight.
Good
I mean,
Lord. That is a wild amount of damage.
Mobe dying, but Smiling Knight, he doesn't need many hits to finish off Shiro, and then see, after the BKB's out, he can't really do anything.
He's going, so he has a Bloodthorn actually almost completed here on the Lycan. That'll help with piercing through the evasion. If we do have that, we don't even have evasion really on TA. Oh no, okay, she just purchased a butterfly. All right, nice.
All right, that will help, but not sure if it's gonna be the difference maker. They're still 20k behind.
Yeah, it feels a little bit weird because like you have to lock down this TA and then Bloodthorn her. If she ever gets the chance to dispel, or if her team has a dispel for it, looks like she doesn't have a dispel for it actually. So
Yeah,
I guess she's susceptible.
She still has the blink on the pike. I mean, you're gonna have to get further refraction to stop her ultimately, and they're gonna try to set up around this ward, but they don't have.
Oh no! Okay, that is a huge trap. But Smiling Knight actually wasn't able to get on top of them thanks to the Gale Force and a beautiful Ghost Scepter there. Ghost Scepter feels like the name of the game, which also means, of course, the team that can afford nullifiers, they feel a little bit more ahead right now.
Still sitting on smoke for Havlis. Gonna look for something in the mid lane, but Tidebound playing very timid.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, they've still been playing against Aegis this whole time. It feels like the laning stage didn't really end up going their way after it was all said and done. They just couldn't really make the moves out on the map that they wanted to.
I feel like this game is so similar to game one. They find themselves cornered, right? And it's not like they're in a position where they're necessarily gonna outscale. Sure, they have some good stuff with the PA, of course, but he can't do it all on his own. So.
Well, the good news is that this Dragon Knight is starting to get slotted, so not many items he can build after this. If you want to counter him, now's the time. You've let him get 6 slotted, you know, he's chosen his items, now you get to choose yours. Over a grueling 20 minutes where you might not get the gold.
Yeah. They're sitting together, escorting this PA, making sure that he can farm. And
yeah.
The Sire has already caught up to NTS, which is not good. Not good news.
No. What did it? So NTS ended up going. Okay, so he's queuing up the BKB next. That's what he's going to try for. I like the purchase for sure. Satanic coming for Phantom Assassin. Honestly, thought that Shiro might want his own nullifier, so that, like you said with the Lycan, you can kind of choose when to use it. You actually be on top of the target. But at the same time, like you saw just how low he was whenever he jumped out of killing that DK. Having a second life for Shiro might be exactly what he needs.
Yeah, for sure. This ward is really scary for Tidebound. It doesn't seem like Atlas wants to act on it.
Yeah, alright, so there's the Satanic. But you can still trade away your Corrosion for something. Maybe that's a Basher. Maybe that's the Nullifier.
Maybe even a Rapier at this point, honestly.
Oh. Yeah.
Like some
Was it about
Rapier
that time?
Fatal Bonds gaming.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. There's still a
see that.
chance, but they need to execute fight perfectly. Smoke. coming out.
Perfect fight execution is hard to ask for right now. Just running to their traps. So far, this is okay for Tide. Seems like they're dodging where Avalos want to make the move. Still getting gold on the PA, but do you want to fight immediately with the Satanic, or are you okay still farming it up as Shiro?
I mean, it's just not a like how do you actually get the fight that you want? It's you can't really.
True.
You can't just ask for it. I think you need to find ways to bait Avalos in, but because like Mobe, he just picked up a 9-second BQB as well, mind you. So like bursting him like you did in the last fight with the boat, it's not going to be possible anymore.
Yeah.
So right now, Avalos, they're controlling the Roshan pit, which is obviously a problem for Tidebound. At some point, they're going to have to contest that area of the map.
That was really good.
Yeah, that's a good shard for sure.
Yeah. And that's I don't know. The Warlock shard is always like really nice for the Warlock. You know, those improved imps are never something to fret with. You also have the extra imp spawning off of your E, but I don't know. Probably not the highest impact for them. So I don't know if it changes the fight.
Yeah.
And compared to a tidal wave, that would have been the other option. That would have been really nice.
That would have been nice indeed. Well, game is slowing down a lot right now. I would assume Mobe wants to get his 25, and then it's Roshan territory, right?
Uh-oh.
Oh, they're gonna find White.
White could be in danger. They saw him just kind of like trying to push out the wave. Y doesn't know it, but there's somebody very, very close to him right now, and that is going to be Desire Dota, having his own nullifier, chasing down the Warlock, and they'll get themselves the kill. So that's probably a little bit of space.
Illusion microphone from Neko. He's gonna catch Shiro?
Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Don't think he can go for the repair.
No. So 40 minutes in, we still have Warlock buyback again, and he's sure willing to press the button 2 times. I'm sure he'll press it a third.
Avalos taking this time. Avalos taking control of the map. Mobe really close to the 25 now.
Yeah.
Same for Smiley Knights.
Yeah, both of them. Is this a meld bash kind of game? I feel like refraction charges is like always it, but
yeah, I feel like it has to be right. Bash? Especially with the talent or the fastest, right?
Yeah. That'll be good for them. Mobe, of course. I believe his 25. Yeah. I don't know. I think the way that he's going right now, I could see it just being the Worm's Wrath effect.
Yeah, I feel like he hasn't been too concerned with his defensive abilities in this game, right?
Yeah.
There's really only been that one time around the bottom jungle where he felt like he could be threatened. I feel like with the BKB picked up now. Yeah, well, he goes for the armor.
Well,
so.
I mean, he does. But I mean, at the end of the day, that was probably one of the most value Roches we can see. You get yourself the Aegis, the Cheese, and 25 on your mid laner and your carry. It's about as good as it gets.
Well, you said it earlier, but I feel like we're getting to the point where Avalos are not going to get much stronger, at least not on Mobe and Smiley Knight, so it should be high ground time, right?
Should be. They've been as you know, a little bit timid with these last few pushes. It's definitely given Tidebound some time, but what have they done with that time? Do we think we have any items that truly change this high ground defense?
I mean, I don't see it. It's just Satanic still for Shiro, nothing new. Manta on Lycan, which is, I guess, something, but I don't think it's going to be the huge difference maker that they need.
Good lord.
That's a tower.
They can't even Gale Force these guys away from the tower. It's just gone.
That was really fast.
And now Desire going to provide them some vision, just making sure that nobody sneaks up on them. Have to use the fortification. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is going down no matter what.
Yeah. It's like, what do? You don't see much, right? If you're Tidebound, there's the Dark Ascension.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So they're just gonna go ahead and take that tower, back off for a second. The mid wave is all pushed in. If you do clear top on Tidebound, you may actually stop this push for a long time. Yeah, Darkseer's forced to TP all the way out of the base.
Yeah, I mean, why not right if you're Avalus? You still have about 3 minutes on the Aegis, but you use your Dark Ascension, you use your Dragon Form, might as well wait it, right? There's no rush.
Yeah. They're gonna go ahead.
Mobe is so
keep on the push. But what a boy. Are you actually giving any time? I mean, PA does have both a Basher and a Rapier queued up. Kunkka has a Hex queued up after the BKB. AC for the like. That's actually something that would be really cool if they can get it. I don't know if they will though.
That is very useful, yeah. And the 25 on PA as well, of course. If he gets a Rapier, that,
yeah,
it's a bit of a game changer.
Yeah. Especially since like you are really trying to burst people down in the beginning of these fights, especially as the rock drops. So. Good.
Right, so Dragon Form is up. No Dark Ascension, but I feel like they're not going to wait for it. It's only 30 seconds regardless. They would like to use the stages for... They still own the Hell for another 2 minutes.
Yeah, and another banner down. Oh, stun connecting, but it looks like they don't have much to follow him up. He even pops the Blade Mail to run forward. Maybe a bit too early there. But another tower gone. Smiling Knight blinking forward with the melt attack, sitting in the Gale Force, but he don't care. Now gripping even the Kunkka. He could just go down, and he does. No buyback.
I don't know. What do you do now if you're Tidebound? This is your Megas. Like, it's just a middle lane remaining, but 70 seconds. They have to try, surely.
He bought out for the BKB and he never got to use it.
Well, do you even stop now if you're Avalus? You have Aegis for almost a minute and a half.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just keeping going. Like, we'll force the Kunkka buyback, but little did they know, it's never coming.
Yeah. I mean, gotta feel so bad for NTS, right? 40 seconds, he's gonna have to watch his team try to fight it out here.
He might watch his team die. Yep, they're seeing it. Stun immediately now on the Warlock, vacuuming it as well. They've even hexed out the PA. Somebody needs to save her because it gets stunned up. They may not have it. They don't. Shiro goes down. He has no buyback either. They just have to call GG because that's a Rapier on the floor. And this has been a beautiful showing for Avalus. Finally getting their 2-0 here, showing how good they can be. And maybe even securing themselves second in Group B.
Damn, that's impressive. I mean, Avalus, they played a very clean series overall. Really no complaints. I think their strategy understanding compared to yesterday showed a lot in this game. I think we expressed that we wanted to see a lot of team fights from them. They executed it very well in this series. But I think for Tidebound side, you know, they tried to use these micro heroes for Faith Beyond, the Lycan and the Beast, and I don't know. They either need to polish that strategy up way more, or try to do something else because it didn't look great in the series.
No, and unfortunately, I think that was the crux of it, right? I think that's where things really looked at its worst. You have one lane that I think did really well. Of course, the PA was farmed as hell by the end of it. You had your Kunkka, who did really well versus the DK lane. Like, that shouldn't have been the case. It really is like these summons heroes and how you play against them. I feel like the Beastmaster is the one that looks better, right? This Lycan just definitely fell flat the whole way.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the itemization, right? I feel like they're banking on this late game PA, and everyone else is like trying to do something early game oriented, but they get kind of stuck somewhere in the middle. Whereas Avalus, it makes more sense, right? Everyone is aiming for the same timings. You see that they didn't really have any, you know, stress in this game. TA or Smiling Knight, he took it very slow. Mobe went for a super scaling build, and then as soon as they got online, they were decisive. But when they weren't ready, when they weren't on their timing, they took it chill. They didn't force anything. Whereas Tidebound, I feel like sometimes they lost their cool. They went for this play around the tier 2 bottom, right? Didn't work out, and then it almost always felt like Avalus were in control of the tempo in this game. Tidebound, they're really trying to grasp to make something happen, but you don't have Shiro with you. You know, they just didn't seem as coordinated. And I think that it really showed that Avalus were clearly the better team today.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about how Mobe, he actually went for a scaling build this time. And, you know, Blink, Force Staff, Fuels, Tiny. Today so far, he's been a killer. He went for Harpoon, Revenant Spruce in the first game. This time he's going Revenant Spruce and MKB in this one. I wonder if that is a change in like how he wants to play, or just happened to be how the lineup looked this game that he had to do it. So I believe we do have a Mobe interview coming on up here soon. Do we have that now? Oh my goodness, I think we do. Hello, Mobe, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. Thanks, guys. How about you?
Oh, we're doing
Did you enjoy the games?
Thank you so much for joining. Dude, they were fun. I had a lot of fun watching your DK. You built Revenant Spruce twice, and you balled up on it. You just like the item today, or why do you want to get it 2 times?
I felt like it was what I needed for damage with our 2 lineups. Yesterday I played like some support style Tiny, which personally I like more, but yeah, we lacked some damage. So today I just changed it up, went the normal build, and yeah, worked out well.
It really did. So you've been on this team for just a little bit over a month now, I believe. You and Desire now coming in, and it feels like you guys really have a strong part of this lineup. How does the team feel? Obviously, right now you guys got your first 2-0. You think you got things figured out altogether?
Yeah, it still feels a bit shaky, to be honest. Like, we need a really good draft, and today we had good draft, I think. That makes our game really easy to play. But we still struggle a lot sometimes. You know, if you see our scrims, sometimes it's a bit rough, but we get better every day. Like, when we started, we like really struggled. So it's a massive step forward, and I hope we just can like keep the track and keep going like this. And so far it looks good. Like, we're confident, I think. If we get our heroes and our strat is right, then there's no team we can't beat, I think.
Definitely agree with that. I mean, for us, it's been looking really solid. I mean, sometimes, you know, for example, yesterday you had a really rough game too against Tundra, but other times when you have your strategies, like you mentioned, you guys look really strong. You can beat anybody. That's at least my view as well of you guys. I wanted to ask, how important for you has it been to bring on Desire coming into this new team? Like, do you feel like it makes a big difference to have like someone that you play with for such a long time joining a new team?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Definitely, like, Desire and me, I think we work well together, and we kind of have the same game sense, if you want. Like, we just see different things a bit than the others, and this took a lot of work in the start, but I think we're getting better with like telling the team what we need or like what our plan is. And you can see it, like, Desire is hunting off kills, and I'm just trying to follow him, you know, when he's beast moding it up. And so it definitely helps when I've played with him for like almost a year. So I think we know each other a lot. We kind of at the start, you know, lost us a bit, but now we're back on track, and I hope we can keep going like this.
Yeah, definitely looks good. If you wouldn't mind sharing, is if you could pick one thing that you and Desire brought to the team, and one thing that you've learned from, you know, the other guys in Avalos, is there anything you can pinpoint?
I mean, I think how you want to team fight is like really different to how I used to team fight. So, and I think it's better here. So that's what I learned from Avalos. So, like, I'm trying to learn. Like, there's still sometimes when I disconnect in the team fights, but like they take team fights really well, and I just need to get used to you know, backing up in time and then re-going. And usually I'm just like go. And what Desire and me bring is just, I think, solid like map awareness of where we can kill enemies. You know, I think the other guys lack this a little bit, and they're more like the strategic team move. You know, we play as 5, but sometimes you need to, like, you know, just pick off someone alone and just TP here and get this killer sense. And I think the others don't really have that the same way as me and Desire. But yeah, if that's something to bring, that's from us.
No, it definitely makes sense. I thought about it, like, when you guys were joining them, it made a lot of sense. Obviously, you guys coming in together as a duo, but also I always thought about Avalos like a team that is very 5-man oriented, very strategic, team-wise oriented, maybe not so focused on like the individual or flashy plays, if you know what I mean. And I think you guys bringing the hunger and the kill threat, or like that aspect of Dota, seems like a good match. And I think you guys are only going to get better. So congrats on the 4-2 for me, and I hope you keep on rolling.
Thank you.
It's been amazing to watch.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, looking forward to it. Hopefully it keeps going like this.
Yeah, my last question for you then. You guys got Falcons coming up next. You feeling confident? You going to get the 2-0?
Of course. No doubt.
Whoa, let's go! All right, thank you so much for joining us, Mo Bay. Good luck in your next series.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, you too. All right, I unmute
What a
Hanskin
nice guy.
here, and what a wonderful interviewee, man. He does everything correctly. I love it. And I think he is now also remembering to unmute me. So
Yes.
now we'll have that. We have to mute each other whenever we interview because we just hate each other's questions and we can't listen to each other. But now we're able to talk again. So, but yeah, he does really well. I'm excited to talk to him. I hope we get to talk to him more. He seems very charismatic.
No, he is. I had the chance to play a couple of scrims with him a while ago, and really nice guy. He's very communicative in game, which is not always the case with mid players. You know, some are and some are more so laid back. And I think he's a guy that can really take care of the team in this sense. He's very expressive what he needs and what should be done. And I think that's, for me, he's a natural playmaker. Like, compared to Stormstormer, they're a bit different. I think they're both great in their own unique ways. But I think Mobay is a very good player to have on your team. Good, like, in terms of the social aspect and, like, maybe, how to put this, like, the coordination aspect, I guess.
True, yeah. I mean, everybody, whenever you get to this upper echelon of Dota, a lot of players can be on the same tier. It's just what are they offering your team in that piece by piece aspect. And I think, as you said too, like this 2-4 duo, you're somebody who really respects a mid laner and a pause 4 having a lot of chemistry, you know, coming from you and your mid laners obviously having a lot of coordination and how you see that in other people as well. It seems like this is a team that could really utilize this, and I would not be surprised if they take even 2 games off of Falcons. I know it seems a little bit haughty right now, but they seem to be on a roll. They got some good drafts going. I don't think there's any 3 or 4 heroes you can just select and instantly ban out to win versus this team anymore.
No, for sure. I think that there's definitely a chance for upset against Falcons. I mean, Falcons, they used to be considered probably the best team in the world, but they haven't been looking as hot anymore. And Owls, I think they're trending up. They still have a lot to learn. There's a lot of room to grow. And also there's one aspect where teams, you know, when you add new players, you add a bit of fresh air. There's always a bit of uncertainty coming from other teams when you're gonna prep for them and what to expect and what they can do. And so I think there's definitely good chances for upsets in that series.
Absolutely. So you guys can go ahead and watch that one if you want, but we don't want you to. We want you to stay here and watch Heroic versus Bet Boom coming on up here after the break. So stick around, guys. We got one more series for you on the way.
together, gonna walk that mile. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna walk that mile. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna walk that mile. Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me, you never know. I can be forgiven, I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wake me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wake me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool.
It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling.
been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel. If you've been paving your own way, are you trying to be the one who holds the gavel? If you've been sleeping your own bed, trying to get up, but your wings ain't able. If you've been locking your own chains, throw away the key with your mind unstable. Have you been to the cliffs of death? Have you? Whoa. Have you tried the forbidden fruit? Pull the trigger, but it wouldn't shoot. Whoa. Have you wandered very far? Have you seen the guiding star? If you betray your closest kin, oh, child, lift up your chin. Rise up, come awake, oh sleeper, rise up, come out of the ground, rise up, come up from the bottom, rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, oh sleeper, rise up, come out of the ground, rise up, come up from the bottom, rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, oh sleeper, rise up, come out of the ground, rise up, come up from the bottom, rise up, oh, rise up, come awake, oh sleeper, rise up, come out of the ground, rise up, come up from the bottom, rise up, rise on high. You've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel.
Got some ice down six pack sitting in the back of my truck. Gonna be a good time, hell yeah, things are starting to look up. Alright. Once we get started, yeah, we're never gonna stop. Break out the good times, let's take it to the top. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well, it ain't that hard. Just look for us, 'cause the party's always right where we are. Oh yeah. It's a full-blown knockdown tailgate kind of a night. Oh yeah. Got the cool chicks dancing on the hood and they're looking so fine. So fine. This fire's burning at 110. Don't need a ticket, honey, come on in. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well, it ain't
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is our second series and last series for us here for ESL One Raleigh. So it is going to be pretty important for all of us here. I mean, Bet Boom, they were looking on the brink of elimination. They just got a 1-1, so they're still keeping themselves in it. And of course, for Heroic here, they had a strong-ish start to the day with everybody else with a ton of 1-1s, but they just dropped 0-2 to Falcons. So for them, I think both teams here are looking for a 2-0 to really secure themselves at least middle of the pack in this group.
Yeah, for sure. And that 2-0 either way could mean elimination for the other team,
True.
right? So
Yeah.
a lot on the line for both of these teams. I mean, they're both sitting at 2 and 4 right now, which is, if they want to separate themselves from Tidebound, they need a 2-0 here.
Yeah, it feels like in groups like this where there's already going to be 2 teams eliminated, you only really have 2 series losses. And with all the 1-1s, all of a sudden, like all your 1-1s plus an 0-2 is essentially looking at a 2 series loss. So you really got to grab the 2-0 here, or else a 1-1 might actually doom both of them. I'm not sure. Tidebound, of course, sitting here at 2 and 4 as well. It's not quite as top heavy as what we saw in Group A. But I mean, 3 teams all tied around here, 2 of them battling it out right now. It's pretty important for everyone. Bet Boon team, I think, has had a lot of good job with like really aggressive cores with some very stable range support sitting behind them. So they really like to like encroach the map and be aggressive early. How do you think Heroic is going to handle that?
I mean, like you say, Bet Boom, they love to play around like the Tiny and the Monkey King for GPK, which has obviously been great. And they go for these double range subs. But it's a pretty classic and simple concept, but it doesn't seem like it has a lot of depth, if you know what I mean. It's just very straightforward. Obviously, it can work when they play well and stuff, but if you compare it to Heroic on the other side, I feel like they've been a bit more all over the place. They're doing new things basically every single game, right? I think for Heroic, their best games is when Yuma is playing something aggressive, like an Ursa or a Sven, a hero that actually has potential to play make on the carry role compared to, let's say, a Luna, which we saw him on the other day.
Yeah, that Sven game was elite. I definitely really liked watching that one. Just flying into the fountain. That was one of the 60-minute really fun games to watch. I think something that they also have done is where they cooked too far. You know, they went for the gyro or the Luna when they already had a gyro. Really mucked up their draft in that game 1. They just, of course, came out of the 0-2 to Falcons where things didn't look so hot for them. Also, it was 2 games where they had the Beastmaster and the Hoodwink. So I think that might be a combo that we still see them try. If they believe in it so much that they pick it twice against Falcons, maybe they'll continue to try it this game, and maybe they just got outclassed last time.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. In general, I do like when Heroic, when they don't go too technical, unless it's Whisper. And the Beastmaster is his hero. I know Analog can play it as well, but I want to see a lot of stuns, a lot of initiates, just send it Dota, That's what I think Heroic are going to be the best at. And they can be weird. They don't have to be scripted. They can do different things every single game, but I just want them to see, I want to see them be very inspired in their gameplay. And I think that starts with the drafting.
It does. It really does. And I mean, Beastmaster, as you said, it can also go to Analog, so they have plenty of flex potential if they need to pick it early again. I'm not really sure. Obviously, we were casting while the game was going on, so I'm not quite sure what went wrong against Falcons, but it seems like they have an idea of what they want to do with these heroes. So I'm assuming they're going to go back to it. I don't know. I mean, if you're Bet Boom, you're looking at them losing both of these games.
Yeah.
You probably don't want to ban it. But it was Whisper game 1 and Analog game 2 on the Beastmasters. They actually took it 2 different spots.
Heroic's turn to ban.
Obviously, we see here on the screen Matthew being the stand-in for this event for Heroic. Definitely adds to... I mean, sometimes when you have one stand-in, it doesn't really make a difference, right? We can see Liquid, they're performing real well in this LAN with Braille instead of Nisha. But sometimes the guy missing is a very key component of like your foundation of the team, which I feel like we've definitely seen Schofield.
That's true.
Like him missing has definitely shown to be a difference maker in their style and like just the pure initiative that they're taking in the games. I think Schofield is always a guy that creates a lot of moments in the game, whereas Matthew is he's a bit of a quieter player in terms of if you just look at the gameplay wise, but I feel like he's a guy that can add a lot to the structure of the team, add leadership and these sort of aspects, which is not necessarily something that will show when you're a stand-in.
And to Liquid's case, they got a North American coming in for the Raleigh major. Of course, they're going to do really well if they're standing. I mean, that guy is like locked in.
Home soil pride on the line, man.
Exactly. He's trying to get there. He's got all the motivation in the world. Matthew, of course, though, is no stranger to this sort of pressure himself. I think Analog had even said, like, Matthew is still like a team leader, even though he's coming into like standing in. This guy is still taking charge sometimes, despite not really being, a permanent member of the team.
Yeah. You know what? You have to wonder. It's like sometimes there, of course, the famous saying, too many chefs in the kitchen could be the case with their work. I mean, we don't know what's going on within the team, right? But they seem fairly happy right now. Maybe also
I think so, yeah.
having a stand-in can relieve some of the pressure. Whereas BetBoom, I feel like they have to be facing a lot of pressure, potentially getting eliminated in group stage here in Raleigh. That's not a good thing for them. They were considered at the beginning of the season to be one of the best, if not the best team in the world at some point, right? When they won that last line.
True. The Tinker is still in pool. Heroic. They could go for the Beastmaster, or they go for the Tinker. That is still a very good hero right now. I mean, this is a 70% win rate hero? Yeah, 75% win rate hero over just 12 games when people accidentally leave it in because they didn't press ban on it.
Damn. The AA got banned as well, so you would assume they should go for the Tinker here for a rogue side.
I think that's why they did not expect it to be in. So they had a strat probably around the Beastmaster, and now they're like, do we maybe give that up for the Tinker?
I don't know. I feel like you have to go for the Tinker. It's just way too strong of a hero, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I mean, think about the top heroes that we've been seeing. Nature's Prophet, Medusa, Tiny, AA, which is a direct counter to it.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like it is only open for Tinker right now.
Yes. It's also fairly good against the Beast. You can, deal with the Overlord fairly well, and also providing the heals against this Axe Burst Beast as well. I feel like the Beastmaster overall, sometimes it looks amazing, but a lot of the games, it's underwhelming now as well. Whereas, like, when 33 was the only guy running it seemed like he understood it better than everybody. But now that everybody's starting to pick it up, I feel like that also comes with, understanding the counters and the tools to deal with it.
That's something that happens pretty often whenever we see drafts, right? Somebody steals a hero that another team does really well. And if they're the only team that's done it really well, then they'll be like, oh, well, we know what to play against it.
Yeah.
Or we know how to play against it. So we're just going to beat it anyways, Sure. They feel pretty good right now.
Draft pause right now?
It is. It looks like their admin said pause. And it looks like they're figuring out some microphone issues with Calfs right now in the back.
Okay. That is odd. Definitely not what you want to have happen for anyone, really.
No, I think Heroic wants to move on with it. They probably already have their pick chosen. And BetBoom team, of course, like they don't want to see pause time stopped while the enemy team is picking.
Yeah, it's kind of rigged, right? For BetBoom, they showed their 4 bans, and now Heroic gets to ban into pick.
Rigged? How dare you? How dare you? Admin said pause. All right, let everybody be known. All right, there was an admin said pause in there.
Well, I assume they spend most of this time discussing like how we're gonna fix the audio issues compared.
Sure. Yeah.
Tinker.
Oh my goodness! Who could have seen it coming? Okay, but they do lead the Beastmaster, and as you said, like the Beastmaster doesn't necessarily do great against the Tinker, even if it is a good hero, even if it does flex.
Yeah. The last time BetBoom gave a Tinker, that was against Tidebound, and they went for Beast Shadow Demon, but they lost that game. So
5 seconds remaining.
Apart from that, they haven't given the hero up a lot, understandably, of course. It's one of the better heroes in Dota right now.
Yeah. It's a hard one to give up. And then they Monkey King. Interesting.
Yep, Monkey is obviously one of their better heroes. They play it really well on both GPK and Pure, and it's also second pick, so they have the opportunity to flex it all the way. So
yeah,
no complaints there.
All right, you don't you dare cheat on me on this one. What's the win rate for Monkey King over 8 games?
8 games. Okay, I'll give it. I would guess it's pretty low actually. Maybe 42%.
Out of, I don't care. 25%. 25% is the Monkey King right now. He is only.
That's why you're the statistician, and I'm not.
That's okay. You know, it was still a good guess. I rounded it up to 50%.
It's late, okay.
Yeah, it's not good. It is really not
25%.
good. Now, only
so 2 out of 8.
It's bad.
It's really bad.
Only 2 teams have managed to win on it. Do you know which teams have gotten a win on the Monkey King? Now this one is hard.
It's hard. Okay, so then it's not BetBoom.
Well, okay, maybe slightly easy.
Okay, then it's BetBoom. 1 game.
Yeah, BetBoom won. The other one is actually Falcons. So
really? On who? On Mallory?
That is a great question. No, it couldn't have been Malrine because he's not here.
Oh, true.
It was Quinn. So he was
right.
cosplaying Malrine. They just put him in a Malrine costume and draft for him.
All right. Well, that is interesting because this hero is still super contested, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. No, it's been banned out so much. It's only made it through 8 times, banned out 28 times. So it must be some mix of like, yeah, the hero is pretty good, but people are starting to figure out when the matchups are bad for it, what heroes you can actually pick against it. So now the only times that it gets let through, the other team kind of knows it's coming and they've already gotten a solution for it.
Mm-hmm. So the last, so BetBoom had Monkey in the last game. He went for, this Corrosion BKB Skadi. That's an interesting build.
Huh, yeah. It's just like a lot of beef and slow, right? Like that's all that you really care about.
Yeah. Guess the item choice, the item build is not as cut clear anymore because you can't go for the Gleipnir, right? So it would Diffu is pretty good. Echo is like kind of dead. Nobody's really getting that item right now.
Yeah, it always feels lackluster compared to everything else. I mean, I've seen a lot of people who are going like Diffusal Radiance and then like kind of going that way and being really aggressive. But Pure is somebody that I constantly compliment about. Like he never goes through this like cookie cutter build whenever he doesn't have to. Like he always really values heroes that have like multiple builds to them depending on what the game is throwing at him.
Yeah, and that's also why he was so good at Dragonite. He was kind of the inventor of the DK carry like a year ago or so.
Seconds remaining.
I mean, with Monkey King, you've got a lot of aggression in this lane. Do you want to pick up the full lane duo now? I think people usually want to pick corner. So if you have a safe lane here, you pick a pause 4, and there it is. It's a Ringmaster.
Ringmaster, cool. I like this way more than just going for like something like a Muerta, which Save has been playing so much. I feel like that hero is getting a bit underwhelming lately. And Ringmaster is a hero compared to it that offers so much utility. With that said, we don't know whether it's going to be Save or Kataomi playing it.
True.
But regardless,
I
it's
have to
very strong hero.
Yeah, it feels like a good pause 4. Do you have any? Like, do you think it's pretty good laning into the Tinker?
That should be decent, right? It's a lot of kill threats. It's a pretty good trader. You definitely don't want to go too weak of a hero into the Tinker, right?
True. Yeah. I mean, now you're looking at a hero with save and a decent amount of team fight, plus a Monkey King. It just feels really aggressive early on. For Heroic, they could go something that's kind of like a combo breaker. Magnus is one of those. Get the RP, get it running. Already the Silencer banned out. Night Stalker is still in pool, which I also think is kind of a combo breaker.
Yeah.
But maybe that's not what they're going to go for.
Also, PA in the pool, so they have that to threaten on the 18 slot.
Oh, the 1-2 Mag PA. PA typically does well enough versus the Monkey King, given that you can get yourself out of the Wukons quickly.
Yeah, you have mobility, you have evasion. It's a really good matchup for PA. So.
Oh, another combo break.
Okay.
2
So bet-
BKB piercing disables.
So Bestboom really has to anticipate his PA right now. They go for BB, Jack Hero. I mean, it's strong, but I'm not sure if this is what you want into a potential PA.
I know we're already talking about it like it is PA, but I think about it. The shard is awesome versus both Monkey King and the Bristleback. PA doesn't love going into something with a save such as the Rainmaster, but I think if we just make sure that hero dies or gets silenced or something to get him out of the fight, I think PA still does really well here, especially when you consider that there's a Magnus right there.
Yeah, I guess the upside is that they can flex this BB. I think the BB carry is actually really strong. If this is a Magnus offlane, you just get a Vanguard and the Magnus can't really do anything to you. You don't mind getting skewered and stuff in the early game. So that's the upside I can see. Being able to put the Bristle on +1 and then getting an offlane gotcha pick into the PA. But they go for Sniper instead. That is...
Okay, that is a gotcha pick.
Yeah, they want to... So there's not really a whole lot of catch, right, for Betboom. And Sniper is one of those heroes that people typically enjoy into Monkey. I mean, one of the upsides of Monkey is that you can pick it early. You don't really get punished in the mid lane, right? But Sniper is actually one of the heroes that can do really well into him.
Yeah. No, I feel like the Sniper matchups have gotten really weird lately because the heroes that have good games versus Sniper, like, you know, Ember or Storm Spirit, they don't lane very well into Sniper at all anymore. People are a lot more comfortable going right in for this right click and really punishing to the point that, like, your game doesn't matter because you're so far down in the net worth. So it's really hard to pick a hero that you actually like playing into the Sniper both in game and in lane.
Yeah, for sure. And I think also another reason why Sniper is becoming more popular again is because dominating mid is like way more possible now with the with the removal of bottle refills.
Only what, 2 heroes, right? Could fill their own bottle now, the Ember and the Kunkka. Is there any other one? I don't think so.
Puck.
True. Orb TP.
But it's
an old one.
You get like the fountain bonus for like half second at best.
Yeah, literally just to fill the bottle.
Yeah.
But if we count stuff like that, then we can also include the IO. You know, IO can go ahead and do it. Just reload back.
That's true.
Yeah, so they ban out the Pango. It is a hero that could do okay versus Sniper since you do get yourself a shield. It's much better than the shield that you get on the Void Spirit most of the time, and obviously some good mobility to get out of the shrapnel charges.
For sure. Also a lot of synergy with their drafts on Betboom, providing an extra minus armor and catch.
I think one of the big bonuses right now is that as heroic, you know this Monkey King either feeds in the mid lane or it's going carry. Like, there's not a whole lot of mobility. You've taken that away from this Betboom draft as they wait for the 24 pick. So you can really draft this as if you are facing up some offlaner versus the Monkey King.
Yeah, for sure.
10 seconds remaining.
I do think Heroic still have their carry remaining, right?
5 seconds.
No way you want to play mag carry into BB. I feel like that sounds like a...
I mean, Yuma might. Yuma
I mean, it's
might
possible, sure, but I would rather see the Sven, personally.
That's true. I'd rather see his Sven. That shit was fun. He's gotten plenty of games on the Mag carry if he so pleases, but Mag seems like it's such a good enabler right now. The PA is banned out. I know we would have loved to see that one. I'm sure they have a hero in mind already.
Well, if it was going to be Whisper heroes, then you would be thinking about, like, Beast, not amazing. There's the Bristle potential carry, right?
No?
10 seconds remaining.
You can go like a Mars or something, but I don't feel like that's any better. Centaur, similar story. You don't want to play it into Monkey.
Is Alk okay?
It's like alright, but I think...
Okay, it's just a Sven.
Yeah, just a Sven.
So I think that was like the obvious choice for them, right? He's played a fantastic game with it before. He's very comfortable on the hero. It checks a lot of boxes.
Yeah, it's also going to enable the supports to play around the Sniper a lot because Sven is a like self-sustaining carry. You can just hit the jungle and be very happy, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Show up with a huge timing and just makes sense for the lineup to have another guy that goes in, really.
Select your heroes.
And DK.
Is that gonna be the mid DK?
Okay, so
yeah.
All right. I mean, I think that one, I don't know. I would have liked it more earlier on in the draft because of like the flex potential. But at the end of the day, I think you and I both knew this was going to be a Monkey King that was going into the safe lane. So I'm sure that Heroic aren't too surprised by it. Do you like this DK last pick?
Yeah, I think it's not bad. Like DK, we saw it from Moby in the game before. It's really strong. It scales well. I think it's actually in a pretty good spot in terms of the mid lane right now. You go for the Corrosive Dragon, go for the Blink. I don't know. I feel like you should have a fairly decent time into the Sniper, and then obviously get a Blink Dagger later on. I think it's solid. It makes sense with the draft. No complaints there. I would way rather have a Dragon Knight that does semi okay in the lane compared to like a Storm that's gonna get dumpstered and have to recover the whole game.
Right.
Even though he's on paper good against the Sniper, it doesn't really work out that way in practice.
No, yeah, it's so hard to lane that one, and at least again with this DK, he'll have some armor on him, some good regen. Does double Wraithbane Treads Dragonlance Sniper still do enough damage? I'm not sure. I think by the time that you get all those items, the DK has more than enough tankability.
Yeah, I mean, you would definitely need to aim a Mjolnir on Sniper in this game. I'm sure, like, that's the way. And then you have to kind of let your team deal with the DK. You have a Clock to frontline for you. You got some Sven with a Tinker. I think he'll be okay, provided he has good positioning.
Oh, that's always the grip, right? Can you position yourself correctly on the Sniper? Thankfully, so many of his items that you want to build early, Hurricane Pike, Shard, sometimes even a Silver's Edge to get yourself away. It's about how many jumps you have on the enemy team, right? I don't think there's enough that you get through both the Hurricane Pike and the Shard step back.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if he gets a one defense matrix or anything like that, he survives the DK jump. The Monkey tries to get on him as well. If he gets the distance from the DK stun, then what else do you have? Not really much, right?
Yeah, no, there's not a whole lot left afterwards. So maybe he'll get those beautiful step backs, get some good snipes from range. It's going to be, I think, a pretty good tricorder, right? I mean, we're looking at, I love the synergy of this Heroic lineup. I feel like they got a perfectly good mix of damage, some BKB piercing lockdown, some save with the Tinker, and then you also have of course, just overwhelming damage from, I think, all three cores. What doesn't this lineup do? I think they even push towers well.
Yeah, no, it seems very solid. I will say, though, BB team, they're also solid. I think the X factor is really going to be Sniper this game. How successful is his lane going to be, and how successful is his mid to late game going to be? Because he can be the one making all the difference, whether he stays alive or just dies like a Sniper sometimes does.
Like a Sniper sometimes does.
The other upside as well for Sniper into the DK is that he just has his shrapnel, right? Making it very hard to go for the tower pressure as a DK, and also giving a lot of kill threats.
The battle begins.
See runes. Oh, there's a few fights going on. I mean, they've already gotten 3 runes here for Heroic, so instantly a good start. They win the game by grabbing 3 runes.
Yeah, nice start. Actually, a bit surprising they were able to get that extra rune bottom, considering there's a Monk Jakiro gear. They're not weak.
No, not at all. I mean, Jakiro in every way pairs very well. They both hit kind of the same timings as well. I think Jakiro is a lot stronger level 1 and 2 now, thanks to the changes on Liquid Fire. But both of them level 3 feel almost impossible to lane against sometimes.
Yeah. No, I would have to expect some wave pulling coming out from Matthew in this lane.
Looks like he might start doing that just now.
Yeah.
Oh, and blocks the small camp, yeah. Making sure that he just blocks. Oh, doesn't get the block on the hard camp.
Can I get the connector?
I think he does, yeah. Just connects on the range creep. Oh no, there goes a melee as well.
That's actually perfect.
Yeah. And then they bring the rest of the wave over, so both these creeps will get denied. Matthew not going to get near as much as he expected out of this one. That's really rough. Really, really rough.
Yeah, not the best start for Heroic in the bottom lane.
I think in any lane. I mean, Sniper's doing okay, still getting a lot of creeps denied. Poor Whisper barely has anything going for him. At least there's something coming from Yuma there, battling it out with the Bristleback, but even so, this Sven hero does take a little bit of time to get online. You're going to have, if you have a good laning stage, get that Mask of Madness pretty early, then the Echo Saber. You'll be farming well, but I don't know if your fight participation is going to come online until, minute 25.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be the Mask of Madness, Echo, and then the Blink. So that's gonna take him a while, and then that's why they're gonna have to rely on the sniper and playing around him, especially with the clockwork, right? Magnus is also gonna need the blink dagger to like really be useful. So Betboom has potential to you know get some snowballing going based off these lanes and already.
Oh no! Yuma already going down for first blood. Oh, he said an aggressive laner, this Ringmaster, and he is taking it to the Sven.
Yeah, 575 damage. It does so much damage, this damn hero.
Oh no, and then he TPs into the die as well. Good lord. At least, I mean, again, Yuma is a very good Sven player, and he had pretty much the hyperbolic time chamber of training yesterday on Sven. That game took a long time to win, and it was not easy to start. Really had to make some good map moves, good farming patterns. So if anybody can make this game work, I'm sure it's him.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely one of the best Sven players out there right now. Him and Mickey, I would say.
Probably, yeah. You'd think that, like, KJ would be doing really well, but the way that this Ringmaster plays, you're not really stepping in the March of the Machines. You like to get that double value. Everybody loves it. Are you getting 2 people in your decays and your dual breaths? KJ, he's really only ever going to get 1 person, and it's him.
Yeah, for sure. And the Ringmaster is a pretty fast hero. He trades well, so Tinker obviously is a pretty strong trader as well, but he has to kind of rely on the March, and if you don't have anything, you know, actively forcing the enemies into the March, then it's like you can play on the downtime pretty effectively if you're the Ringmaster on save here.
For sure. CS is starting to get just a little bit out of control for Betboom. My lord. Really well on the Monkey King, really well on the DK, and poor Mag just hasn't really recovered from that first connection in the pool.
Yeah. It's rough when it happens, right? They're gonna go for more wave pulls, but it's against the Jakiro. It's so annoying.
Yeah, I mean, now look, you're able to trade between either your Frost Breath or your Fire Breath, and the Frost Breath always so good at trading versus individual heroes. So it makes these pulls even worse to try to get done here.
Yeah, such a good change for Jakiro. Oh, double.
Oh my god! That's about as close as a Rainbow TP as you can get early on. They do. Oh, hit him with the mischance. GPK under the tower. He dies. KJ, the most value laser in the world.
God damn. Clutch TP. But that's also a TP from Whisper, mind you. So
yeah.
Pretty costly in the end for Heroic. But obviously getting that, you know, saving analog and getting GP, you can never be too sad.
No, not at all. I mean, he just wasn't able to hit.
Because whole GPK is like, ah, screw it, I'm gonna try. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, dude. I mean, I don't think he was gonna get it anyways, but that headshot couldn't have felt good either.
Yeah. But I mean, Analog, he didn't have the, like, he doesn't have a dominating start in the mid lane at all against GPK right now.
Yep. Still having to go back, heal up.
Yeah. And, you know, that's really what you want when you pick a sniper. You want to dominate the mid lane.
Yep. And this is just so much. Like, I look at this lineup, and this is exactly what Betboom want to play around. Every part of this feels really comfortable for them. And now they're sitting at top 3 CS. They know how to play this map. If they get a lane win out of this one, everything is going to close in on Heroic. They need to make some moves. Even if it's back to the mid lane, if it's back to help Yuma, something needs to happen to change the status quo right now. Because Yuma could die here. Miero getting plenty of damage done here, trying to jump around on Yuma. Looks like he'll barely get out. Now the TP's coming in. Matthew the one to maybe slow him up for a second. Even in the cogs, Miero just going to stand his ground for a second. No more mana on him. Does he even need it? Yuma wants to get in so he can at least get part of this kill XP. He will. It's a big TP again, only for 1 kill, but at least your Sven is still alive.
Yeah, really big TP from Matthew. Not only saving Yuma there, but securing that he can stay in the lane and farm another wave or 2. Really, really big. But Analog is getting actually completely bullied out of the mid lane. He's actually afraid to show himself whatsoever. And now GPK is going to start to pressure on his tower here in a moment.
Hey, he went a Corrosion. This is an item that typically is for your lane trading, trying to dominate right now. Looks like, oh no, he's trying to dodge, does get stunned up. Now he's going to get whipped. Poor guy. Yeah, he doesn't live through this one. They brought everybody to try to kill the sniper. Really they get it, and no protection for him right now.
Okay, Matthew in trouble too. Spell does so much damage.
Oh, yeah. And dude, I do not think the Clockwork is a counter to the Jakiro anymore. Just able to instantly eat those cogs up. And oh no, it's Wisdom Rune time. And everybody is around here. Whisper's not able to get it. Here gets this one. I think they already had gotten it bottom. What a disaster right now for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, this sniper is getting so bullied, and Pure as well. I mean, Whisper had to help the sniper out in the mid lane, but they still lose the tower and they lose the wisdom. Like, Whisper is so weak, he cannot contest the bottom area, and it's way too many things at once right now for Heroic. 2k lead, top 3 net worth for Betboom, double wisdom, tier 1 mid in 7 minutes. And, you know, we discussed it. Like, Heroic lineup is pretty slow. They're gonna need time to really get online. Yuma is gonna need his items. They're gonna need a blink on Whisper. And if Analog is not even keeping up the pressure, you know, buying them the time that they need, it's already looking kind of rough.
I mean, trying to go for a blink here on Whisper. That'll be his way to get back into this one with his team. I get the sentiment. Get one item, try to fight early, because that's exactly what Pure and his team are going to bring to you.
Yeah, it is, but GPK is going to get his blink faster, and now Analog is stuck jungling with a, like, as a corrosion sniper. Doesn't feel good.
Oh, you would much rather that have been a javelin or something getting closer to your Maelstrom. But I mean, that's too many heroes in the jungle. I mean, Whisper's not even a hero that loves being in the lane right now. You have 3 heroes that really want to be hitting some of those ancient creeps.
Yep, for sure. And your jungle is going to shrink, you know. Betboom are not going to stop right now. It's going to be this monkey ready to connect to everything. Vanguard, BB, and the blink on DK. So,
yeah. At least it is maxing out the empower for the Magnus, so he's going to at least help hopefully get some good farm. They're TPing up everybody. I think they saw Karaomi, but he has a ward here. He sees everybody encroaching. They also know that Pure is around. He's getting on top of Analog. Gonna get bubbled up for a second here. Wants to turn around, but they don't see him. They're gonna have to use the RP on the Bristleback on the other side. It's under a tier 1 tower, but how much can he really get done? Analog shows himself again. He's still in the ward, thankfully getting the kill on the Bristleback to start, but they're still gonna lose Whisper on the other side. GPK feels way too strong. Now they're fighting in the Wukons. KJ trying to escape. He doesn't have a laser for a long time. At least he's got some protection with the bubble. I don't know if this is gonna be enough though. Analog having to run back into the Wukons the other way. Now into the welcoming arms of a Jakiro. There's no hope for him. There's no hope for KJ. That's going to be 3 gone. And Betboom, they'll certainly take this tower. Once again, I beg people, do not sack so many heroes at your tier 1 safe lane.
yeah, I mean, it's a decent attempt from Heroic overall, but they read the move completely, but they're just not strong enough. Like, Pure shows up, he's so strong. He's got his Treads and Corrosion. And you can see they're throwing everything on Miro here, eventually killing him, but then what? You don't have anything after that.
Yep.
You see, GPK can tank this tower for such a long time on the BK.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping it. It feels like Pure even feels really strong right now, despite
Really
Monkey King's
there,
early shouldn't.
Going for the sniper instead, yeah.
Yeah, right? Like, he's allowed to go so aggressive right now, and it feels like there's no downside.
Yeah. Just like, you don't have the punish, right? Analog, he doesn't have the items to pump up the damage, and Matthew, no hook shot or anything.
Oh, I'm glad we didn't see it. That's a sad existence for a Magnus getting ran down by Miro.
Yeah, it's a really tough matchup overall for the Mag playing into the BB. You don't have any way to protect yourself. Even if you get the skewer off, you're not gonna create enough distance in the early game.
He's going for a Shadow Blade on the sniper. Once again, just trying to find items that can get him in early. And yeah, that is blink reveal on Matthew. Poor guy's still level 4. Looks like he will get away though.
Oh no, one more time.
No! Oh! That's a Magnus. That shouldn't be allowed.
Well, who can stop him, really? Like, is Analog gonna TP in and stop him? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ah, they're controlling every single creep wave on the map right now, and the jungle.
Dude,
So
Jakiro even got that camp with the fire or the fire drive. That's awful. I mean, this is just this is really blown up. 6,000 net worth lead at 12 minutes. That's pretty much the mass stamp of approval, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than this for BetBoom, and I think like there's no urgency to like really change anything if you're BetBoom, right? The onus is on Heroic completely, but who's gonna make the plays? Whisper, he needs 1.2k for his dagger, and Analog is not gonna be able to play make at all. So I think they're just stuck farming for another 3 or 4 minutes at the very minimum.
Yeah, I mean they need so much. And poor Sven, I feel like his net worth is now starting to feel really bad too, just because like he can't get going on the map. He can't go and extend to these camps. He's stuck sitting around for 20 seconds maybe of his farming patterns just because he can't go to another camp. It's too dangerous.
Yeah. So Pure, you can see how cocky he is. Not fearing anything. He knows that there's no blink on the Magnus and there's no hookshot from the Clockwork.
Only has like so much of the map. He's hitting a tier 2. He is still level 5. And oh my god, that is so much damage! Jesus Christ, Pure. I'd probably get Matthew too here. A little bit more damage. No, looks like he'll barely get out of this one. Every single hero on BetBoom feels so damn strong. And oh no, Matthew tried to get the TP away. GPK will get the kill. This is behind a tier 2 tower. I cannot emphasize how insane this is that they're allowed to do this.
Yeah, I mean,
they're so damn far.
Trying to see the possibilities for Heroic, but maybe they can get an RP on Miro here. Analog is patiently waiting.
Oh my god. Oh, there's a skewer available. Whisper is really holding his breath on this one. Now they have wards. Yep. Good D ward here. Kind of taking away the last bit of safety you found, because there's another wisdom rune coming up. They could lose it again and not see a single wisdom rune in this game if they're not careful.
Matthew's still level 5.
Okay, good cogs, good cogs.
Nice.
Oh no, he can't stay. Oh no, he can't stay. Dude, Miero gets another one.
Dude, this is level 12 Bristle. Well, Matthew is level... Oh, he just hit 6 on clock now, but still out-leveling him by 6 levels.
Right now, Blade Mail getting ready for an SNY Miero. It's getting to the point where there's so many items, so many levels on this BetBoom team. I don't know if the items exist right now for Heroic to get the damage they need to chunk through these 3 huge cores.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna need a lot, and they're gonna need it fast, like some super duper skewers with his dagger.
Yeah, no, super duper skewers. That's gotta be it, actually. Does he have the blink dagger?
No, I fell 200 short.
Well, that's a problem.
I mean, it kind of just goes to show like how bad of a game Whisper has, and also Matthew, right? Considering the fact that the wave pools failed bottom. Obviously, that's a very tough melee matchup, right? Magnus Clock versus Jakiro Monkey, but with some better, outcomes, they could potentially have a dagger 2 minutes sooner. The hookshot for sure, like minutes sooner. And then the game looks different, but also like overestimating the sniper, perhaps. Like couldn't really get anything going against GPK. Even though he got that kill, it's not like they are being the oppressors. It's kind of like, oh, GPK is diving my tier 2. That's how we killed him, right? It's not a good sign.
It was an interesting build too. I didn't realize that versus the DK you'd still want to go for that Orb of Corrosion. They get the shard now, giving Spotlight over to the Rainmaster, as if things couldn't get any worse.
Yeah. Already Pav is finished for save as well, so if there's any chance of bursting somebody, it's now slimmer.
Boy. So now, walking up the high ground, they are going to get a Cogs back. No, he was able to get forward enough. So he's alive. And for Matthew, he is not so alive. They just have to leave everybody. Oh man, they even pulled away versus the bots.
Yeah, no way you hold this tower if you're Heroic. You just have to farm and pray. That's a Deso finish, by the way, for Pure as well, so a lot of minus armor coming out.
Wow, that is not an item that you see often on a Monkey King.
Actually, really liking this build, the Echo Deso. It's going to be so much damage, so much burst, and obviously the synergy is there as well with BB and BK. This is a nice play.
Okay. Hey, that's the start of something beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Kataomi, but still.
Yeah.
That's the best you've gotten in like the last 10 minutes.
You got to get
Orchid
something
finished
to get you guys up. And yeah, the Orchid now finished from the DK, so things are only looking worse. With this Deso, maybe there's some fragility in Pure. Sure, he's got big damage, but killable.
Dire are scanning.
Definitely possible, but you would need to get a 6 skewer though still.
Yeah. Honestly, by the time that he skewers, I think he's dead. Pure hits him twice.
Yes.
I think he's at half HP.
Look at the minimap. Like, where are heroic heroes? They're so scattered. They're playing the side, and there's just not. They can't gather resources properly. And
yeah, I mean, thankfully, Team Curry isn't the worst hero when it comes to like split pushing. He can get some done, but it just means that he's gonna be farmed, and the rest of the team can still just play scared.
yeah, nice read by BB, of course. Understanding that heroic is playing so timid, they're just gonna post straight into Roche.
And now the
so
it's really good.
Yeah, if there was a chance to kill Pure, it's gonna be really hard with these ages. It's gonna be
I
like
love this.
Complete maniac.
Yeah. No, I think that's literally the only thing that his build was missing, was that he was still able to be killed. Now, even if you kill him once, what's it matter? Because you will die trying to kill Pure once. It's not a question.
Yep. And heroic, they're stuck camping this hillboard here, but yeah, we'll see if BB is gonna give the fight to them. And even if they do, I'm not sure. It's not that. Even if they get the area for heroic, it's like they're still gonna need so much to make it happen.
Yeah. You know what?
Oh, Midas from Analog. That's something, I guess. They're able to stall a bit.
Wow. Yeah. No, I mean, itemizing
I mean,
for
I'm
late.
not against it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they have to aim.
They have to
they
take
have
aim.
to aim late. Yeah, they have to take aim exactly. Take aim for the late game.
Every sniper's motto. Whenever they're sitting on the high ground, 20k net worth down, but they're still poking away. Man,
Well,
Yuma,
Yuma
I mean, he
is,
doesn't want to show on the wave, but he's just like kind of going back and forth between still like inefficient camps, but at least he's not dying.
Yeah, he found a pretty good spot. Like, where else would he be farming right now? So
yeah,
it's also key that he's not going for the creep wave, because if he does, then he might die, and second of all,
they will
has
at
to
least
TP
find
out
to
of
push
it.
him out. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, Pure on the hunt, just trying to find anybody around. Honestly, you got to give Heroic just a slight amount of credit that they have managed to dodge the last few moves. As soon as this Aegis came out, they haven't really given a chance for a big fight. They've been trying to just anchor under the wards. I'll say that's pretty disciplined for what we usually see from this team and other Dota teams when they try to come back from behind.
Yeah, for sure. And it's not easy as well, right? So you don't have any meaningful vision. You're just gonna have to completely play on instinct and intuition.
Yeah. Whisper. Forcing rotations around, giving some net worth. This has been a difference in loss of 1,000 for BetBoom so far on this Aegis. I'm not just talking it up. I feel like Heroic, this is the first time I've been very happy with their map moves this game.
Yep. But Whisper's still in trouble here, potentially. GPK is coming.
There it is. Big stun, big damage,
Orchid as
even
well.
having the Orchid, so yeah, he doesn't live through that one.
And now you don't face the threat of the skewer, so you can just walk up to high ground with your Aegis Monkey.
Yeah. Hell, they could even just drop Wukong if they really want to. It's not quite a banner, but still something to protect them.
Matthew in a pretty interesting position here. Maybe setting up a backstab here.
That's an interesting position. It's the chair in the corner of the hotel room. I think he's just going to have to sit and watch. Oh no, he's getting involved. You're not supposed to do that. That wasn't in the contract. Yep, that's what happens.
Yep. Go back to your chair, Matthew. I mean, this is brutal, man.
It is really rough. I mean, they're not going to stop here. They might just go for another set of racks.
Yeah, a minute on the Aegis. Yuma, he's going for the BKB instead of the dagger, which is understandable. Of course, like he cannot deal with his Orchid from the DK and all the spell damage as well. But now BetBoom, they've cleared 7 towers in this game, and they're gonna lose Aegis in a moment, but that's not a problem. They're still controlling the whole map. It's not like they need to end it right now, right? They can just keep stalling. They're growing their gold lead exponentially every minute that passes, so...
Yeah, it doesn't even matter what team has the late game. When you're up by 16,000 at this point in the game, every lineup you have will feel good.
Yeah. Unless you go triple crit.
True. Triple crit Uncle wins these games.
Well, this tower dies so fast.
Dude, the Deso has put in so much work. This is what I mean. Like, he doesn't
time.
go for normal build. Yo, it almost was a skewer, but the Orchid on point. Now, Pure is getting taken down, but a huge heal. Yuma wanting to take him down, but he has to run away. That is a Godfest BKB Sven running away from a Monkey King. Now, they are giving a lot of time for Analog to hit. He could get the kill on GPK. No, he gets away at the very last second. What can you do versus Pure? Because Pure will murk a Clockwork. Now looking back, maybe even wanting to jump on the sniper, but they'll just back out and keep on taking this tower.
They still have the RP. Oh shit. That's 2 hits. Oh
my god. Now without anybody else. No, Miro, do not fountain farm them, please. Oh my god. Oh my god. He does so much damage. Everybody on this team does so much damage. Oh, the RP, but barely even brings it back into the base. I don't think that was enough. Oh no.
Oh, he bought a ghost after actually. Did you see that?
Oh wow, yeah. He was prepared.
That was... Yeah. Heads up.
That's not even on his quick buy. He did go out and click it. This is merciless. BetBoom are coming in to fight.
The throne here. There's no RP anymore, no God Strength as well.
I mean, they've got bots. The bots are trying. But these are more like easy bots, am I right? That's rough.
Got him.
Got him.
I mean, you can always just back it, but you don't need to do it, but at the same time, I don't think you can really do it if you're...
Oh, Jesus Christ, KJ. That does so much damage. They're still trying to fight. It's under the bots, but KJ, the damage is overwhelming. He'll die. Matthew dies. And I think Yuma forced back into the fountain, even with his BKB God Strength. He wants to hit someone, but the time is gone. Pure and his team will take this game 1 with fury. And finally, the skewer comes through, but a little bit late for this one. They'll even take the fountain, and GG. Game number 1, well in favor for BetBoom. We got to go back to the drawing board for Heroic because it looked really rough.
I mean, what can you say? This game looks like a complete outclass, right? Really, everything going right for BetBoom, and at the same time, everything going wrong for Heroic. They're losing the first blood top on Yuma, minute 2, and the wave pools fail bottom. Analog wasn't able to get anything done in the mid lane, and just completely solid for BetBoom. This is kind of what you expect from them, right? They're a team of very high caliber players. And this time they show what they can do. I mean, they've been struggling a bit, but there was no signs of struggle in this one.
No, I mean, both teams have been teetering. Both teams at 2 and 4. It's not like they are on 2 completely different paths here. So for Heroic, they are a much better team than what they showed us here. This laning stage really broke down for them, and I have to feel like when they go back to the drawing board on this, they just need to do better in the laning stage. And I feel like this game can still look better if they're at least at even net worth coming out of this.
Yeah, 100%. No doubt. Like, you cannot afford to lose the lanes this hard. Like, losing every single lane this hard against, any team at this level. It's not gonna, it's not gonna look good. And some parts of it comes down to the draft, right? And some parts of it comes down to the play. I feel like, let's just go new. Forget about this game if you're Heroic, right? BetBoom, be happy. You did great. You played comfortable. I just hope for Heroic's sake they can turn this around, because this was brutal. They're now sitting at 0-3 today, right? After losing the series against Falcons earlier.
No, I think that's what feels the roughest for them, right? Is like this team really hasn't had it today, and this loss, I think for some teams, this can be one that you shrug off, right? Like when games are honestly this bad, it sometimes can be easier than games that are genuinely horrible, like like they're kind of even and then you lose at the end. This one was just like, guys, nothing worked. Go next, reset, and like don't even think about that. Don't even try to learn about that game.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can also be one guy saying, you know, it's on me, guys. You can forget about it, even if it's not true. I think you just have to find a way to reset, because 0-3 today. Obviously, Betboom, they have way better momentum. Obviously, stomping this game, and then a 1-1 versus Tundra earlier. So they're definitely feeling themselves. They want to make it through the group stage and show everybody what they got.
We'll see what they got, because game 2 is coming up right after this. Stick around after the break.
Laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, you know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, it's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, you know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, it's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo! One, I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I'm Asian. A mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up. Meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids. And there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you. A mixtape, I played it. I'm calling you up. Meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future.
talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Scraping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk your talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never win me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never win me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. No, 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 don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool.
It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ESL Raleigh. We've got ourselves game 2 of our last series of the day. Bet Boom put an absolute hit out on Heroic. Got it done, and yeah, I feel like the best thing to do is just forgive and forget and move on for Heroic, because there's no way you want to run that back.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you're gonna need the energy, right? 0-3 sitting today. You're desperately gonna need a win now, because if you don't, then you're sitting there at 2-6, probably tied with Tidebound for last slot.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, and
it's
I mean,
not gonna be
it
an
could
easy
get
place
weird,
to get out
right?
of. Yeah.
Like if you won 1 on Tidebound, like you take a game out of Tundra, and then Heroic get a 1-1 here, you could be looking at a 3-way tie still for this last 2 spots in Group B.
Yeah, it's definitely possible still for Heroic, and
yeah,
you know, for them, I think also you shouldn't feel too much pressure. You have a stand in here, missing a key player on your team, so just come out, new energy, try something. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then
well,
you know.
What would your recommendation be? You know, you're a team that's just lost 3 games today. We know this is a good team. We know they're able to win versus good teams. They did it on day 1. What do you think they should be doing? Is it something in their draft to go more comfortable? Because I feel like you start out off with a Tinker. That looked good. It's the rest of the draft that kind of fell apart for them.
I think you should try to make a more classic lane from Matthew and Whisper. Like,
Mm.
I know the double melee is really popular right now, but I feel like it hasn't been looking amazing. And I'm not talking like some Dusa or something like this. I just want to see them play melee plus range and go ham.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I like it. I hope that's something like what they do. We haven't seen as much of it because there's been so much Darkseer and Night Stalker, right? So maybe with that out of the pool, going back to some classics could be really nice.
Yep. Definitely agree. They're gonna choose to remove the monkey here, which can appreciate. Monkey looked super solid last game, and it didn't seem like they had any sort of idea how to deal with it either.
We're waiting here. Nature's Prophet still in. Yeah, you gotta ban that out.
Yeah, you have to.
So AA left in pool. That hero's still been doing very good. Beastmaster in for some flex if they want it.
Tiny is in as well.
Oh lord. Okay, yeah, it's got to be Tiny or AA, right?
Yeah, I would assume it's Tiny for BB, but Ringmaster.
Oh, whoa, Tiny in pool. I feel like that's got to feel pretty good. Just grab that at least for Analog, maybe even still for Yuma. Is Ringmaster that good against the Tiny?
I feel like he's decent, right? The save can be nice for sure.
Yeah. I don't know if he's breaking though. Like he doesn't change the way that Tiny needs to play that much. He's just like a decent hero versus him.
Yeah, exactly. So I would hope Hero gets it. I mean, they're not known for the Tiny necessarily, but I feel like if you've been paying attention, this hero has been looking so strong.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not known for it, but I'm positive that Yuma plays it. I know that Analog's been forced to play it against his will many times, so. I think it's also, with this one. I don't know. I talked to Stinny a little bit about like what does it take for a hero to be meta, and he was kind of like, look, you play it or you don't. We're not gonna like force people to pick heroes that they don't want to play, but if you're a mid laner or a carry this patch, I feel like you have to be comfortable playing the Tiny whenever it's available. And honestly, BetBoon just got away with a wild one. They let it through. They didn't care, and that means that they can either ban it or maybe even pick it in the next round if it's still in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Jakira is good as well, but is it on the same tier? I feel like there's so many good supports right now still in the pool. You got the Silencer, you got the Warlock.
I mean, man, I'm gonna be stuck on that for a while. I think that last strat, like, yeah, they went meta and it didn't work out, but I don't think it was the Tinker's fault that they lost that game. I'd say that picking the PA earlier would have been a high point for me. I feel like I'm allowed to say that because the game was literally horrible. So any other hero could have theoretically been better than what we saw.
I mean, they prioritized the sniper over the PA, right? And we saw what the sniper did in that game. It didn't achieve much, right? I feel like I did say there is some merit to sniper in this patch, but
there is versus certain lane matchups.
Yeah, but
I've seen no one pick it a lot. Like, obviously, we've all watched a lot of parry games, and I feel like he's somebody that knows exactly when they can pull out the sniper and be really greedy and just like kind of dominate the map.
Yeah, and he's owning with it as well, so it's easy to be like, yeah, I can do that, but then you don't understand what bans you need to do or what you need from your supports or whatever it may be, right?
It can be surprising how little damage he does early.
Yeah, especially against a hero like DK. You know, these DKs and Kunkas and these types of heroes, they're not that worried about a sniper in the early lane stage compared to like Intero.
5 seconds remaining.
Waiting around, and this is going to be another very important setup here for the heroic side. It is banned to pick, so they ban out the PA.
I see.
Another high target carry out of this. I mean, look at how many carries are out of the pool right now. TA, Monkey, Natures, PA, Gyro, Dusa, DB. Like, yeah, I guess I'll count the Beastmaster too. We are really focusing on the carry matchup today.
Yeah, I mean, this leaves a lot of heroes though. Obviously, the Tiny we mentioned, but there's also Bristleback in the pool for BetBoom team if they want it.
5 seconds remaining.
Shmiro, he did a lot in last game.
Yeah. Still a flex as well, and Heroic are the ones that want to flex it about.
I can appreciate that. That makes a ton of sense. It's also pretty good against a Tiny. So a bit of a block setup for the bet boom Tiny rather than taking it on their own.
I'm sure this is something that Whisper would play as well. So
yeah, 100%.
Very important on second pick.
5 seconds remaining.
What do they need next? I mean, again, you have a 4. Makes sense to pick, the full safe lane duo if you want, especially if you think that this is going to be an offlane Bristleback.
You could go for the Templar. No, sorry, never mind. It's banned.
Oh, there's so many carries that are gone right now. I see it. Like, honestly, there seems to be no reason to just like pick up the Tiny Nail simply because of the flex potential, right? I don't think that Bristleback hurts the hero so much that you just don't want to play it at all.
Yeah, you could. I could also just see them going for the Dragon Knight.
Ah, yeah. I mean, the hero did really well.
Yeah. It's amazing with these supports as well, right? You have a lot of damage follow up and just solid hero overall. I feel like this is a DK patch again, especially for the mid lane. It's been looking so strong in every single game.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Bet Boom. 2 ranged backline supports. Gonna be finding 3 very strong forward-facing cores, and there it is, the Kunkka. Technically could still be a flex 2 and 3.
I suppose. I wouldn't love to see it in offlane. I think the best way to play Kunkka right now is to put it mid and you go for the Blade Mill Radiance. I mean,
10 seconds remaining.
You got to get some melee punishers here. That is the only thing that's going to start following you up right now. If you are Heroic.
What is it going to be? They need to reveal 1 core, right? So they need to remove 1 option for the BB. Assumingly, you would go for the mid. You could also go for the DK if you're Heroic, actually.
Good.
Do what Mobe did, the DK into Kunkka.
See that one being pretty good. Now, if we're talking about things that are good versus melee, it could be Darkseer, Night Stalker, and you just show your full lane. Okay, no, they're going Tusk here, which is good snowball save versus the Kunkka.
Yeah, for sure. Anti-BKB as well. Good in the lane against Silencer. Lots of kill potential.
Yeah. What's the pairing with it, though? So theoretically, this is going to be a pause 4 Tusk. We've seen a lot of it pause 5 a few months ago, but now that it's not necessarily ranged carry plus melee support anymore, he's going back to pause 4 where he belongs.
Yeah, it could just be the BB offline still, right? And you go for the mid or the carry or the carrier now.
Mid or carry flex. Not a whole lot of those that are still left in, especially ones that want a lane versus a Kunkka.
Yeah, I mean,
I think DK might be the only one. Yeah. Okay. I'm good with that. I really am.
I like that a lot. I think it makes a ton of sense. Their draft just looks solid, right? Doesn't seem to have a lot of holes in it.
I mean, you had to say that because you called the pick, but yeah.
True.
We're pretty good at sniping these. I mean, between the two of us, we actually have a lot of accolades when it comes to pro tournaments. I mean, between you and I, there's what, top 6 in a major, top 4 to Dream League, a Dream League win, DPC victory. I mean, you and I are very skilled.
It's true. We make a good team.
Oh yeah. The Ursa coming out. So another hero, big boy stepping up front. And now I think they're kind of figuring out, they want to try to overwhelm us on Heroic, and Ursa is a very hard hero to overwhelm. Instantly taking out another BKB piercing disable, and one that doesn't really care about status this as well, right?
Yeah, it's true. There's just no initiation, like no point stun initiate for Betbo, right? Like the Kunkka Ursa, it's a bit clunky, if you know what I mean. Like you X somebody into Ursa. I would like to see them get the Magnus maybe, or something like that for PV team.
Okay.
Like just something to really start the fights, and then Kunkka can be the second line of initiation.
I mean, right now BKB is still very, very good versus Heroic. It feels like their 1 to 2 item timing is very strong. I think the reason that they might have a slight advantage is because you still have the Tusk, right? So that's still something that doesn't let you just get away, not just because of punch, but also shards, right? Anything that's blocking your movement through. So Bet Boom, I don't think they have that same threat. Silence is cool, but it's not going to keep you there. You can still run away.
So Heroic thinks this is Kunkka offlane based on the Storm ban, which I'm not sure it will be Kunkka offlane.
I guess they're kind of going. I mean, you and I again both saw that Mobe did very well versus Kunkka, or sorry, versus the DK. I don't know. I don't think that like you can just assume that like your DK is going to mulch the Kunkka mid, right?
Yeah,
I think that's a very dangerous assumption to make.
Yes. I mean, if I'm Bet Boom, I'm going Magnus here probably.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's very much up their pool. They love the Magnus. They love the Primal again. That's like these big heroes that aren't just tank. Like they're multifaceted in terms of lockdown damage tank ability.
Yeah. I think in some ways you want to make your lineup more functional with the, classic initiator for BB team. And you also want to make it stronger. So I think Magnus fits the bill in both departments.
Yeah. I mean, to them, they think that like there could just be some gotcha laner coming out or Heroic. I think that could be true too. I mean, hey,
there could be a Huskar or something, right?
Right? Yeah, I was just thinking that. There's a Viper ban out. You know, Bet Boom team were like, "What the hell are you planning?" There it is.
Timber. Okay.
And they take advantage of that Viper ban too, getting themselves the Timber Saw, multifaceted, big tank, big damage there from the Timber Saw. This is going to be a hard one to counter. I mean, he just rips through a Bristleback and a DK. Who do you put up against this guy?
Yeah, it's true. He'll be able to rip through people, but who's going to hold them? Apart from the X mark, it's like you got to counter to it as well, right? With the Tusk. So I feel that Bet Boom lineup, while it might seem good, like matchup wise, it feels really clunky to me.
Hey, my boy, dude! I have been wanting people to pick this hero for so long so that Valve can nerf it to the ground. Okay, it gets one tournament win, they see it and they're like, X, delete from game. Okay, I'm tired of playing against this guy who banishes me and denies my range creeps. Okay, it's about time people learned how hard it can be.
I mean, it looks solid though for Heroic, right? Doesn't it? Like it seems that everything is covered, and I don't know for Bet Boom. The only upside that they have against this OD is really the silencer right now, but they don't have these explosive combos with silencer at all. I feel like it's gonna be hard to leverage the true power of their lineup. I mean, they're gonna obviously they can still make it work. Their lanes are strong and stuff, but I feel like it's going to have to take a lot from them to really pull out a win here.
I've seen this matchup a good few times in previous patches, right? Like it should be, you think it's good. Kunkka versus a ranged hero should always be good for the Tidebringer, but it's not. This OD can even put more points into his Q. He's going to banish you so you don't get any of your creeps. And if you try to X mark him back, you're just going to banish yourself. You're never able to really get good lockdown on this OD.
It's true.
I've literally seen OD standing on the enemy high ground waiting for their Kunkka to step up so he can orb them again. It's like really hard.
Yeah, and now you got two saves against the X mark as well, right? So you have lots of potential to cut out the BKB from Pure on the Ursa.
Yeah.
And then after that, I think like you have so much utility, so many spells on her side. Like I think it's hard to be like it's gonna be hard to be explosive for Bet Boom team. They're gonna need to get really far ahead to make this game like function properly for them.
No, yeah, and I think like as we talk about the silencer versus the OD, he likes to build BKB. This is not a hero that's averse to it. It's very standard actually for people to go like get a small item. It could be Witchblade. Sometimes it used to be Midas, but you get like one small item, then you go Blink or Hurricane Pike, and then you go BKB, right? It's in the kit for him. So by all intents and purposes, I think this guy can rock on OD.
I think so too, no doubt.
But we're a little bit biased, right? It's a new hero. We don't get to see it very often. So like we wanted to win because we like people who draft in a cool way.
Wait, actually, did you realize that it's KJ on the Tusk and Matthew on the Jakiro?
Interesting.
I wonder if they're gonna lane swap or is it just they want it to be like this?
Taking a page out of the Avalis book.
Right.
30 seconds to go.
They're gonna get a smoke up here. Man, my producer's holding me hostage. This is crazy. Let's see. Good smoke up around. All the way around. Man, they are really wrapping this.
The battle begins.
And this is another tie. Do they get? Okay, no, they're still only getting 2 runes. So almost a 3-rune trade. That's good because historically, on Tuesdays, when they get 3 runes versus Bet Boom, they've actually lost the game most of the time. Yeah.
Yeah, they get thrown in 24 minutes.
It's really bad. The stats are not looking good for them. I'm glad they gave up that rune.
Yeah. 42.5% out of 8.
The stats are never in their favor.
Stats don't lie, man.
No shot! GPK actually got that tonight, even
What a
after this.
beast.
I mean, that doesn't look good for the lane.
He lost a lot of HP though.
That's true.
GPK is one of those like class OG Conka players. Always so good with the torrents and everything, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, when you're playing into these counters such as the OD or the Tusk, you need to be really good at faking the torrents and however you place the boat, etc.
Yeah.
He's known to be really good at that, so.
And it's a weird one sometimes with this hero because you are getting a point in your Q so you can keep on like being oppressive versus this Kunkka. But you're not ever getting any mana back, right? So eventually you do kind of have to get this level 3 quick. Every range creep deny matters a lot, and that's a second one because that's more time he won't get his passive to get that mana back. Now, bot side save could go down first. KJ sticking in with it, gets the first kill, and Yuma even stepping forward. Get Miero out and away from his support.
Nice job by KJ. You know, he's one of those 5s who are really good and like, in some sense, he's similar to Schofield. He likes to push the edge and stuff. So yeah, definitely heads up, killing the save there, utilizing their level 2 advantage. And that's an Orb of Venom on too. I think I saw it right there.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I've seen so many more people start to get these like kind of mini items, whether it's the Venom or the Frost. Even if it doesn't build into anything else, they just love that value. Did he get the cancel?
I think he did, right?
Oh my god. That's worth a blood grenade. Some good damage, but Whisper deals with it pretty well himself. It doesn't always feel so easy, but Ursa is one of those heroes that, even in lane matchups you don't think he should do well in, somehow those Fury Swipes add up and you still get the kills. Hell, I remember when people would go like really, really aggressive into the Timber Saw and still come out alive in that matchup.
No, Ursa is a really high skill hero, especially in the laning stage, right? You abuse the Magic Wand so well you can do a lot of cheeky plays, and the duration of the Fury Swipes is so long, so you always have to be careful with that.
Well, so far things are looking at least a little bit better compared to what we saw last time. Whisper actually has a game, and that's something that we are going to celebrate a lot in this one. But also, Yuma having a fun time here.
It definitely helps having a game when you're a pro gamer.
Oh yes. What do you do if you don't have a game but you're a gamer? Then like, what are you a pro at?
I don't know.
Pro spectator, I guess. Oh wait, that's us.
Oh wait, that's us. Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, they're taking our jobs. And he's taking his in too. Oh no.
Whisper doesn't have a game for at least 13 seconds.
He's a caster again. Not like this.
Right, Yuma is actually falling behind a bit in the CS here. Only sitting at 13.
It's terrifying. Under your tower, a Timber and a Rainmaster.
Oh,
This could
courier.
actually be really rough. He takes the courier away, but then he runs into more trees. Miero's gonna love
Nice
that if he
shards.
gets a big whirling death. But yeah, the shards might have actually protected him, but not from the whip. Save getting a kill. Now KJ trying to aggro the creeps away from the tower, and he still gets the flag bearer CS. That was actually really good from him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The Q spell from Ringmaster is so satisfying. So much damage. Oh, Whisper has a game.
Going down on the other side.
He's gaming.
He's back. He's back. Oh, he could be even more back. Oh my god, it's so back, Weaver. He's got it.
He's got it. That's actually huge. They're gonna lose a full wave of
It
XP as
really
well.
is. Yeah. Big damage on the tower. He's able to just like kind of back up and reset. I think the big thing, this mid lane isn't as dominant as I would have expected it, but it is a completely different, I want to say even game since the last time I've seen this matchup frequently.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the upsides as well for OD into Kanka is that you're not ever really gonna be, you know, it's so hard to bring down an OD as a Kanka. You know, always have to consider the Astral.
They're bringing somebody over. Greenmaster in the mid lane actually, leaving Miero by himself. And at this point, they know. And they're going to tell OD, look, somebody's missing. Top side, you should know somebody's missing. And the only thing that means is that OD is getting sandwiched over here in his mid lane. Means down here, they're going to try to get a tell. They even Green
Nice
Matthew
rotation.
force the TPs back in. Why go to the mid lane when you can just kill somebody else?
Really heads up on Matthew, actually. Taking the time, you know, Whisper had a really good start in the top lane. Feels like he can rotate, and this it's gonna give the potential to maybe go for the Wisdom Shrine. Still a minute to go, but
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this Snot Rocket is that usually you think, like, technically when you think about fights over time, Ursa wins. But not with Snot Rocket. You're so slowed. You get so much minus armor. Now this could still be good. They bring over the Conquer with the Ice Path, helping to create some space, and a huge hammer dropped by Analog. They're going to get the return kill on Pure. Now they've lost Kadeomi. GPK TP'd in for this. He'll even Astro like the very greedy OD that he is and steal the kill from his friends with his banishment.
huge CP from Analog. That didn't look good there for a second for Heroic, but Analog shows up, hammers everybody, and then
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
yeah, there's just no fighting that if you're Bet Boom. And
that was a feel-good hammer. Look at everybody's health just disappear.
Bam. Holy shit.
Right? That was a lot. Yeah, he was gonna die. These mid laners, man. Looks like they tried to go and Whisper again. He doesn't care and continues to try to aggress on Pure. Now he's got to be careful. He does have Arcane Curse on him, but Matthew's trying to get this kill by himself. Somehow Analog is still here, turning this around on Pure. They'll get the kill. Whisper is still alive, and that is your carry, dying 2 times in a row. I know that I hover over the GG button when that happens to me.
I mean, yeah, Pure. He had not the best start, and now it's even worse, right? Yuma on the other parts, he doesn't mind being, you know, left on his own. He can always hit the jungle. He's a Dragon Knight, so.
I love how they're like really focusing in on Whisper's lane, especially after last game. They feel good, and yeah, that torrent already silenced up now. Not able to get anywhere close to the shield rune, but look at all of the end he's losing. I don't know if he needed that help. KJ.
That's
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah,
That's a report.
that's a bit of a momentum killer there, huh?
That's a tower as well. Oh no.
Yeah. So
look at the Analog's network. What happened?
yeah, I don't know. I feel like after being a part of the triple kill top, I mean, it should have been good, but to be fair, this is a very farmed Kunkka and Timbersaw. We're only 9 minutes into this one. They're already well above 4K net.
Yeah, Pure is recovering a bit as well. So, I don't know. OD is not a hero that can do the best in terms of
Right.
recovery, right?
He's got to be ahead. And if they continue on this, it could be rough. KJ just barely misses breaking the smoke. If he was there just a second early, he would have been the one to catch it. But now they still find him. Looks like, oh.
Bit unfortunate there for Betboom. Couldn't find Yuma, but they're still gonna try to transition into the tower.
Oh, they still are, but this is on the trees. Miro, he loves fighting around the trees. Ice Path, not going to connect just yet. They already lose this. Oh, is there enough? No, the save. GP Miro, but they're going to double back on the Ice Path, still taking a lot of damage. Now, they've already lost KJ, sure, but it was a trade away for the Silencer. Miro trying to get out of this one. No hammer to drop just yet from Analog, and here comes the Ursa dropping into a stun, now into a banish. Maybe they can still get the kill here. Maybe not on Miro, but on somebody else, on Pure. They're trying to kite this one away. A lot of damage and a huge Ice Bath again. Only reapplying this time on the Ursa. Bo connects on the back side of this one. And finally, Analog. I don't know if he wants to walk up this high ground.
Dude, nobody's gonna die. 5 versus 5, minute 10. I guess they lost Kataomi initially.
Yeah, they lost the supports early, but yeah, it's just high ground defense, you know? Anakin was right.
Crazy.
Kind of.
Both teams came here to play. They're so hungry. They really want to make something happen.
This is, again, into the trees. This is very dangerous to fight a Timber in this forest. He gets so much damage off his Whirling Death.
I mean, Whisper is like, I TP'd here. I want to kill somebody.
That is a sunk cost fallacy, by the way. Don't want to do that too often, but they do. Heroic, once again, I feel like defending a safe lane tower they have no business defending. But if they get kills out of it, and then maybe it's okay.
I suppose. I mean, Whisper is out now, so we'll see. Betboom is gonna try to force this again. Still not ready for 25 seconds.
They see him on a sentry, hitting him, even giving him a little bit of the business, but the silence coming out now. Should be able to get the kill on Yuma here. He just evaporates, and that is a toss coming in to offer his life. At least this time it's only his.
Oh, nice charge.
No, KJ. That was really cool. I don't know if he gets out of this one. Yeah, big punch on the way out, and they'll get the kill.
Well, Betboom being really decisive, making sure that they get this tier 1 down bottom as well, and they opened the mid earlier, as we know, and now the map is kind of theirs.
Yeah. And that's the other item. It is the Midas coming out from Analog here. It's the item that you go when you have a rough early start, because you really do need these levels. And at this point, you've gone from playing for minute 15 to maybe minute 50. I don't know if your hero ever comes back in a good way without Blink Hex.
Yeah, no, I agree. And this is the second Midas in a best of 2 for Analog as well.
Oh, that's really not a good stat.
Yeah.
Because he lost that game when he went Midas, so.
So stats don't lie. GPK going for the Blade Mail, of course.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a pretty straightforward Kunkka game, right? You go for that Blade Mail, and then like everybody else, you go for 3 crit sticks.
All right.
Oh, yeah. It'll be still a pretty good Radiance game. I mean, OD still relies a lot on the right clicks for most of that damage. So versus the DK versus the OD, Radiance is going to be super value.
Yeah, I think so. But I could see him go something else, but like just based on the fact that he has to understand the Timber, right? But what would that be? Is the question, because there's no Ags build anymore. Like, I think it's just not a thing, right?
Yeah, no, it's cool, but definitely not the build. And oh, Yuma is up here. He is in deep. Where is the team? Oh, that's a huge snowball save. This time, I think actually saving with it. Yuma's still trying to get some kills, but I think at the end of the day, he's gonna die in these trees. And a big hammer though from Analog. He needs these kills. He needs to be a part of this one, but he's gonna get X back into the welcoming arms of GPK. So sure, they take down the Ursa, they take down the Silencer. But I don't think they get much more after that one. It's gonna be 4 gone, and only the Jakiro getting away from this one.
That's rough. I mean, they get Karaomi and Pure, but I don't know. These fights are so hard. Into the Silencer, into the Kunkka. Just have way more spells, right? Way more team fights.
I tell you what, I'm believing in the OD ults, and I still think that lane could have been better. Something has just fallen apart for this team when it comes to this like immediate laning stage. After 7 minutes, just something went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of like some panic leads to one mistake leads to another. They lose a tower and two, and then OD suddenly doesn't have a game. They always try to recover it by brute forcing, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, I get it. They tried to snowball the early game with an OD pick, didn't work. That now you're frustrated. Now you want to recover it, so you want to overcompensate, and leads to more disaster. And yeah, I mean, Pure is not doing too well, but Analog is doing way worse.
Yeah, right. Like, even though he's involved in a good amount of kills, I don't think he's actually getting the last hits on all of them. And
it's just not the type of hero that is supposed to like walk around and gank people, right? It's supposed to dominate and control the game this way.
Yeah. I don't know. I genuinely been hankering for this hero to be picked again because these melee mid laners are so prevalent, and especially with Kunkka. OD is the pinnacle of Kunkka counters in the mid lane because every part of your kit is good versus Kunkka. Your first two spells are great in the laning stage. Your second spell is, of course, great versus X saves. And your hammer is always going to be good versus a Kunkka who has very little mana pool. So it seems like there's nothing left to be desired when you pick this matchup, but I'm not feeling it right now.
Yeah. Well, they are going to get a tower, which is nice.
Yeah.
Potentially setting up to get the next Tormentor, you know, contest. But
could be. I mean, they need a portal right now, kind of set up some vision, and you need to clear out this Bristle and Silencer that's already down here.
Yeah, Karome is already setting up here. They're not gonna. Oh, they're gonna find him.
Yep, that's a big kill here. That's the Silence, already down, but even more down now that they've gotten that kill. But here comes the rest of Bet Boom. Actually going to buy back on the Silencer even, immediately killing KJ, and they really feel just how important this Tormentor could be. Global will be up by the time that it's up, and they're actually going to be able to take this out of the hands of Heroic.
Yeah, maybe a bit of unnecessary buyback there, but regardless. Oh, nice global.
Really well done, man. He's just looking everywhere.
He was actually
getting the silence to save. Holy moly!
You know, Pure wasn't actually gonna survive there if it wasn't for the buyback on Karome, so kind of pays off there big time, actually.
Yeah. Getting the Tormentor, getting his own shard now is kind of payment for it, and then saving his carry. There's nothing more you can do there.
It's actually still fairly close to his 4-staff considering the buyback, so everything is well.
So this is the Midas finished out now for the OD. So what do you think should be next up for him? Is it the Hurricane Pike? Is it the Witchblade?
Has to be, right? 4-staff, dagger. At some point you're gonna need a BKB as well, right? To deal with his global and what have you. Etc.
I guess if it is OD allowed to be a damage hero just by staying alive? I think the answer is yes. In which case you'd want to go for the 4-staff and the Hurricane Pike because that keeps you alive. If not, then you almost have to go like a Witchblade.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you necessarily need the Witchblade to be effective, but
yeah,
you're gonna need a lot. You're gonna need like Blink, Pike, and BKB at the very least, or like to feel super good, right? But then that comes with the question: what is Betboom gonna have while you're getting that?
Yeah, I mean, Betboom's heroes definitely get good with gold as much as anybody else. Going to be an Atos coming here for the Ringmaster. Silencer, of course. I feel like every item is either valuable or more gold towards a Refresher and an Aghanim Scepter. I don't know if that's really the same here. Thankfully, Heroics, I think their lineup does well without items on their supports. Their spells alone are going to be good enough to kind of contribute to these fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think a Blink Dagger is pretty the biggest game changer for the Tusk. Everything else is kind of a bonus.
Yeah.
Aghanim's finished on the arrow as well. That means that he's not really going to get bursted at all. Like, there's no dispels or anything, and I think you're not going to get through this.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of the things. Like, sometimes this Timber, it feels like there's too much magic damage in the game, and that's why people aren't picking it up. But obviously, Miero is very good at the hero, and he's able to pick up, like, when it's a good Timber lane, and in this game, when there's no dispels in the world, your Ags makes you genuinely invincible.
Yeah. And yeah, he's showing us here. He's sitting at top net worth almost 10k, minute 18.
Oh, OD. OD. Technically, because this is a stat camp, he doesn't know that there is another dragon that has been aggroed away. Actually, elite farming by Analog, leaving just a little taste there for Miero so he doesn't come after him. There it is. Yeah, Dragonlance's coming out first, just create some space. Then I'm sure the full Hurricane Pike. It's a really valuable BKB game for everybody in this game. Miero actually doesn't do any damage through the BKB just yet until he gets his shard, so I still like this BKB. What in the hell is this TP?
Oh no.
I feel vindicated.
Oh, they have
really
a duel
do.
for the Timberwolves.
Oh, they do, yeah, and now they have a lot of damage, so maybe that's what they were trying to do here, but with this Bristleback gone, you're just on an island. Oh no.
Well, that was optimistic. I will say that. And now that leaves you. Pure's got a TP over for the Roshan, I think. Yep. They're going straight into the pits.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That was just not the TP.
Yeah.
Which is a shame because, like, yeah, with the Yules, I think that we've actually demystified this Aghanim Scepter on Miero. It actually doesn't feel that important anymore, but I mean, TPing into the trees, the timber there, that's still pretty good.
Oof, that hurts. I mean, that was never going to be a fight in any sort of universe. Even if you bring 5 there, it's not going to end well. Like, just going to be more feed. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Heroic, they feel flustered right now.
And I mean, somehow you've still got to get items on these cores. Now, Yuma having the Mage Slayer, love this item for him. Bristleback, Blade Mail, of course, is about as good as it gets without just having a BKB. I know he's going for the Yule Scepter now on himself, and that is good versus the Ursa. Like, Yules, for everybody this game, could be an item. But at the end of the day, like, Miero is the one that's ripping through you and genuinely making it so you can't play the game anymore. So I don't know how you play without the BKB item.
Yeah, it's true. You're really gonna need it. This Mage Slayer is not gonna be enough. There's way too many damage sources coming out of the Pepin team. Oh, that's a nice jump.
Stun, finding the Silencer and the Ursa, punching him into the sky, and now they have the Yules on the Ursa after he presses the Enrage. Unfortunately, he's hypnotized on Yuma, but he ends the hypnotize outside of the shards. Maybe he's okay. Never mind. Pure jumped on him exactly on the mark, gets the kill. Now they'll find Matthew, so it's a nice double, trading away for the Silencer. I'm gonna say that might not have been worth it.
I mean, you get the dieback on Kataomi, but yeah.
I suppose.
At what cost? It's not like it matters for Betboom, right?
Yeah. All that matters to them is that they got another kill on the Ursa.
Yeah.
And, although I do like their items again, like these Yule Scepters are going to be imperative for their game.
KJ actually sold their Wisdom Shrine. But the Whisper
nice.
is trouble. Potentially.
Yeah.
Kind of think twice about it. They don't have the boat ready for another half minute.
Are they?
Okay, Mira's here.
Yeah, but he missed one.
Oh, nice.
Oh, he dragged him back immediately. Oh, didn't expect that one from Whisper. So ends up using himself after he had landed. Yeah, about the worst thing that could have happened. Really well done there from GPK to kind of fake him out.
Oh, they see KJ too.
Honestly, really nice shards, and he is not going to be able to snowball away from that one. Even the Tide bringing him back in. KJ will try to make some space with this one, but I think after this snowball, it'll be the last amount of space that he makes. There you go. +3 because of the shard as well.
Damn. GPK is owning this game as well. I mean, Mira and GPK are really just putting up a clinic here.
Yeah, this is one of the harder games to own as well versus the OD. I know that the OD kind of got dumped, but it's still not an easy matchup. Now, Dave coming through, dodging actually every single part of this lineup, and then getting the blink away afterwards. Now, that's why we had the OD. How much does it matter afterwards, though? Really nice stun. Larian stuns maybe afterwards. They will have the escape act and the silence, so a lot used, and the tidal wave will push back Heroic potentially to end this fight. Miero, oh, he still wants to go in though. Yuma sitting in the trees, it's a dangerous spot for him. GPK will get the hammer, but it's as if nothing ever hit him. as Analog, it feels like nothing happened, and now Whisper, he's feeling the pressure. They're going right on him, getting another kill here. Now the action from the arrow. Nobody's able to get the Yules to take it off. He's sitting in the trees with Yuma, and Yuma is a scared man. Has to back away from that Timber Saw, and they'll continue to push forward on Bet Boom.
I mean, they dodge everything with Astral there, right? The boat, a full round of Timber Spells, but it doesn't matter. They just don't have enough. Like, Pure isn't even there for the beginning of that, 21st seconds of the fight. But yeah, I don't know. It's so hard when you're this far behind.
Yeah, there's not a one-size-fits-all item. I know I really want the BKBs, and I do think it'll help. That doesn't magically change the trajectory of this game, though.
Yeah, it's just these heroes on Betboom, they're so tanky, right? Unless you're getting the supports first and bringing down the course, it's not going to be easy. And then even if you're doing it, it's like any misstep and you're just going to be toast to this Timber Saw on the arrow.
Do they have pretty good high ground defense? Is there maybe going to be a high ground server from Bet Boom that we're not taking into account? I feel like their tower heading isn't too great.
Nah, it's not. It's not. But and Heroic's hold is actually fairly decent. But it's like, what is going to stop Bet Boom from just keep building this lead, right? That's what I'm worried about for them.
They don't have to go high ground.
Yeah, and Yuma is like, he's kind of playing this utility DK kind of skidder mode, which is, it's fitting for the draft and the game that they have with the OD, but it's not going to help him farm and, escalate later on into the game.
Save. Reading it like a book, knowing that something's going to happen here, because, at the rate that this game has been going, any hungry core should be showing up on that bot wave.
Well, they're looking for something.
Yeah, with nobody showing on the wave, this is very telegraphed. Very, very telegraphed.
Yeah, and it's nighttime as well now,
both,
so they're going to have to rely on
Ugh.
observers if they want to find something.
This is rough.
Well, Betboom, of course, reading it properly. They're going to stack up as 5, doing the smart thing.
Yeah, and they may even take a Tormentor. I mean, it's here. They're playing together. That's all they really need. And honestly, I feel like Heroic, maybe if they truly wanted to fight, maybe missing an opportunity not being here. But I don't think they wanted to take a 5v5.
Yeah, they just wanted a quick pick-off.
You got to deal with waves, and it's hard on their team because they don't have any illusion hero or summons hero or something to just kind of be back there and show on that wave. But without it, I bet Boob are going to read those every day.
Yeah, it's just way too telegraphed when all the waves are pushing into your base. It's like, well, what could they be doing if they're not farming anything,
Yeah. See Yuma here. Yuma does have the blink dagger, so he's got some fast fingers, but a really quick whip there from Save, even tossing down the wheel because why not? They take away some int, take away his camp. He's going to be gone for 40 seconds.
GPK already looking for something, but Matthew is in this in the mid lane.
Yeah, I like his build. A lot of Ice Path. Love the Yules, but unfortunately, the Shakiro is not a end-all be-all in this one.
Yeah.
What's Whisper got right now? What's the Bristleback close to any items that change this one?
I mean, he's working on his BKB, but as you said, it's hard to tell if it's going to be enough, and now Analog is in so much trouble.
He can delay this, but that's all it's going to be. I believe that is a BKB, though, from the Ursa. You can maybe call that a trade, but still not in your favor if you're Heroic.
Yeah.
And they're definitely feeling the pressure right now on Heroic. There's no way they're ever going to give up on this game because this could be their elimination game if they fall again. And nobody is down there with them, so they really have to muscle up and somehow get back into this game. But even if it is the high ground defense, as you said, they don't have to do it. They don't have to go high ground at any point on Bet Boom. They can just continue to stranglehold the map.
Yeah, and the longer the game prolongs like this, it's just going to be more disheartening for Heroic, right? Like at some point you're going to feel like, guys, it's not working out. It's not like you have some crazy comeback or late game hero or timing or anything of the likes.
Yeah.
It's literally just let's pray and hope we get a decent fight at some points. But
yeah. And you do have a good tri-core. I'll give them that. If somehow we could fast forward this game another 30 minutes, I'm sure that they could find some favor.
Yeah.
But
depends how much the goal lead changes.
Right? Yeah.
Well.
A good tri-core 40,000 gold down is still not going to win.
Yeah.
Right. Smoke up under their ward. They find GPK. Big stun. He got the blade maul off though, and now they have the escape. They also have the silence to get him out of here. How do you take this fight in the second round? Is it extended so far? It is well in BetBoom's favor. Now they'll try to change over to Whisper. He just wants save and he can't get it. It'll be 2 side lane cores going down. Chalk up a support as well. KJ will give 1 punch and run away.
Power of Ringmaster.
Should be. Yeah.
Imagine if that was a Murta. That's all. Why I can appreciate so much why they're prioritizing the Ringmaster right now. It just has so much utility. Such a good killer. Just better in almost every aspect.
It's so good. Everything that he needs to do in this one. It was good harass in the laning stage. It's good save, and even the team fight throwing down the wheel has been very fortunate for them. And although your high ground siege isn't great, just stack up 3 cores because there's nobody that can hold a candle to you in this mid lane right now. Oh, that is on the ward. Oh, no, he doesn't die here. Oh, he's totally going to die here. Oh, there's a little bit more damage. He's ticking down, and oh my god.
I think you can go back in if you're better now. You see Analog on top lane as well.
Yeah? No, they have beautiful wards all over the space. I mean, one just got dewarded, but they have another one down here just to see when everybody leaves this gate. It's really well done. Now they find save. Do they have the stun and damage for save? I'm not sure.
Well, regardless, he's gonna read it. So
yeah.
BetBoom, very
I feel bad
cohesive.
for Whisper. I feel like this was the first time he actually had a chance to play this game, and just nothing is going right for the rest of the team.
Yeah. I mean, BetBoom, they're so cohesive, right? They're always going in together, backing out together. I feel like they're definitely on the same page. They really want to make it out of these groups.
Yeah. Dude, these throwing knives, constantly sussing out the opponents. We have 4 heroes on a very large killing spree right now on BetBoom. Gold on the map, you know, it'll be a lot of gold if they end up getting those kills.
That is true, but the question is, how do you get them? Now there's going to be ADs as well for Pure once more.
Okay, but they know? They know we're close though.
That's the banner as well. That will help with the siege a lot. If they decide to take that route, they could also do the Yuma smoke on BetBoom.
True. Go wrap around one of these racks. I mean, it would have to go through mid, I guess, but
yeah.
Still
well, since the lane is open, you could technically do it.
Yeah.
Oh no, Yuma.
Did he get out in time? Oh, he did not blink in time. How did he get stunned? Oh, there is. Oh god, that is a basher.
Abyssal even.
Oh, that's a full abyssal. My god.
This item changes so
one of the
nice.
more fun versions.
KJ is gonna die as well.
Oh, but Miero doesn't have a basher. How does he die?
He has a Lotus Orb.
Yeah, that might be worth enough. Get themselves another kill. Just kind of clear out the map, making sure there's no more wave cutting going on. They just want to go right up this high ground without any other distractions. So now, I don't know. This is a hard one. Link up the high ground. Pure is feeling pretty comfortable being able to do that.
Yeah, how are you gonna stop them? There's no DK form for Yuma as well now.
No. They're smoking up. They're trying to wrap around, but I don't think any angle really helps out in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you would want to find a silencer really, but is that even gonna change anything? No, they're gonna try.
Wow. Okay.
If they can get saved.
Go through mid. Yeah. And Kataomi, I mean, this is it.
Nice
But the
global.
silence immediately up the high ground. He popped the BKB, but I don't think he had the Ord toggled, so he's still not hitting. Now Yuma in danger, trying to get the force step away, but he's still on a ward. Can he get out of this one? No! He gets caught out by Kunkka's stun. He'll go down. The wheel is sitting right on top of Analog. He'll try to get himself a little bit more time, but this is so much going on. Matthew to fall. OD drops one more hammer, but the supports will take him out. It's GG. Game 2 going to BetBoom as well. A dominant series for them going into day 3.
Dude, that was such a fast reaction on the global there for Kataomi. As immediately as the smoke breaks, no hesitation. Globals and curses, 3 of them, and yeah. BetBoom just putting up a clinic in this one. I don't think they could have asked for a better series, when the backs are against the wall like this.
No, I mean, this is exactly what you got to show. Not only, of course, already taking that 1-1 versus Tundra, which a lot of people would say should be a team to go out of this group stage and get themselves into the playoff, or at least group stage 2. And also, you have it where you have this, like, I don't know, 3-core lineup that feels so anti-melee. And they're trying to answer back with it with an OD, with the bristle back, but after this laning stage completely falls apart, it is just horrific to play this game on Heroic.
I mean, I feel like they had opportunities to play this game on Heroic, but just a bit too many mistakes, unclean executions, and a bit of over rotations, to some extent, right? And laning phase not going well. I don't know. I feel like it comes down to, I don't want to say outclass, but I feel like BetBoom, they just wanted it way more today. Like it clearly showed it.
Oh, they did really well. I don't know if this series was well enough to get them into the lower bracket, but I think it does keep them, into the upper bracket, but it does keep them out of elimination. I think with this, they should be lower bracket teams now. They have one more series that they are going to have to play tomorrow. That's going to be versus Avalos.
That will decide a lot.
That's not an easy one. Yeah.
Avalos, they lost their first game against whoever it was they're playing, so they could technically be tied tomorrow.
They could be.
And that could potentially mean upper bracket even.
Yeah, because Tundra also, they beat Tidebound in their game 1. So if they end up 1-1ing as well, there could be, again, with this group was so even going into this day. It really did feel like anyone could go anywhere. Unfortunately for Heroic, they're anywhere. It might have just been into elimination. With that 0-2, they're going to be sitting at 0-2-2, 2-6. It's hard to come back from that, especially with one more series in day 2 or day 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to sleep on it, bring some good energy, but unfortunately for them, it's going to be out of their hands at this point to a big extent, right?
Yeah. That's kind of the issue. And you never want to have that on day 3, knowing that, like, even if first off, you have to get the 2-0. And after that, it's not even in your hands anymore, whether or not you move on. It's just a horrible feeling. So I feel really bad for them.
Yeah, not the best tournament for them so far, but we'll see what they can bring tomorrow. I don't know. I still have some hopes still for sure, but maybe playing with a stand-in, maybe they're out of their groove a bit. They've been having some poor momentum in general lately, right? They lost one of their first qualifiers to Dream League 26. One of the first qualifiers they've lost in SA as, under the banner of Heroic. So not the best of times if you're a Heroic fan, unfortunately, but way better if you're BetBoom. Today has been a great showing, a sign of hope for them. 1-1 against Tundra and a completely, it was a stomp really against Heroic. 2 games.
Oh, I know what that means.
Yeah.
I think we got an interview.
Oh, nice.
All right. Pierre, are you there with us?
Hello, guys.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing well, doing good.
Of course. It was a really, really dominant 2 games for you guys. This was your first 2-0 of the entire group stage so far. Do you feel like you guys figured something out in this one, or just a favorable matchup for you guys?
I mean, we definitely growing as a team during this tournament, and we're making some progress, like for our drafts, for our gameplay especially, and we're just trying to get better, because the tournament was like the start yesterday was quite rough for us, but I think it's fine.
Like we still can make it to the upper bracket.
Yeah.
And I hope we're gonna play in the upper bracket and win this tournament as well.
We hope that for you too, man. I mean, your next matchup is against Avalis. Have you looked at their team yet so far? Do you feel any confidence going into that matchup tomorrow?
I mean, of course, we know our team. Like it's some CIS guys mixed with some European ones, but like we know them pretty well. We have seen how they play, and I mean, I don't mind to play against them tomorrow and win them. What can I say? What else can I say? Nothing to add, guys.
Pretty much it.
I wanted to ask you about a specific hero. It's not on your role, but you guys were playing a lot of Muerta for save. It has been as like top 1 post 4 for the longest time. But lately you switched to Ringmaster, which I think is a way stronger hero. Has that been something you guys discussed about the hero pool and stuff? I also know Miro is playing some different heroes now, or like, do you think that has been a big part of why you're growing, understanding the patch better?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that we won last tournament like Fisher Juniors, that we knew how to draft like way better than any of the teams on the tournament, and like we got to the meta like faster than anyone else. So it was pretty easy for us after the group stage. Of course, group stage was quite rough. But I mean, yeah, we understood something. We understood a lot, and it was quite easy. On this tournament, there is some new heroes that we have to ban, and we have to add maybe them to our hero pool. I mean, some heroes like added to the pool. That's why it's getting a bit tougher for us. But I think we're doing pretty well, and we're gonna figure this out, guys. No doubt.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, today looked amazing for you guys. Yeah, I don't have anything to add, Math, but
no, it's hard. You guys literally like stomped 2 games in a row. I want to pick out some very intelligent question to ask you guys, but it seems like you just rolled. So I'll let you go. You have a lot of momentum on you. I hope you do well tomorrow. Thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you, guys. Cheer for us. See you tomorrow.
See ya, and
Will do. See you tomorrow. All right. Well, that was yeah. I feel for him. You know, sometimes the group stage doesn't go too well. It seems like they kind of learned for that. I know that day 1 they opened up with a 0-2, but it was versus Falcons. Okay, a lot of teams are going to fall 0-2 to those guys. So now getting this 2-0 here, potentially looking at another one tomorrow if they play like this.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm excited for them.
No, me too. I think they're showing so much promise today, and I mean we know their potential, right? And for any team, it can go up and down, right? Even if you're the best for a long time, patch can happen, things happen, whatever. You know, it's people playing after all, right? So it's natural things go up and down, and I think BetBoom, they're looking good now. They're gonna be a team to not underestimate in this tournament for sure.
Of course. No, I think they're going to be looking good. This is another team that I think, despite their day 1, they're making a huge upturn. I would be terrified if I'm Avalanche going against these guys, especially watching that draft. I don't think it was necessarily the same thing 2 times in a row. Maybe you have to focus in on the Rainmaster, but I like what he said. Like, they've been trying to add heroes, and it shows. Because I don't, again, another team, I don't think you can pick out just a few bans and completely nullify their team. They have a lot of stuff going on, and it feels like it all plays still into their handbook of, backline saving supports and really aggressive cores.
Yeah, for sure. And also they have the best Konka in the patch, or like in the game, I want to say. So if this hero's on the rise, good stuff for BetBoom. I really like what they're doing. I'm just excited to see them play more, really. I think they have so much skill. Probably, like, if you would measure just skill by skill, I mean, a lot of people would say Spirit, but I think BetBoom is definitely up there in terms of skill, but they're way newer together, right? They're a bit more hit or miss still, but their top level is freaking amazing. So
no, I definitely agree. They've got such a high skill scene. Whenever they are clicking together, their natural skill is already there. It'll pull through for them. So definitely a team to watch out for tomorrow. There's only going to be 1 series per team. So if you're 1 series away now, unfortunately, that means that you could be out. That's why we're already staring at 2 eliminations up there in Group A. Group B, again, Heroic, I don't think they're mathematically out. It's going to be hard. They do have to get themselves, of course, that 2-0 versus Tundra, which is going to be insanely hard to do. Yep. Tundra just now coming off of, again, all 1-1s. So statistically, I don't know if you're going to get the 2-0. They don't allow it to happen. They're always going to take one off of you.
Yeah, if they get to 2-0 against Tundra, they're going to be tied with them at least. And then comes down to if Tidebound wins their games or not, right? It's pretty much the same story with
really
Beckham.
weird.
So it's still a lot can happen in Group B. Group A, it's way more decided. It's mostly about upper and lower bracket right now.
Right. Yeah, and honestly, I think people are going to be happy about Nigma making it through there, sitting at just deciding if they could still make it in to that upper bracket slot. So really good for them. Of course, as a North American fan, we just kidnap people. So Team Liquid with Bryle, that's my North American boys. All right, and they could still find themselves in the upper bracket. I'm excited for them too.
Yeah, same here. I mean, it's just going to be hype moving into group stage. And then the playoffs, right? It's a lot of excitement. North American Dota.
Oh, yeah. Gonna be good for us. And unfortunately, for Hanskin and I, that is it for the tournament. You guys are going to be setting up with Richie and Winter tomorrow for not only the series, but also some tiebreakers if they do come around. So make sure that you're showing up tomorrow at 12 noon for those games. For us, though, it's out. You can see me at Raleigh. I'm going to be pulling up here. We're leaving tomorrow. I'll be sitting all weekend long, ready for some good North American Dota. So if you see me, come say hi. I would love to talk. Hanskin is dodging us all. It's unfortunate. I know we tried to drag him over here, but he will not come over.
Rest in peace. No, for real. It's going to be a blast. I'm sure it's going to be a great event, and I wish I could be there, but unfortunately, life comes in between.
True. Hey, we loved talking with you guys. Loved casting. Thank you so much for watching. Head over to the main stream if you haven't already. Go ahead and check out what's happening there. And we're going to end our day here. We'll see you tomorrow for more Dota, and we'll see you at the tournament this weekend.
tell you where it starts and ends. Scraping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk your talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break you down, break you down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fool me. You won't never win me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fool me. You won't never win me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. Don't be a fool. No, no, no. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, no, no. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, no, no. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, no, no. Don't be a fool.
It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling in on
You've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel.